What is up, Buffalo Fanatics? Z-Bot here with you on day 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft right here on the Buffalo Fanatics YouTube channel. Our draft coverage is powered by Buffalo Gift Emporium. Shout out to our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. Link to their website in the description below, buffalogiftemporium.com. The promo code BF15 gets you 15% off all online sales. Take advantage of it, folks. Tons of Sabres gear for ending the drought. Obviously, up 2-1 right now on the Bruins. Looking to make a run at the Cup. Of course, our Buffalo Bills continue to make a run towards trying to win a Super Bowl. They got gear for everything you can think of over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. If you love Buffalo, you got to check these guys out. Locations in Tonawanda and Williamsville. Go-to shop for Buffalo-themed gifts, apparel, and locally made products. Tons of awesome stuff. Take advantage of that promo code BF15, BuffaloGiftEmporium.com. How are we feeling? Rico better not leave me hanging, I'll tell you that. He better get in here. We got a lot more to talk about what went down last night. And what went down last night were 2 picks for the Buffalo Bills, their first and only 2 picks of the 2026 draft. Plenty of more picks to come our way today, including the first pick of the 4th round. The Bills are on the clock right now with pick 101. It always confuses me, by the way, with the compensatory formula, because you're thinking about it in your mind and you're like, okay, 32 plus 32 plus 32. I'm no Albert Einstein over here, ladies and gentlemen, but I think that adds up to 96. And then you're watching last night, and you're like, wait a minute, the draft isn't over yet. And then you get to 100, it ends. And now 101, the Bills are on the clock. They have several picks today, several varying degrees of need at different positions as well. And we're wondering what's going to be addressed and what isn't. Here is what remains for the Buffalo Bills in terms of picks: 101, 125, 126, 167, 168, 220. So all told, the Buffalo Bills have 6 picks today, 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 7th. I'm guessing stuff gets packaged up here today. I don't think the Buffalo Bills are going to be picking at all 6 of those slots. I'm seeing the comment section right now. Someone's saying 102 now. What did I miss? Am I already missing something? Let me know. You guys let me know. I don't know if I missed anything or not. Somebody said we went from 101 to 102. How did that even happen? What did the Bills get back from going from 101 to 102? You don't really see one slot move backs when you get to the 4th round and beyond. I feel like you don't really see that. Sword Brother's killing me. He's like, I can't even take this anymore. Sword Brother cannot take these incremental trade backs, Rico. Apparently, we traded back from 101 to 102. Why not? Why not?
Why not?
I want to know, what did they get? Did somebody give them a bag of Doritos? How do you go from 101 to 102?
This has been the theme of this draft with Bean, man, trading up, trading down, and he's got us fans saying, "Yo, where are you going? What now? What's going on? Fill us in a little bit." I was just saying to a homie today. It's gonna be the death of me, these voice chats, but I love it at the same time.
Oh, we love them, no? They're great. You want to know what the best part is, bro? You can throw them on like 2x speed, and you're just like, anything but getting on the phone, right? Anything but making a phone call.
If I could avoid having to text my thoughts on something, I'm about to. So we're voice texting, and I was like, dude, there are moments where I'm like, okay, I get it. We had our needs. We knew what we needed. We knew we needed a running back at one point. James Cook was the pick. We knew we needed a receiver. Boom, we got Keon Coleman. We knew we needed a corner, Max Harrison. When we know we need things, it's like we can prepare ourselves for it. Where Beaton has got us in the loop. We haven't been able to prepare for what this guy's about to put us through. And now he's traded out of the first pick. Apparently, allegedly, I thought we were the first one today. So,
well, we were. I'm waiting to see. Once again, I don't know what you get from going from 101 to 102. I have no problem with doing this stuff. Like frankly, night one, I couldn't, we talked about it a little bit last night, but I could not understand the amount of people that were just irate with what the Bills had done. I thought they had one of the better first rounds. Like when you factor in what was available, what they got in return, while considering that they did not have a second round pick. I loved what they did. Now we look at what they did on day 2, right? And man, I'll tell you, the pulse of the fan base has not wavered much since these picks were originally made. The sentiment has stuck, Rico. It seems as though 9 out of 10 Bills fans are rather furious with what the Buffalo Bills did last night. I think what you just said is the biggest key here. I wasn't prepared for what happened. No. Now, maybe that's on me. But I will say in my own defense and yours as well, because I think we both felt the same way.
Say it.
I don't think anybody felt prepared for what happened there. I'm sorry, but if you thought the Bills were trading up into the second with a second round pick to take a corner that was literally, there's no other way to put it. It was said point blank, this is a depth pick. If you would have asked me pre-draft with a needed linebacker, with a needed interior to your line, with a needed offensive line at guard, right, with a needed wide receiver, if you were to have asked me, hey, what are your thoughts? Would you predict the Bills to trade up into round 2 and draft a corner? And I would have said no. I always thought corner was in the cards this weekend because, as Brandon Beane said, you can never have too many. They don't have a ton of depth there. We have seen the lack of depth there absolutely burn this team. No one's denying any of that. And this is what's interesting about what has happened so far. The points being made as to why the move being made was the right one are the right points. Yes, the Bills have been burned in the secondary because of injuries late in the season. Absolutely. Yes, they don't have a ton of depth there. Yes, Maxwell Hairston, we don't know what that's going to be, having not played a full season, having an injury history. I get all of that. The thing that I think most people who are wondering what this pick was come to the conclusion with here is, why was it done in round 2? And the only two things I think you and I have drawn are, one, Jim Leonard clearly has a list of guys was delivered and said, listen, this is how we're going to do what I want to do. And then 2, look at Brandon Beane did his conference yesterday, Rico, middle of the round. Okay. He did his. Yeah, I got a feeling, Rico, this board for the Bills wasn't their most illustrious board of guys they've had in Brandon Beane's tenure here. I don't know how highly they view the vast majority of guys in this draft. And they just said, hey, depth at corner in round 2 is the best we got available right now.
Here's the I'm still trying to, sometimes sleep is great. Sometimes you just need sleep to just assess. And by the way, the Bills, that pick got them a 2027 7th round pick.
Yeah. Why not?
I don't know. Whoop-dee-doo. Whoop-dee-doo is what I say.
Why not?
Whatever. Okay. They wanted that pick. I felt, unload that 7th. The Raiders get the guy they want. They think the Bills are going to take them. I just never understand these things. Either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. Like people were telling me yesterday, yo, we just got rid of a 5th. Why are you worried about that? They moved up. Let Twitter let you know, because Twitter's letting you know how they feel about it. Now, I've asked some friends. I've asked some folks that know football more than I do, that follow college football to a T. I'll admit, and you guys have heard me admit, I don't follow it like that, like religiously, right? I just start to do my research when it comes in. I watch a game here and there, but I don't know the players like that until I start doing my research on them. And TJ Parker pick, folks are saying that's a first-round talent. It's a first-round talent. You're going to like him. This guy does it all, and he does it all solid. And that's the type of guy that you want. And the biggest thing about him is that motor. I mean, I'm watching the film, but they're saying that motor is what that puts things all together. Is he the fastest off the line? No, he's not. Is he the strongest? You know what I'm saying? No, he's not. However, but he does everything right. So we're going to have no choice but to get on board with that. However, when I mention that second pick, most folks are like, yo, bro, I don't know. We don't know about that pick. That's an odd pick. So here we are. We are 4th round today. By the way, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you.
You're welcome.
Good to see you. I was like,
you as well.
Oh my guy. So 4th round, the pick is in right now. I'm curious as to why the Raiders decided to jump in front of the Bills, and wondering, could it be a receiver that they were about to target? And the Raiders said, nah, we know what you're going to do. But Bean's not stupid. Bean's like, you want this one-on-one? It's just you and I. What are you trying to do here? We've done this role before. What are you trying to do here? So Bean's talking to the owner, Tom Brady, whoever is making these picks, and or let me get that spot. What you want? Give me that 7th next year. Fine. But who are you getting? I would love to know those conversations. Who are you getting? I'm going on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, but who on offense? Right? I'm going defense. Oh, okay, cool. I'm going offense. And it's a smoke shoot. Maybe it's not. Who knows what conversations are being had? But we're about to find out who the Raiders are about to pick right now. And I'm trying not to look at the chat, but the chat is saying McCoy. I'm not sure who. The corner McCoy.
Yeah, that was a first-round talent. Really bad knee on 4. I feel terrible for the guy. He was considered to be above Mansour Delane in terms of cornerback prospects coming into this draft. Medicals come out, knees real bad. I mean, you
hate to see it.
You really do.
Guys, this is their dream, and then this is where they get stuck.
But is that the move here? Is that where the Raiders are going?
Yeah, well, we're about to find out because I'm only. You can never trust the chat. I mean, the chat's been great, but sometimes they like to dupe us. But it seems it could be Gerard McCoy.
Tell you what, Rico, that place is dead. Pittsburgh's dead. I mean, there is
it's day 3. You know what time it is. Day 3. We out of here, baby.
I'll tell you what, though, day 3. I mean, granted, I was just there and I left, so what a hypocrite I am. But if I was there as a just partying, I feel like day 3 would be the most fun. Like, you're just kind of vibing. I mean, you're not like locked in. You're just kind of having a good time.
Listen, day 3 is one of those situations where you're like, bro, I partied Thursday, I partied Friday. I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired, bro. I'm out. I need to recover so I can get back to my week going forward. So we'll see how this all shakes out.
It really was a party, though, because where the stage is, I mean, it's a skip away from the bar scene. I mean, it's not like this is in a field somewhere. Like, you're down in downtown Pitt, and then you kind of you mosey on over. Well, what's really cool about Pittsburgh, Rico, is there's the Steelers Stadium, a street lined with bars, then the Pirates Stadium, like on either end, and then sandwiched in the middle. Yeah, it's awesome. So it's like the way it's set up is just so ideal for like going to a game or like this thing and having a good time,
Could Orchard Park pull that off? Can you kind of build some around?
No, that's why that's why it was thought maybe they would do the new stadium in downtown Buffalo. But I'm glad they did. See, not everything has to be that though, because the Bills, guess what? It's the best environment of any pregame anywhere, and they don't have the only thing they have is it used to be a Wilson Farms. I don't know what the hell it's called now. The gas station on the corner. You guys know what I'm talking about. And then the 2 bars, and that's it. And I wouldn't have it any other way. I wonder if there'll be anything different though with the new stadium. I doubt it. But then again, like New England, they did go Jermod McCoy, by the way. Good for him. First pick in the 4th round. I'm hoping for the best. If it winds up being what it's supposed to be, Rico, I think obviously the Raiders just got a massive steal there. But
listen, get some time to recover. Get some time to repair that knee, and he might be a big time player for these guys. Good size to him. He can run. So we'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out for these Raiders. I'm actually excited to see what these Raiders are going to look like now that they got the commander in chief at quarterback. Because Geno Smith, man, it just was not a good day for Geno. Just not a good day. That's a cool pick. Jamal McCoy and Pat Mahomes. It wasn't a good day. It wasn't a good year for Geno Smith. So it'll be interesting to see what these Raiders look like. So now the Raiders they've picked. The Bills are up. If they don't trade back, I mean, listen, we'll see how that plays out. All right, let's go, man. Where are we going?
Pick is in.
Where do you think we're going here?
It's a great question, and I think it could be a couple of different things. And here's the thing: it's going to wind up being the dead opposite of what we think, because that's all it's been up until this point, right? But I do think right here this could be a Skylar Bell and Elijah Surratt. This also could be like
see some Bryce Lance in here.
Could be a Harris out of Ole Miss. I got a feeling though they could take a stab at one of these wide receivers here. I wouldn't mind Surratt at all. Skylar Bell too, real quickster out of UConn. But
Brennan
Surratt
Thompson.
6'3". Yeah, I think we go wide receiver here. What do you think?
You know what? Brandon Bean has been on this tear of just grabbing guys that is just we didn't need that right now. But I can't see any other position. They probably feel really good at.
Okay. Once again, I don't
Lost?
know.
This is what I mean.
It's just not what I would have. I
This
don't
is
get
what I'm
it.
talking about. You think
you
you're
see
going
it?
one way, and he does this.
Did you see it?
Yes, I saw it.
So what? Why you need a guard? I thought. What? I don't know, man. This is now 3 straight picks where I don't. I have like 4 positional groups that I think it's going to be out of how many positional groups are there, Rico? Like 8. I got 4 that I think we need, and they've gone all of the other. I don't know, man.
Okay.
Tackle?
Okay.
I just don't know what's going on. I don't know.
Listen, do you see why there was a legitimate crash out yesterday? Y'all were telling me, yo, relax, settle down. Yo, you're overreacting. That's what I was getting. Bro, you're not understanding this. You don't understand it. Make me understand this. This makes me have
Why
to go
don't you
back.
pull up our depth like you did yesterday?
I'm about to go there. Give me a moment.
Good.
You chat. Let's bring my man Kevin in here. Kevin, you good, or you still want a little more time? You good? All right. Let's bring Kevin in here while I go and bring up this roster, because I am absolutely baffled. I am. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you. My goodness.
I just once again, folks, for those, maybe you're a BC guy, you're a big fan. It's not the player. These have nothing to do with the player, in my opinion. It's more so like I'm continuously now 3 for 3 at the positional group. This one more so than the other two, to be honest with you, almost, which because I don't know where tackle plays into your the equation here at your 3rd pick. Tackle. Wouldn't you argue that's where you're set up best? It's one of your best groups. It's one of your best groups on your team.
I mean, Deion Dawkins is getting a little older. We understand that. Have they seen a decline in Deion where they feel, we're setting up for the future? We understand that part of the game, but what this one is this is interesting. This one is interesting. Very interesting. So let me pull up our depth chart just so we can have fun with this one. Kevin, good morning. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good to see you, Kay.
Good. What's going on?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you.
I don't know. I don't know, dude. We are growing ever confused, as it seems to be. Once again, it's not like me and Rico. At least it doesn't feel this way. It's not like we're just like a couple of, maybe we are a couple of dummies, but even so, it doesn't feel like we're the only 2 that are confused here. I go online, Rico, and the immediate reaction is what?
Puzzled. We're puzzled by this, and they have a master plan. I'm very curious of this master plan. So let's take a look here at what we're looking at. And listen, Deion Dawkins. You already understand the penciled in starters: Deion Dawkins, Alec Anderson, Connor McGovern, Osiris Torrance, Spencer Brown. We got that. I understand this pick because if you look at our tackles, Chris Lund, we drafted just last year. Maybe they don't see it in him. Tylen Grable is still a project. We don't know what's going on with him. And then Travis Clayton. So we really don't have. I understand it. We don't have a tackle. So they're like, we got to grab one now that can swing, that can move, that Deion goes down, because they got a taste of it. I feel like this draft is about, bro, when we went down left guard, left tackle, right tackle, when Spencer Brown went down and Deion, they must have been, holy crap. Okay, we can't have this. So this is like a draft to say, we're drafting just in case of these injuries. We just don't want to have, but injuries happen. And I guess they're saying, but this theme feels like we're drafting just in case of injury. Kevin said it best yesterday. You guys are drafting for depth. You're drafting for depth. So this is what it looks like to me. Unless someone can tell me otherwise, what does this move mean to you? So look at the offensive line. Just look at it. Would you look at that? Tylen Grable, Chase Lund, Austin Corbett, we just signed him. So he's going to be battling it out potentially with Alec Anderson. We have Cedric Van Pran-Granger that obviously them bringing back Connor McGovern has him over here battling out with Austin Corbett and Alec Anderson for this job here. Cushenberry, backup center. We get that part. So then here comes, I don't even know who the hell we drafted.
Dude Bowery.
Jude Ballery. And no hate on Jude. No hate on Jude Ballery. But Jude Ballery
Jackson on the board, right? So you could always get him with your next pick. Oh no, sorry, went to the Jets right after you. That's 2 times in a row. Someone I thought you should grab went to the guy right after. But Bowery's a swing tackle. He's athletic. He's got good size. He's got like an 82.5-inch wingspan. He's like going to be a swing tackle in the NFL. He's got good athleticism. He's got good traits. He's got high upside, low floor though, because he's a little inconsistent. He's a bit of a project. But you know,
I got to read up on this guy. I got to read up on him.
What happens if what's Brown's back acts up again or something? You know what I mean? Who's coming in?
And this is what I was saying. He's drafting for the depth. It's like he's drafting scared. Is that what can I surmise to that? Drafting scared. Is there such a thing as drafting scared? Where I thought sometimes you got to take some risk here to kind of give you that one. But right now these are just safe draft. Don't screw it up. Just draft safe. I don't know. And I'm not hating on it. I understand it. It's just
he's not. And I'm reading the comments. He's a guard. He's not. Maybe
at 6'5", that's a big guard. I mean, I'm not saying he can't be, but golly.
5.
Dude, Twitter. I'm sorry. It's got me in tears. I mean, I'm talking like I just go over there. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. That's why I was laughing so hard. I go to Twitter and it's just an instant. It's just an instant barrage of the funniest stuff you've ever. You click on anything right now and go to the comment section. It's the funniest.
I'm going to go through there soon. Jude Bowery started every game at left tackle for Boston College in 2025 and was named team captain. Whoop-de-doo. He was recognized for his leadership and consistent play in 2025 All ACC honors. I mean, listen, he's probably going to be a fine player, but he ain't going to impact us immediately. But we're drafting in the 4th round. Rico, what do you want? We're drafting in the 4th round. I get it. Listen, I don't want to say I've given up, but I'm not here to say I'm hoping that he gets this guy because Beans already kind of threw me off with his first pick, threw me way more off with the second pick. Even when I slept on it, I was like, nah, not seeing it. And here we go with the tackle. So we went by position. This is great. We went edge. You guys like this? Corner, tackle. Who saw that on their bingo card? I certainly did not. Chat, let me know what you guys are feeling right this. Give me, I was going to say letter grade. Letter grade is easier for you to do it. Give me a letter grade on this pick, this position group at this juncture of the draft. It's the first pick in the 4th round. And what are your thoughts? I mean, there were some solid players out there, but we went and tackled. But what do you got, Kev? What do you got?
I made fun of you guys. I was teasing you about the Darrell Jackson, and the number one guy I wanted just went right after to the Rams.
That's how it always goes, Kev. You know that.
I know.
I'll say this: if the goal was to draft depth, it's an A+ draft. If that was the goal, right? Then they're nailing it. I would imagine. Once again, I come back to this idea: did they not think that beyond what they were capable of picking in the 1st round?
Yep.
Did they just not view any of these guys at the positional groups of need to be starters? And so they said, we're not going to even attempt it. We're not even going to attempt that. Rather, we're going to go with a depth approach to ensure that the Achilles heel of this team, which has frequently popped up, injuries in the postseason, doesn't become an issue. From that perspective, like in all seriousness, from that perspective, they're nailing it. Here's the perspective that you and I constantly look at this team through, though. And that is right now. And that is right now.
Right now. So
but with that, the now, though, Rico, also does entail having depth when necessary. It's just, I don't think you ever see 3 straight picks where you could argue all 3 of them in some capacity. The last 2 in particular to be depth picks.
I just got a buddy that just sent me a text message saying, hey, nice pick by the Bills. I know he lied. I know he's trying to troll me right now. Stop playing with me.
Once again, though, Rico, from the player perspective, maybe it is. From what the Bills currently have going on right now.
Yeah.
That's the question.
He was real high on Fern's list for you guys to get today.
Was he?
Yeah, he really
So
liked.
let's logically look at this because we kind of went through it a little bit, right? We looked at the depth, and you saw what we had, the depth that we had at tackle. We have Clayton that is probably not ever going to touch the field. We don't know. Tylen Grable, we are still unsure of him. He's been on the team, 3 years now? We don't know. We don't have a damn thing. We don't know a damn thing about Tylen Grable, what he's going to do. We had all the potential in the world about him, but nothing. And then Chase Lund. That's it. So I understand it because if Spencer Brown were to go down, or Deion Dawkins goes down, we don't have the depth. We really don't. So they felt this was the best player available right now for what this team needs. So logically, I can't even hate on it. I guess it's just one of those. It's like we didn't see it coming. We just didn't see it coming. I think that's what's hitting us right now.
That's exactly what it is.
We didn't see it coming.
You know what? What's just hitting me though?
Yep.
They really believe in Alec Anderson this year, though. I think, like, if you go tackle before you go guard, I think that tells you how highly they view Alec Anderson, right?
It's you think that's the case?
Austin Corbin is also a guy that's played a lot in this league, and that's pretty good depth. And Cushenberry can play guard if needed. So I think that you've got good depth inside. And you've got I don't know, what's his Van Prant or whatever the other center.
Van Prant Granger. So he's a backup center, never played center other than the center, never played anything else. And now they're going to compete at guard.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm saying he could play center, worst case. Cushenberry can play guard. Corbett's played a lot in this league. I think your depth in the interior is good. I think where you needed depth was on the tackle. See, when your tackles goes down, and that derails the season, right? You have one of those games where Allen's running around because he can't see things, and then everyone's like, the offensive line sucks. The offensive line, right? Now, if you don't have anyone to come in, it can derail the season. So, at some point, needs are great, but what's the point of if Bean's sitting there and say, okay, this is the position I need, defensive tackle. Do you like him? No, I don't really like any of these guys. Do you like this offensive tackle over here? Yes, I think he can be an actual good player in this league. He has the talent to do it. Should you take the need just to fill the need? That's how bad GMs get fired.
Yep.
And that's what that looks like right now, right, Kevin? I would say.
Now, when it's every pick in the draft, then I can see why some of you guys are getting upset because now it's like, that happened at every point,
Yeah, it
seems
too much.
It seems unlikely, but maybe it did, right? We don't know where, because these guys don't rate players 1 to 500, right? They rate them in buckets. They put them in tiers. So they have these guys, and usually it's a horizontal board where they don't say, okay, we need DTs, so they're going to be up here, and we need these guys who are going to be there. They'll just have like a horizontal board. So if they only have one guy left in that bucket, like that level, they don't want to dip down to the next level just to reach for need. Now, if you have two guys in the same bucket, take the position you need, but don't take the lesser player just because you need that spot. So maybe that's just what's happening. Seems weird that it's happened in every single pick, but that's typically how you would draft. Like, there's no point taking the guy I need a DT and he's going to stink. Take the guy you think might turn into something.
And I think that's exactly what's unfolded here, like to a T. I think that's exactly. They did not view any of these guys at positional groups of need to be better than the guys that would be, at least for this year, considered to be depth pieces. At least for this year. That's the key, too, for this year.
Let me ask you this. You are Deion Dawkins. And I know it's a 4th-round pick, but you understand what your depth looks like. Is this an indictment on Deion? It's like, hey, you're on notice? Is this a you're on notice? Meaning not where you're gonna get cut, but you're on notice, like, no, we can see what could happen. Are you feeling some type of way if you're Deion, or you're like, yo, this depth, I'm good where I'm at, which he should be. But should he feel some type of way that they went and drafted one in the 4th round? I guess.
And by the way, to your point, he primarily played left tackle as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is to back up Deion for sure. This is definitely back up Deion, and whether they make him a swing, if he's versatile enough to do that, that's where your guy Proctor might come in because he's versatile. He can go from left to right. Right? Is that what they say? Something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'll move on.
Love that.
But listen, man, if anything that helps protect Josh Allen, and if they bring him in as the extra lineman, but we don't need that because we got Jackson Haas, so he's purely just a depth guy. Listen, man, I'm giving up on trying to understand what B's trying to do. Listen, if you have it for depth is what it is. I think the theme of it is drafting for depth. I got my guy here. Says, you guys bitch, we don't have a receiver part 2 coming. I mean, I think I've given up on that part. Bean made it very clear. Yo, it's not lip service. I told you, we like Dion. We're sticking with Dion. Dion, I said Dion. Keon Coleman. We like him. We weren't talking ish. This is our guy. So we're going Palmer. We're going Keon. We're going DJ Moore, Khalil Shakir, Kincaid. We good. He feels really good at where he's at.
What if the plan is just to, like, if a good receiver falls in his lap that he really likes, take it? And if not, is Cook signed anywhere?
Brandon Cooks?
Yeah.
No, and I'd like to see him come back.
They've been talking about it.
Maybe that's the plan, right? Maybe they just want to see how the draft shakes out, and there's no pressing need for them in their mind to grab a receiver because they got Brandon Cooks on speed dial. I thought he played really well for you guys. I know he had the big drop.
Yeah, towards the end especially.
I thought he had a good connection with Josh Allen. I thought it was straight. Like, this dude walked in off the street and had better chemistry with him than Josh Palmer did with the whole offseason.
Yeah, and I'd like to see him come back, dude. I also wonder now, as we see this continue to unfold, you got to think at least Milano or Shaq Thompson, if not both, are going to be Bills. Going to remain in Buffalo.
Right where I was going to go there, because when Kevin said, hey, maybe they're just letting this play out, and they have all intentions of bringing in Shaq Thompson or Brandon Cooks, because they're like, hey, if by the time we get to 5th round, bro, Brandon Cooks is better than a lot of these receivers here. So what are we talking about? We can get him for a year, some chump change, and we can go from there, right? And then Shaq Thompson said he willingly wants to come back. We saw what he was able to do. He was our best linebacker when healthy on the field. So how do you just bypass him and go for somebody else when you're like, bro, we got him on speed dial. Just chill, just wait it out. But here's the thing. It's 31 other teams that are looking at the same damn thing and saying, okay, let's see what's up. So, but these guys are free agents, so they have the choice. So we'll see and wait. But right now, the Bills have solidified a depth tackle. Big boy. I mean, that's a big boy, man. I saw the size of that man. So you got him there. Team captain. He's a guy that he's stand-up individual. Guys respect him. I think Walter made a joke, but he's going to be a great asset to the bench, leading these guys on the bench. Come on, Walter.
Well, dude, he's a big boy. I mean, he's a big boy. 6'3", over 310. Once again,
is he 6'5"?
6'5".
Is he? Oh, is he real? Okay, yeah. So I mean, he's
6'5",
big guy.
314. 6'5", 314. Big boy.
I'm trying to look into what they're thinking here, and I think Kev Allen is kind of what I'm thinking here, where there just wasn't starting players in terms of what they need out on the field that trumped their board, that just so happened to be in positions that the Bills currently have filled right now. The one thing that I think you look at with this draft is everyone knew this was not the best draft of all time in terms of the guys coming out. And I think that we're seeing this unfold based on what the Bills have done here. It just feels as though there was not enough meat on the bone at positional groups of need to justify using these picks. So this is where I do understand it. But back to what we were talking about, the fact that you could argue all 3 of these picks might not see the field this year, I think that's where the frustration is stemming from. But I also wonder if that frustration also stems from the fact that there wasn't guys at these positional groups of need that were worth justifying the pick over. That's frustrating in it of itself, because I don't know if you could have gone into this draft and gotten all of these positional groups filled properly. The other thing, too, we have to consider is if you do bring back Milano and Shaq Thompson, if you do bring back Brandon Cooks, right? Well, then maybe this ends up looking better than it would otherwise. I have to think that at linebacker, at least, Milano, Shaq Thompson, or both are going to remain Buffalo Bills. Because I don't know how you can look at it any other way. They're not. Are you going to start a linebacker from the 5th round this year right off the bat? I doubt it. So I just don't think that any of the players that they got from the upside potential, I think that there's a lot to be excited about. I think the problem with the getting excited right now mentality is that it's really tough to do that, to Amir's point. The justification, Amir, I'm not even trying to justify it. I am trying.
I love this.
No.
The cope is crazy.
I know. Let me preface. I'm trying to understand the mindset in the building. That's what I'm trying to understand. To me, if we're talking about right now, I don't think there is a justification. I don't think there is a justification if we're talking about like I mentioned last night. If the game were to start next weekend, is there justification for what they've done up until this point right now? I don't think so. And I'm trying to understand what the mentality is in the building. And my guess is didn't view anybody at a starting role high enough. And they're looking at guys that can move into positions. Should guys get injured, they can step up. And I understand that that's been a problem with Buffalo. I just think right now you're in the 4th round. You don't have a starter yet in this draft. And I think that's where the frustration's coming from.
I can totally see that. Now, here's the analysis off the ESPN app on Boston College's 6'5", 314-pound Jude Bowery. So Bowery logged all but 2 of his 23 starts at left tackle. So he's purely left tackle. Whether they try to convert him inside, no idea. I highly doubt that. Anyway, he has the adequate size and very good athleticism for the position. Bowery maintains a solid base in his initial pass set, with very good quick foot quickness on the edge to reach speed rushers. He could do a better job of sitting in his weight to anchor once he's engaged. In the run game, he showcases good leg drive but plays high. That makes it hard for him to harness power to move defenders off their point. Bowery can climb to the second level and get onto the edge on a screen pass, but he needs to develop better upper body strength to sustain his blocks and could improve on putting power to punch. So that's from coming from Scouts Inc. So that's what we got.
Was there anything mentioned in there, Rico, about the ability to play guard? I don't know if there's any history there.
Nothing there, but I do have my trusty, you know me, I have my little magazine here that kind of gives me some inside information on some of these guys that I have no idea about. So Jude Bowery, if he's even in, okay, so Jude Bowery, they say first of all, his comp is Jamari Sailor from the Chargers. So they don't mention anything about him playing anything else. What's that, buddy?
I said, excuse me. He's from the Miami Dolphins. Jamari Sailor.
Jamari Sailor. Well, they said it was
Chargers. Free agent pickup.
Yeah, he might. Oh, he was a free agent pickup. There you go. So they say he's kind of like that. So you let me know how he goes over there for you, boy. But nothing telling me that he's played anything but that. So right now they're telling me he got for getting 2 starts as a freshman. He started at right tackle, then switched over to left tackle full time. So he's a tackle straight up. Little bit of time at right tackle, but mostly left tackle.
I'm reading in the chat. Pitzer said that the panel that he's watching, either I'm guessing ESPN, NFL Network, said that he'd be better at guard. I don't know where that's coming from if he hasn't played at guard.
Well, if they're comparing him to Valier,
excuse me. I made the wrong comparison. They're comparing him to Billy Turner.
Oh.
And Billy Turner is a retired player anyway. So
yeah,
that's who they're comparing him to.
Miami Dolphin draft pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he was a tackle that eventually they moved into guard.
So tackle that moved to guard. So who knows? But here's the thing. Alec Anderson, Corbett. We talked about Corbett. Cedric Van Perren Granger going to be competing there. And then you got Bowery. So listen, good depth. You can't go wrong with good depth, I suppose. Am I coping, guys? Am I justifying? Let me know if I'm coping. Is it coping? Is it huge? Let me know.
So Jenna Cottrell from 13 Wham tweeted out something about Jude Bowery here. And it's a quote. This is from, I think, what she's heard about what Jude Bowery is right now coming into the league.
Okay.
He needs time behind a veteran starter and a staff willing to invest in his hand technique, but the physical tools give him a window to compete for a starting job regardless of where he lines up. Now, that's interesting for 2 reasons. One, because whoever that was who said that, that's exactly what he's getting right now. He's getting time behind a veteran starter and a staff that's going to be willing to invest, I'm sure. You don't go 4th round here, your 3rd overall pick. You don't do that without wanting to invest in the guy. You're checking those 2 boxes. The question is, though, with Deion Dawkins, Deion has been one of the faces of this franchise.
Yep.
And I think when we look back at this era of the Buffalo Bills, he will always remain that. When you think of the 90s Bills, you think of a core group of guys. You think of a handful of guys. When you think back of the Josh Allen Bills, Deion Dawkins will be the 2nd or 3rd guy, probably the 2nd guy you think of, maybe the 3rd behind Diggs. I'm imagining, maybe Cook, whatever. he's in there. He will always be mentioned. So you're looking at this, and I don't know. We're thinking about. I go back to the offseason a couple months ago. You know, people were floating around the idea of is Deion Dawkins on the block, right? Is this a move? So I guess you have to think about that to some capacity, right? With a move like this, to some capacity, not right now, not moving him right now. No, and I think if they did, that would be malpractice, right? But I guess the overall takeaway here is they are primarily looking towards the future of this team, as opposed to the current moment.
According to PFF, this is coming from Sal Capaccio here. According to PFF grades, for those that believe in it, I know some people don't. Barry allowed 2 sacks in 321 dropbacks as a starting left tackle for Boston College last season. So pretty damn good odds right there. And Bills at depth, obviously we lost Vandenmark. We felt that we didn't match Vandenmark. We said, yo, you out. They can match it, they can keep you. So right now, this is the guy. And but he also says he could also project to guard in the NFL. So maybe there is legitimacy to this guard talk, which could put him in the mix to compete for the starting job. So, hey, if he comes in and they say, yo, we're going to try your luck inside at guard, and he says he's willing to do it, go right ahead. And by the way, his RAS score, he's ranked, hold on, for drafted in the 4th round, obviously, he scored a 9.40 RAS score out of the possible 10. So that ranks him 100 out of 1,600 tackles that have been drafted since 1987. So relatively pretty athletic. So maybe this is a good, solid pick for the Bills. I mean, I can't say maybe. This should be a good pick for the Bills. So 6'4", 6'5", 315. That's good size, man. Good size for this guy. So welcome, Mr. Jude. Let me see if there's any information else coming on Jude Bowery here. Somebody quoted, if you took him straight on talent, he's 2nd round pick. If he's straight on talent, he's 2nd round pick. But I guess he's got some rawness to him. So this is coming from Bob McGinn. So this is what he's saying about the good and bad of Jude Bowery. Shared the position lead in, hold on, give me a second here. Let me get to the goods here. Okay, so he's a left tackle through and through is what they're saying. But the technique's all over the place. So he's a little sloppy. There's plays where he's just short circuits. That's not good. Sometimes he's able to recover because he's so athletic, but sometimes he just gets stuck in the mud. Limited to 31 games over 4 seasons, including 21 starts at left tackle and 2 at right tackle that we talked about earlier, by a series of concussions and other injuries. So we'll have to get the thigh doc on here to get some injury reports on our guy, Jude Bowery. Looked okay during practice at the Senior Bowl, but then gave up sacks to Duke's Vincent Anthony and Western Michigan's Nnamdi Tucker. He had a horrible Senior Bowl game. A second scout said he gave up 2 sacks and some pressures. It was bad. Damn. Okay. I will think he drops, which he did, but he might be a good find late in the draft if he hasn't lost his confidence. 33-inch arms. So he's a project. He's a project they're gonna have to work on and do some good things with him. But we'll see. This is why the 4th round is around. You get some guys that have the athleticism. You can tweak them and make them into a player. Give him some time. Maybe he becomes the guy that succeeds Deion Dawkins. Deion Dawkins is what, 31 now? So Deion's probably got a good another 3-4 years left in him that I'd solid play. Maybe 1 or 2. Who knows, right? But he's not going to touch that field anytime soon. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Jude Bowery, our new depth left tackle. So we'll see how that shakes out in the end. So here's who has been taken since we've taken Jude. Grayson Holton left.
Hang on. Someone said that there's a stripper pole behind me. So
let's see it.
There is
stripper pole.
It's just
behind who?
Behind me. It's funny. Someone wrote Kevin has a stripper pole behind him. I wish that would be a fantastic place to report.
Yeah, that would really spice up the stream.
I'd be like, Candy, hold on a second.
Kevin would never leave.
Yeah. I want to say hi to Laura. I saw her pop up. I still remember her.
Our girl Laura.
Shout out Laura.
Yeah.
Brennan. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna laugh because you're gonna say Brennan Thompson. So it's funny. So you know who the OC is over in San Diego now, right? Mike McDaniel. So they took the fastest receiver in the draft, Brennan Thompson. They signed the kid who's the lightning fast running back from Baltimore. He was hurt there a couple of years ago.
Oh, yeah. Mitchell?
Yes, the Mitchell. They
Mitchell.
signed him. Yeah, so he's already up to his old tricks out in
Up to his old tricks.
yeah, small and fast. Yeah.
So
I laughed when I saw
DT
him.
Grayson Halton was a guy that the Bills met with, and
really wanted.
they went tackle instead. Grayson Halton was kind of the same size as Ed Oliver, give or take the 6'1", 290-ish area. So there he goes. So running back is gone, safety's gone, and quarterback Cade Klubnik went to the Jets out of the Clemson. So that should be interesting. So right now
you would have loved Jonah Coleman, like you personally. He's your kind of running back.
What's it? Let me see his size. 5'8", 220. Oh, he's a bowling ball.
Yeah.
5'8", 220. Okay.
Travis Henry. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. You know what? This Coleman guy, I saw a lot of some buzz around him. So him going, he's gonna do some good things over there. So good for him. Jonah Coleman. I'm gonna pay attention to that, brother. All right. So I sent the chat to give me their grades on what they feel Brandon Beane has done thus far, more specifically with this Jude Ballery pick. Does your grade change now that we've been talking a little bit more about the player, who he is, what he's going to bring to this team, the direction of what this team is looking like? We're not just building for now, we're building for the future. So I mean, you got to do that. That's how good teams stay relevant. And Brandon Beane obviously understands that. But I wonder if he understands also that I highly doubt it, but do you think Pagula said, hey, now that Sean's gone, this is your team, make it happen. And if you don't, do you think Pagula's got the gumption enough to say, here's your window, make it happen?
So you're saying this is a future play. Currently in place are McDermott's guys, primarily, obviously. Are you saying this is a future play? Go build whatever that team looks like for you and Joe Brady over the next decade. Is that what you're alluding to here?
And I'm wondering if Pagula is nice like that to say, this is a restart. Do what you need to do. You need to get McDermott's guys out and bring your own guys in. Let me see what your team looks like. You think Pagula's evolved like that to do that, or he's like, yo, you're in. You're their guy. Do what you need to do.
I think Pagula has a lot of trust in Beane, obviously. I think he delegates just about all of the trust of this team and how it's built to Brandon Beane. I think, is that not a fair takeaway based on how we've seen? I mean, he basically delegated the future of this organization to Brandon Beane when he put him in charge of hiring the head coach. When he decided to stick with Brandon Beane by his side and move off of Sean McDermott, I think the picture was painted quite clearly. Brandon Beane, I still have faith in you, regardless of what anybody has said, regardless if the sentiment on you has turned over the last year and a half or so. I have all the faith in the world in you. I think that clearly has been showcased by Terry Pagula. I don't know how you could come away with any other conclusion. Now, you're talking about grades, though, Rico. This is where the grades are interesting to me in terms of how you view this draft. I feel like there's multiple lenses to view this from. And I'm trying to figure out what lens are they viewing it from, right? If you're viewing it from the depth lens, it's an A+ draft. It's an A draft. If you're viewing it for the who's going to impact this team right now, I mean, it's like a D. I don't think anybody's impacting this team right now, unless you have a reason for them to be impactful. And then, of course, if that ends up coming to fruition, well, that's probably not ideal because that means you're losing a starter for a considerable amount of time. Right. If you're looking at it from the future standpoint, it's probably, you're at a B+, right? Maybe probably right around a B because you just don't know quite yet how this is going to play out based on what's currently in place and when these guys are inevitably going to wind up getting out on the field. There's all these different lenses to view it from. But I think primarily most people view it from the lens of Josh Allen right now is nearing a decade in this league. What are we going to do about what's happening right now? And I think that's why when you go online, the loudest voice right now are the ones saying what is going on. From that lens, that's exactly what the takeaway should be. I think from the lens in the building right now, they are following their board to a T. They are not diverting from that at all. And as a result, the lens they're viewing this from is through a depth lens almost primarily.
And you saying that makes me read, like it just stands out to me where people are saying, so that's what you're going to do to Josh? You're going to draft for depth? Aren't we trying to win something in Josh's window right now? What are we doing Brandon Bean? Because I've seen that. I've seen a lot of that. They're like, yo, I thought this was a time to help Josh out. I thought this was and most folks might say this is not helping Josh. Some folks are saying this is helping Josh. We're trying to protect him. We're trying to, when he does what he does, and we don't have a liability. We're trying to get rid of the liabilities we once had. I don't want to have to go and ask for Dean Marlowe to come back because he knows the system. I don't want to have to go get Dane Jackson. What's that?
Captain Munnerlyn.
Captain. I don't want to have to go back to Captain Munnerlyn, right? I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to give us depth that if one guy goes down, you can step in and it's not a liability. So I think if I'm trying to view it from a different lens, Bean saw a lot of liabilities. And he's like, I don't want that because we're a good enough team. What's let us down are these liabilities. And the liabilities were strictly on that defense. One was our corner multiple times. And the other was we couldn't get a pass rush. We couldn't sustain. We couldn't stop the run. Liability. So you saw the injuries. Bernard goes down. Dorian has to come in. Jordan Dreesen has to come in. Jimmy Charlo has to come in. The amount of times that we saw that, I mean, it was a great story. Jimmy Charlo did all right. But Bean was probably going, golly, that's not what I drew up. Injuries happen though. So he's like, I ain't trying to have that. So if I'm gonna lose on depth, I want to make sure that they don't let Josh down. This is probably the way he's saying, I'm helping Josh. I'm trying to tell you I'm helping Josh, guys. This is how I'm gonna help him, by giving him depth. So when he does what he does with his offense and we're up, somebody doesn't let us down. Or when Josh may not have a great game, at least we have someone that won't let us down on the back end. So I'm trying to, whether you want to call this coping or me being responsible and saying, hold on, put your feelings away and let's try to let's look through this. But the more I'm listening to his press conference, the more I'm like, am I thinking, am I making these excuses for him? Is this what he's saying? So that's what I've gathered in this. Now that you've made me put on a different lens, bot. So I'm like, okay, this is the lens I got to look through. And we don't want to let Josh down, and this is how we got to do it. Oh, there's the wifey. Come on down, wifey.
Jenna.
Come say what's up. Bring your wife in.
What's up?
No. Come on over.
What's Jenna making of all this?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's she make of it? What do you make of the draft pick so far?
Jenna shades inside.
Oh wow!
I don't know
a rough
who this
night.
What are you
last
talking
night?
about?
I don't know who
Yeah.
Hollywood
Did
is.
you not talk too loud? Was Gina out? What's going on with the sunglasses?
Is it did Gina come out?
Listen, Gina's been put away. She
Gina's,
might come out tonight, actually.
no, she
and
won't.
Hang out for a
No,
little bit.
Gina's
It
been
is
retired.
Saturday night.
I'm coming down.
Somebody said Jay Money.
I was
Jay
kidding.
Money. I told Jay Money today. I was like, listen, man, if everybody bails on me, you're gonna be my co-host today.
Can't wait.
So you know what I mean? We're gonna do it up. And so here she is, Jay Money in the building.
C-Bot, your baby is like the cutest thing ever.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my God, I want to
Clearly
eat her.
takes after her dad, doesn't she, Jenna? Eh?
I begged it. No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
No,
No, he's so cute though. Like,
Thank you. 6 months. 6 months almost. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, Sakaya's 4. Imagine that.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Jeff King goes, there she is, Gina.
I love Jeff.
Hello, Gina.
I love Jeff. Oh, I miss you guys. I suck. I really should come back and say what's up. Anyways, Laura.
And then she dips.
Love you.
Yeah.
I have 4 kids upstairs waiting for me to take them to the dollar store at somebody's birthday. It's
Yeah.
mom life, you know?
Mom life. So you just rub my head like I'm your little dog. There you go, little buddy.
Who's my guy?
We know who runs the show. We know who runs the show.
She came in.
Yeah. She put you in.
Never had this one. She's never done that. The camera got her acting funny right now. There you go, little buddy.
Yeah. I like
Hang
it.
out with your little friends.
Yeah.
All right, there, Jay Money.
Actually, she brought you a snack, you know? She brought
Was
you
it?
a snack, rubbed
Right.
your head, yeah.
Yeah, brought me a snack, rubbed my head, have a good day.
You're welcome.
Okay, question. Oh, fuck. Fucking, sorry. Fuck.
Bye, Jenna.
You want a drink?
Fucking Colts, man. They're taking all my guys.
The water.
You want more water?
What are you mad about?
The Colts, they keep stealing my guys. So they took Jalen Farmer. That's who I really wanted. Fuck. Anyways, I have a question for you two. Okay. Are you a little bit victim of circumstance here? And what I mean is, had they traded for DJ Moore yesterday, would your outlook of the draft be different? if yesterday Bean had to flip the 2 or whatever for DJ Moore, would you still be sitting here saying he didn't do anything to help Josh? Because he used picks from this draft to get Moore.
Yeah.
So you almost have to look at Moore as part of this draft haul.
Sure.
And is there a receiver in the second round that you would have picked that you trusted to come in and be better than Moore?
It's a great question. Like if the trade were to have happened yesterday or day one or whatever, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if it happened yesterday, you had time to take it for, for
sure. How funny is that question? I was thinking about this a little bit last night. Slightly different. Yeah. You would see a lot of people ecstatic, I think, right now. I think you would see a lot of people, like, let's just say, let's even, we could even shake it up a little bit further. Like, say it was George Pickens instead of DJ Moore, and then he was speculated to be traded, right? If that were to have happened and they had never gotten DJ Moore, I think you would have had a lot of people looking at this through a whole different perspective. And this is why I think what's already happened up until this point is interesting, because Kevin, you're opening up a whole new lens now, where it's like, okay, if we look at through the lens of DJ Moore being considered a draft pick within what they've done, and then adding all these other things, right? But the problem is that has already happened a month and a half ago. And I think that you don't look at it as a pick, but that's exactly what it is. So I think to your point, the thing is, though, even to that point, though, even when it did happen, though, Kev, even when they did trade for DJ Moore, one of the main responses was it wasn't enough. It would be enough if they also added again in the draft. I think I saw a lot of that. There was part of me that felt that the DJ Moore trade would be amplified to a whole other level if they were to go wide receiver again in the draft. And then, of course, you hear the speculation that they were in on Concepcion and they couldn't get him because the Browns went and got him. But what you're bringing up is awfully interesting. Yeah, that was being rumored around. But what you said, Kevin's very interesting. And I guarantee you the sentiment on how people feel about it right now would certainly be different if that trade had gone down yesterday. Absolutely.
Because
I'll tell you right now, Kevin, that was a fantastic question, because I think we are victim of circumstances. I think we're a victim of in the moment, right? Because the way the draft was, who they take?
Elijah Surratt.
Yeah, so he was like next up for me at wideout. He goes to Baltimore.
That's a good pick. Good pick.
It is a good pick.
You still have Tyler Bell and Bryce Lance are still out there. I like both of them.
If the Bills can get Skylar Bell, that guy's a little mini Stephon Diggs. I like him. I started looking at some stuff and I posted some on my Twitter. I was like, yo, this guy could be, if we can get him, but it's not looking that way. But anyway, because we love Keon.
Well, you come up soon, don't you? And you got 2 picks? Well, not soon.
Yeah, back to back, 26 and 27, I think.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
It's rolling. We're doing all right.
We're doing all right. 25 and 25, 26. And
Kyle Lewis would be Rich, my man Rich said Kyle Lewis would be pretty cool. I mean, Red Murdoch is cool there too. So we'll see how that plays out. But to answer your question, Kev, I think we are a victim of circumstance. I think we're a victim of in the moment where we're that fan base. And I'll tell you right now, it would absolutely shake things up if we went and got TJ Parker and now or we drafted TJ Parker in the first round and we'd like, oh, we need a receiver, and we went and got DJ Moore. Folks would be like, oh snap, we got DJ Moore. I think we'd be all for it. We're like, yo, DJ Moore, second round pick. He's probably the best receiver in this draft. And most folks will say, yes, he is. And that's what Brandon Beane's thinking right now. So, yes, the Bills fans would not be as what they are right now. But here's what makes that position tough. Because now you're thinking, okay, you've done a good thing by adding DJ Moore. Now let's keep going. Add one more piece. Because let's just say DJ Moore goes down. We're right back to square one. So if you double up and grab one more, at least you can kind of get away with like, okay, DJ Moore went down, but at least we got this guy too. On top of all the other guys. But we just become back to square one again.
Yeah, but how injured was Kincaid last year too, right? It's almost like you're getting him back in a way, because he, now can he stay healthy? That's going to be a big thing, because it's proven to be a bit of a problem for him. But if he comes back full strength and he comes back and he's healthy, and now you add DJ Moore to it, like, you know what I mean? It's one more year. I'm not going to champion Josh Palmer too much, but it's one more year in the system. It's one more year for him to get some chemistry. He was hurt at the beginning too, wasn't he? He missed a bunch at the beginning. It's tough to come in on a new team, new scheme, and then kind of join halfway through. DJ Moore kind of puts all the other receivers into a better position, like a better pecking order, if you will, because you've got, if Palmer's your wide receiver 3, that's a nice wide receiver 3, but he shouldn't have been a 2 or a 1. You know what I mean? So you got Moore, you got Palmer, you got Kincaid, you've got, what's his name there? Why am I blanking there? Shakir, right? Shakir in the slot. There's quite a few options. Now, if I was Cook, I'd be working on my hands all off season. Obviously, he can run, but he needs to become more of like, well, look what we do with Devin A-Chain, right? If he could do some of those things, and he's capable of it, you know what I mean? Those are the things that you want to work on. And I think Moore is like a chain reaction that helps all your other guys kind of fit in the right pecking order of the progressions.
No, those are fair points, man. And that was a great question, by the way, Kev, because like you have to look at the totality. You have to look at draft trades. You have to look at who you got with these draft trades, because later on you can talk about. I mean, I remember I was in a conversation with someone and we were talking about traded draft picks and that guy, and somebody's like, yeah, but that 5th round pick that you guys are complaining about, that's what got you Matt Milano. So you guys got to understand that these moves are strategically made, and some great things materialize out of it.
You're a 5th round.
Was that, buddy?
Wasn't Shakir a 5th round or 2?
Shakir was a 5th round as well. So those are those things, right?
Wasn't Taron Johnson 6th? I think
Taron Johnson was a 4th round.
Okay.
I think it was a 4th round. But yeah, and this is, here's the thing too. Bean does well in these middle rounds. This is where he finds his value. So this is where we've commended him for this. We know he doesn't do so great in the 1st round. We get that part. So this is bread and butter in the middle of these drafts. So Jude becomes a nice player soon. I mean, I remember we were on Cody. I was going to say Cody. Spencer Brown's behind because we're like, oh, I don't know about this pick. He's looking rough as a rookie. Oh, I don't know. He better do well. And now Spencer Brown is one of the better tackles in this game. So sometimes we fans, we just got to get out of our emotions and just kind of let these play. And that's why these guys are there and we're over here. It's that simple. I got to keep it a buck if we're going to.
All my guys are getting snapped up now. Fuck. Bucks just took Keontae Scott. I love that pick. The Bucks are having an unreal draft. Ruben Bain, Josiah Trotter, Ted Hurst, and Keontae Scott.
That's solid. That's solid. I
can't believe we took that the newspaper delivery kid in the 3rd round instead of Ted Hurst. That bum. The jump ball receiver who can't jump. We took a receiver. I saw this stat. This I like to cheer you guys up with my misery. We took a receiver, okay, whose vertical leap was 1.5 inch better than Caden Proctor, our offensive tackle in the 1st round. The 380-pound guy.
Bro.
His vertical was 1.5 inches higher than a 380-pound man. And he's supposed to be a tall receiver. Oh, he's good in the red zone. Who's he playing? Midgets?
Folks, we have just crossed the 3,000 concurrent viewer mark. I want to give a shout out to each and every single one because it wasn't just today. It was yesterday. It was Thursday. So many of the same faces in and out all the last 3 days. You guys are the absolute best. We can't thank you enough for hanging out with us. We appreciate each and every single one of you. We implore you to go check out our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium while you're here, because we're running an awesome deal with BGE, BF15. Link in the description below, buffalogiftemporium.com. Our promo code BF15 is going to get you 15% off your entire purchase. There's no better place to gear up than Buffalo Gift Emporium, located in both Tonawanda and Williamsville. Whether you're getting ready for football season like we're doing right now, midst of the Sabres playoff run, they've got an awesome selection for everything you're looking for: apparel, sports gear, local finds. It's all there online and in store. BF15, the promo code, get you 15% off your entire online order. In addition to that, over on the BF Instagram, we're giving away $100 gift card to Buffalo Gift Emporium. All you got to do is like that post, tag a friend in that post, follow Buffalo Gift Emporium. You'll be entered to win a $100 gift card to Buffalo Gift Emporium. Link in the description below, buffalogiftemporium.com. BF15 is the promo code. But seriously, guys, every year, man, draft, you show up and show out. It's so fun hanging with you. Always more fun during draft than obviously every game, the reactions of each week. But the draft is always interesting because you get everybody's perspective on all these individual moves right in real time. And it just feels like it's usually more of a mixed bag in terms of how people feel.
Yep.
It does feel like this year it's more of a hive mind, a collective. It's a collective feeling, it seems. I just have to keep thinking. I have to keep going back and call it COVID. Maybe it is, probably is. What else is new? Have we not found ways? Would you be wearing Bills gear right now if you haven't found a way to cope since you become a fan? I think the answer is probably no. I think we have got to look at it through the lens that they're clearly showing us, fellas, that they're looking through. I mean, if they not completely showcased to us that they're looking through the lens of depth, you can't paint it any other way. There's no way that, and that's why Bean yesterday, when you're talking about going corner, that's why he says as much. It's not, there's no point in even pretending as though the moves being made or anything beyond that, right? Like when they go and draft corner, move up in round 2 to get Davison Igbosin. Oh, is it Igbinosin? I'll get that down. Igbinosin. Yeah, like that. That's it. Just he comes out and he says as much today. Obviously, with Deion Dawkins, that when you're going tackle, you know exactly what that is. You get Jude Bowery, he's not going to be playing this year. So I think we have to look at it through that perspective. I just wonder, though, the only question I have is if you were to do that with 2 of the 3 picks, right? Was the one pick in the first round, right? In TJ Parker. Was that enough to justify maybe not having anyone else in this draft have an impact in year 1? Because even with him, fellas, I think we all agreed that, like, what's the snap count for him going to be like behind Rousseau and Chubb? Like, I don't know. It might be because they're saying he's a 3-down guy. You're not going to see him on a 3-down basis unless there's an injury, though.
This is what we were talking about yesterday. Like, at least because you're like, where is he going to? He's gonna fit. They got no choice but to make him fit. But you got Rousseau and you just paid Chubb. So he's not going to out-snap these two. He's going to be a rotational piece that comes in when we need him to come in. So unless there's some trade brewing that we don't know about and we're going to move Rousseau and this is what's going to happen, like, this is an interesting pickup. But he's going to he's going to be serviceable. You got to use him. You got to find out where you're going to put him and go from there. Here's something that's interesting. Our guy, Mr. Bruce Nolan himself. This is it. This is what we've been pretty much saying, and he's reflected it right in his tweet here. It says, with possibly the exception of the DJ Moore trade, the Bills have approached this offseason with so little urgency. That's what it feels like. They're moving like they have an amazing, talented team and just need some depth, serviceable starters, or tweaks here and there. The first 3 picks reflect that, and I couldn't agree more. It's pretty much that. Yo, we're good. And that's what I was kind of pretty much lamenting earlier. We're good. We just don't want liabilities. We don't want guys that are going to cost us when this already talented team that's a top 5 offense, top 7 offense puts up 28 plus points per game. And all of a sudden our defense is what's letting us down. Essentially, that's what they're pretty much saying. Defense letting us down. We're not going to allow that to happen again. Obviously, Dorian Strong going down with that neck injury. We probably may not see him play another down of football again, which is totally unfortunate. In comes in IGB, right? And then obviously TJ Parker. But that, to me, what you were saying earlier, I can't say where's he gonna find his snaps, but it's gonna be tough to like take Rousseau off and put him in. You want your best players on the field. Now, this is where the mastermind of that defensive unit comes in. How he mixes things up. Maybe he has Rousseau step inside and have Parker come in. It's gonna be interesting. So his creative mind is gonna have to get everybody on that field and produce. Because if we don't, boy, are we Bills fans are going to let these guys hear it. Now, whether it matters to them or not, they're going to hear it. That's a fact. But here we are. Go ahead.
Bruce nailed that. And it's like when Rev said yesterday, well, they really don't have, they're too talented of a team. They don't have that. And I was like, Rev, come on, wait a minute. Like, yes. Remove Josh Allen from this idea of them being too talented of a team. And then how talented of a team are they really? right? Like the amount of water Josh Allen carries for this program right now is unbelievable. I mean, he is essentially like, if you water authority, like the water distribution center. Josh Allen is literally one of those massive vats of water. You see, you ever drive through a small town and their big moniker of the town is that massive water silo or whatever you call it up in the sky. That's what Allen is for Buffalo. So if you remove that and then you look down the board and say, okay, how talented is this team? I don't think anybody's arguing that the Buffalo Bills have this roster that's so talented that they're above adding guys that can be impactful in day one, right? And I immediately went to the run defense. And I think the justification for that was, well, the scheme's going to be different. Therefore, this defense stopping the run is going to be dramatically better. Should it be better? I would hope so. The bar isn't incredibly high for it to be better, right? So I would imagine it can be better. It will be better. This idea of changing the scheme and all of a sudden the same personnel is going to reflect into a top 15 run defense, I'm just not buying that until I see it. Is there a possibility for it? I suppose so, but not addressing it from a personnel standpoint and all of a sudden it just being that much better based on the scheme, that will remain to be seen. Let's get to some super chats, by the way, fellas. The Bills are going to be on the clock in about 6 picks from now. Richie Fresh kicking us off. But my boy, let's get it today. Shout out to you, Richie. Thanks for joining us, my brother. Appreciate you. Shout out to my main man, Money Mitch, our main man, the lead Robster. This day is always painful, but at least we're in it together. You're damn right. Not only are you, me, Rico, Kevin in it together, nearly 3,100 of our closest friends right now hanging out throughout all platforms on BF. Shout out to you, Money Mitch. Our man, Jason, big boy. If he can transition to left guard, they are saying it would fit a need with Edwards gone. Not sure how much I trust Anderson as a full-time starter. I had said it earlier, but I think the Bills trust him as a full-time starter, Jason, because clearly you didn't just draft a guy who played left tackle his entire career to come in and play guard day one over Alec Anderson. Like that's not happening. So as of right now, the trust is fully instilled in Alec Anderson. So it will remain to be seen as I think all three of these picks will. If that's the theme of the year, and we've talked about this since the day McDermott was fired, we will find out. I mean, this has become my Pierre's remember who we have. This has become that for me. We will find out. I mean, there's 1,000 things this year we are going to find out. And I think we just got 3 more items added to that list. We're going to find out if these depth pieces are going to wind up being impactful. We're going to find out if the guys that have just been drafted by the Bills in their first 3 picks are primarily meant for the future. And there isn't going to be an impact right now. I mean, we have a lot to find out. Another wide receiver just went off the board, by the way, Caden Wetchin out of Iowa. So that
Oh, wow. Right in the middle.
There goes my boy. He's on fire.
He's
on fire. And then boom.
Router. He's on that
record
rev.
that
There he goes. Okay.
You know what? You guys, I know you guys don't.
I can't hear him.
You don't have
No,
Macs. You don't have a
good. I can
Mac.
hear you.
Here's the thing with the Magic Mouse on the Mac, it's got gestures. But you can go back, like instead of hitting the back button, you do this with your fingers. That's what just happened. Back myself right out of the screen.
That's why I can't mess with Apple, man.
Because of
Apple's got
that?
all this stuff, bro. I'm Team Android all day, bro.
That's the thing. If
I
you're
gotta
not
do
in
the
it from
thing
day
again I
one,
had to
then
do
you're
yesterday where I'm gonna have to jump off and jump back on because every now and then one of you guys I can't hear you. Like right now it's Zbot, but it was happening with Pierre, so it didn't matter so much yesterday because thankfully I couldn't hear the sermons. But I'm just joking. I love you, Pierre. But
So who can you hear both now or no?
I can only hear you, so I'm gonna jump off and jump right back on.
Okay.
Apple, man.
That's the thing. I wouldn't know what it would be like if you aren't in the Apple's like ecosystem from day one. I feel like it would be a real tough thing to adapt like right now. Like Rico, you've never done it. So doing it like now, that would be really hard. I've been in that since I was in like 5th grade. You know?
I do it for work. The work they gave me an iPhone for work phone, and I listen. If I'm not texting you and texting a few, my sister and whoever's on, I throw that thing to the side.
Well, all right, we got McAndrew graphics depth drafting when we are in win now situation. Bean, McAndrew's not feeling it with Bean. I don't think a lot of people are right now. Maybe Bean's the one who ends up having the last laugh here. Clearly, this is how he's viewing it. I just thought, what's funny about the way they're approaching this? I had kind of thought with how rough of a year Bean just had, and then, of course, the response to him being not only retained, but promoted and McDermott being shown the door. there was a part of me that thought Bean was going to come out into this draft and try to be making headlines. There was a part of me that thought that this draft for Bean right now has been very similar to pretty much every approach he's taken in the past. Wanting to trade down, willing to do so, consistently going defense, right? I mean, this is where we have seen Bean go primarily. And I thought maybe we'd see something where we were like, oh, that's not very Brandon Bean-esque. And we have not seen that. Mic check. I wish there was.
I totally agree.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. Did you not think maybe he was going to try to, because Bean, like, you know, he's not oblivious. He knows, I think he's well aware of what the current viewpoint is on him, or at least was. I don't think you attack the wide receiver debate as hard as he did without thinking that, because I think he was sick and tired of hearing about it. And then all of a sudden you get into the season and that discussion was at the forefront of what we were seeing on the field.
Dude.
And then so I think he's aware, and I was wondering if we were going to see that reflected in the draft picks, and we haven't.
I totally wanted to see this because we didn't really get that. And a lot of these guys are, I'm going to use your word here, a lot of these guys are demure when they call on the phone, right?
Yeah, you know it.
Hey, big guy. Hey, this is Brandon Bean here. Just want to let you know that you ready to be a Bill? You ready? Like we get those phone calls, right? But like we didn't get. I wanted to see this is Joe Brady's first draft officially as head coach. Let's get a shot of what the coach is like. I'm sure it's going to be embedded. I'm sure it's going to be, they're going to have their own clips put together. But I wanted to see the live reaction for the other guys around, right? I want to see a guy in the corner going, we shouldn't have done that. I want to see that. That'd be great for TV. Who's the guy in the corner shaking his head, who's got his arms crossed, saying, no bueno? That would have been nice to see. But we got robbed of that.
Looks like the Raiders have traded. That too. They did.
You're getting close to your picks. Skylar Bell's still there.
Mike check, by the way, he's with you, Rico. He wanted to see some War Room footage. I think we got a couple clips. We got a couple clips of Bean and Joe Brady on the phone yesterday. I think you're right, though. Rico, we'll get an embedded. I think they do that every year, a wrap up of what went down. So we'll see. We'll see. I wish I just go back to Joe Shane losing Saquon Barkley on the phone on Hard Knocks. And it's just, you wish you could see that with all these. Like, you wish that the whole thing. You know how like some of these reality shows, obviously they have like the live stream. I remember back in the Jersey Shore days, and they had a security camera that in the house that would run 24/7, right? And you could see whatever. Wouldn't it be great if you could hop on and just watch like every War Room right now?
Big Brother.
It would be amazing. But obviously, I think that would
Big Brother, man. After dark, just see what these guys are talking about. All that good stuff that we saw.
Be hilarious.
You want entertainment? Reality TV, right there.
Super chats are pouring in right now, by the way. You guys are incredible. Almost at 3,200 of you, which is amazing. Day 3, Saturday afternoon in April. You guys are the best. JD, is Bean running it back with the same team as last year? I hope he realizes Chiefs, Ravens, Bengals had a down year, will be better. Why not get ahead? Well, I think the answer to that right now, JD, would be a resounding yes. That's what they're running it back with next year. I'm wondering, you know, if you gave Bean truth serum, and maybe he wouldn't even need this. Maybe this will just come out. But like, does it not seem inevitable that he did not find any of these guys to be of starting caliber day one? And this is where this will be tough for Bean. The guys that he passed on that were considered to be day one impacts that end up being that, well, this is where it's going to be tough for him. This is where it's going to be tough. Where if he, you know, say for instance, Gerard McCoy, who was considered to be a first-round talent before the medicals came out. The Bills don't go with him in round 4. The Raiders trade up. They draft him with the Bills pick. Let's say he winds up being incredible despite the injury history because, of course, once again, he was a first-round caliber corner. Say he pans out, but instead the Bills go with IGB in round 2, and maybe he's not as good as McCoy. Well, you already know what's going to happen there. You mean to tell me they could have had McCoy in the 4th round? The Raiders take him with their pick. You traded. So this is the risk you take when you don't go with impact right now. You do go with depth. All of these guys the Bills did pass on that end up being immediately impactful. That's where Bean will be judged. Because what he's telling us right now, fellas, what he's telling us right now is we didn't view those guys to be impactful in Buffalo. But if they're impactful elsewhere, that's what he's going to be judged on.
And here's what else he's going to be judged on, right? And that's lamenting more on the for the other comment that came on here is not only will like the certain players that got picked before or after the Bills and so on and so forth, but now you got to look at all your competitors that are in the AFC, right? You got to look at your Kansas Cities. I know they fell off because of Pat's injury, but they weren't playing their best even when Pat was in the lineup. But you're gonna look. They're gonna compare. What did the Bengals do? What did the Chiefs do? What did the Broncos do? I know Broncos fans are not happy about what the Broncos are doing right now, thus far, right?
Mhm.
But I don't think they had many picks this draft in the first place. But
Ah.
they're going to be looking at all the competitors on what they've done, and they're going to compare everybody's picks. And we're picking for depth, what it's going to look like. As these guys are like, I'm picking to win. We need to win now. That's what I'm trying to do right this second. I want to bolster every position group I need. And while we're sitting here going, yeah, we need to tackle. Yeah, we'll get that corner over here. I mean, I saw a damning footage of him going one-on-one. And one-on-ones against corners, it goes heavily favored for the receiver. Boy, did he not look great in coverage in these one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. I was like, golly, that's what we grabbed? And then I'm hearing stories of I had to put boxing gloves on so I can stop holding. I had like 25 holds the year before. Granted, it ended up working out because he went from like 25 penalties down to like 12 or something like 4, right? Thus, having to wear the gloves to be disciplined enough not to grab. This is the NFL. Your every receiver is top notch. So these are interesting and reasons why Bills fans will be looking at like, yo, that 26 draft, bro. When you go back and look, hopefully we can come back and say, bro, genius. But it's not. The theme is like it's not looking like it. That's what it feels like.
Bills are on the clock, by the way, not only for 1 pick, but for 2 picks. They will be at 125 and 126. Let's talk real quick about what's best available right now.
Let me get you.
Yeah, I mean, I got it right here, Rico. So
okay.
You got Xavier Harris out of Ole Miss at D tackle. Skylar Bell, I know a lot of people like him out of UConn at wide receiver. He's still on the board. Malik Muhammad, by the way, he was considered to be the best remaining corner, just went to Chicago at 124. The Bills are now officially on the clock. You're looking down the list here. Wide receiver, Deion Burks out of Oklahoma. The wide receiver list, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost non-existent right now. There was a massive run on it last night. We've seen a few of these wide receivers go today already. Could it be Skylar Bell here at either 125 or 126? Rico's got the list up for you. You can take a look for yourself.
Malik Benson back there, down there.
Yeah.
So there's some names that I've seen that have looked pretty good. Linebacker could be the move here where they want to get some linebacker depth. Kyle Lewis is still available, 6 feet, 220, but does he fit what the Bills are trying to do? Although be a good player, you only grab this guy if he's best player available on your board, even if he was on your board. But 6 feet, 220, you'd have to find a role for him. Where that would be, that's up to the DC. Dante Lawson out of Alabama, Harold Perkins Jr., Elam's Orr, somebody that the Bills have met with. This could be the pick coming up. We shall see.
Here we go. The pick is in. They're walking out to the podium.
Could it be Elon or is Bean going to do what he's been doing to us this whole draft and saying, ta-da, psych, surprise. We'll see. We shall see. The pick is in. Yeah, Kyle Lewis is an undersized guy, so I don't know if he would fit for the Bills. So let's find out what these Bills are going to do here.
And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Josh Allen has his new weapon, and it's in the 4th round, and it's Skylar Bell out of UConn. A fellow Bell joining yours truly. I'm a Bell. And so is Skylar. Skylar Bell is your latest addition to the wide receiver room out of Buffalo. And I finally see some let's goes in the chat. This is the first time in the last 3 days, fellas, I think we've seen a resounding amount of we did it. Let's go. Hell yeah. Wide receiver here. Immediate reaction. Kev, Rico, Skylar Bell.
Kev, jump in on this. What are your thoughts on the newest receiver to the Buffalo Bills? Go ahead.
Well, I'm not happy, which should tell you something. So he was easily the best, in my opinion, the best wide receiver left on the board. I think it's a great pickup for you guys, especially at this juncture in the draft. I would have been happy with him last round. He's like 6'2", 220. He's got decent athleticism. I like his ability to run after the catch. That's a weird. What did they got him at 6 foot? Oh, I thought he was
6
bigger than that.
190.
Yeah, but I watched him. He was one of the guys. Obviously, Miami's desperate for receivers. He's one of the guys I was hoping for yesterday, if you remember. I'll trade you whatever bum, I forget his name already, we took in the 3rd round for this guy. I think it's a
Did
good
you guys
pick.
grab Chris Bell?
Well, not him. I liked him. The
126 is being picked right now as well, fellas. We're
going back to back. I love it. They went back to back. Okay, here we go. They didn't trade it out. They stayed with it. So we're gonna get into Skylar Bell in just a moment. Let's see who we get going into.
And this guy's firing me up here. You listen to this guy. He's a Canadian here, Rico. The guy doing the pick.
Well, I mean, listen. What did you expect? We bring it.
He just gave the Marv Levy chant.
You prepared for this one?
Wow. Caleb Elamzor, linebacker out of TCU, now beans cooking with gas. Back to back with two needs. Two guys, many mocked to Buffalo, many linked to Buffalo. That's a solid run there. Back-to-back picks in the 4th round. I'm liking what Bean just got done here at 125 and 126.
Okay, so they set it up with Skylar Bell that's going to be able to stretch the field for the Bills and give them something that can move into the middle of the field, kind of like a Khalil Shakir, but a better, I don't want to say a better version, but a different version that can go outside, inside, can move all over the place. Bell earned consensus All-American honors in 2025 at the receiver position. He has the versatility to line up both in the slot and outside. That's what you want. They've relegated Khalil Shakir just inside. At least you have someone that can move outside and inside, kind of like what we had in Stephon Diggs. I'm going to go back to that. Possessing sufficient size and vertical speed, Bell is savvy as a route runner. He has the effective short area quickness to separate from defenders. Plus, he can stop on a dime and create even more space. Bell does a good job working off the backside of his teammates, his routes, to create separation. As he knows how to stack effectively across the routes, Bell showcases the ability to make difficult receptions, posting 12 contested catches in 2025, and he can be deadly after the catch, either by charging speeds or making defenders miss in the open field. Overall, he was a productive collegiate wideout who has a skill to translate to the pros. Here's the deal: 13 touchdowns he had last year, 13 over 1,300 yards receiving. Big time player, and they heavily relied on him. Let's move on to Caleb Elam-Orr, which is the linebacker out of TCU, 6'2", 234, and Elam-Orr received his first team All Big 12 honors in 2025, which marked his 2nd year with the Horned Frogs after starting his career at Cal. He brings some experience lining up on and off the ball, exhibiting very good speed, quickness, and range, going sideline to sideline. Okay, I like that. Elam-Orr's closing speed is one of his better attributes, especially when he accelerates downhill. He can get swallowed up by the blocks. I mean, sometimes it happens to these linebackers, but he knows how to disengage and locate the ball carrier in space. Elam-Orr can over pursue and take some poor angles. That leads to easy cutback lanes for the offense. In coverage, Elam-Orr has the athleticism to play tight coverages on tight ends and running backs. All right, so we got an athletic linebacker going to place. So back-to-back picks by the Bills. We go with, obviously, the receiver that most Bills fans have been looking for since we've made our picks, in Skylar Bell out of UConn and Caleb Elam-Orr. Let's see your draft grades for these guys as to what the key be like for the Bills. Does this give you a little bit more love for Brandon Beane? Do we have more trust for Brandon Beane now? Or are you still like, I'm still waiting to see what you got? Let me know what you guys think. Here's my thoughts. Caleb, with going with the receiver that can do it all, inside, outside, we needed that. Like I said earlier, they relegated Khalil Shakir just to the slot. You're a slot, or if you're at the wide, you're taking a screenplay. That's it. His first year, we had him all over the place. Now you're a slot, and that's where you're going to stick. This is where it feels good to have a guy that can give you what pretty much Diggs gave us. We haven't been the same offense since Diggs. And in terms of, a guy that you can really count on at the receiver position. So this is a good pick for the Bills, solid pick. I'm not over the moon, but I'm not hating this pick either. I just know that this is something that we needed that's going to help this offense. And it doesn't have to come in, and this is the big one, doesn't have to come in and be the guy. You can be part of the everybody eats port. And you're just going to eat when we need you to eat. So right now, that's probably going to do it for the Bills in terms of receivers because they like what they got. This becomes their fifth guy, and then everybody else becomes battling for spots to see how things go. So good pick for the Bills. They needed this. And this gives a boost to the offense. It's saying, hey, we got something for you. And he's not small. 6 feet, $190. Good size for a receiver that can do it all. Love that. Caleb Elam Orr, linebacker. I mean, I don't know too much about him. So this is where I won't sit here and talk like I know what I'm saying about that, brother. But this defense, in this new scheme, it's hard to tell what we're going to need and how it's going to look because all we know is McDermott's defense, right? Nickel, we live in the nickel. You're 4-man, and you got your 2 linebackers. So now we got multiple sets. We're gonna have multiple linebackers on the field. So where he fits, it looks good. Elam Orr. Now you got TJ Parker. Things are starting to kind of materialize now. And we got 3 more picks to go. We just got to end this with Jack Stonehouse, and we call it a day, baby.
Say it, man. Say it.
Here we are. So what are your thoughts? Does this change perspective, your perception of what this Bills team looks like, will look like? Stays the same? Let me know.
I think right off the bat, it just, regardless of what you know about these guys or whatever, it just makes sense, right? Back to back, wide receiver, linebacker just makes sense. I think one of the biggest struggles of the first 3 picks was trying to make sense of the positional groups. This just makes sense. It also makes sense because the Bills were linked to Skylar Bell throughout this whole process. It's a guy that was known to be a guy that they liked. If you looked at anybody mocking the Bills' full draft, right, I saw a lot of Skylar Bell to Buffalo.
Yeah.
This makes sense because I think he's immediately a guy that Joe Brady likes. He's a quickster, right? He's a guy you can get involved in different ways. He can play on all different aspects of the offense, outside, inside. This makes sense from that perspective because it feels as though Joe Brady likes to get guys involved in different ways. We know this to be true because he even told us that it's going to be a different Khalil Shakir this year. Apparently, it's more than just what he's been. We're anticipating a potentially different version of Khalil Shakir this year. He says there's more to his game than just what he's been. So maybe we see that. It's why I liked KC Concepcion in round 1 because he had like 500 rushing yards in his college career. Just felt like a guy that Joe Brady was going to be able to use in more ways than one. Skylar Bell, really quick, right? Athletic. And I just feel like with the way that he likes to run things, we know nobody likes to get the ball out quick and around the line of scrimmage more than Joe Brady. And I'm not saying this was what he was drafted to be, but it certainly fits what Joe Brady likes to do. And they've done that well. I know it frustrates the hell out of us at times, them consistently running that style of pass game. They did score over 28 points per game last year, right? And I think what I looked at when they got DJ Moore was that they just needed one more guy that was a legitimate threat. I'm not saying it's got to be a guy that you're talking about, you're talking about taking in the first round of your fantasy draft. I don't think anybody's considering that. Once again, the Bills were 4th in the league in scoring last year with a receiver that barely cracked 700 or was just over 700 receiving yards. That was their leading receiver. You just needed guys that were going to be able to give you a couple of plays a game. And I think this is what you get from Skylar Bell. You bring in DJ Moore, that opens up everything else. And that's what I like about that pick in particular. And then we're looking at linebacker. I still think, fellas, that either Shaq Thompson, Matt Milano, or both are going to be brought back. I don't think you wait until your 5th pick to address a starting linebacking position. I just don't think that that's what they're going to do. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But I think what you do here is you get Caleb Elam Orr, and you then look for him to be that successor for those veterans. That's where I think you get a guy like him when you plan on bringing those other 2 guys back. This is where I had viewed linebacker to have been taken higher in the draft, fellas, because I thought maybe they were going to be looking to replace that role instantly. I thought whoever they were going to be drafting at linebacker might be their plan to start day 1. I think here this tells you Milano or Thompson, they're back. But the upside here behind those guys, I think, is great. Another guy that was linked to Buffalo. And I think you can see the sentiment surrounding this pick showcase that. A lot of people are stoked about it. These two picks make a lot of sense to me, guys. And I really like the value they got here at back-to-back in the 4th round.
It's you couldn't have said it better, man. This is one of those things where it's gonna be. Bean does feel that he has talent on this squad. Now it was just about intricately putting the players where he needed to put them. So I need this type of sideline to sideline linebacker. Boom, e.g. Elam Orr. I didn't have to reach for him because he was slated to go, give or take, late second, mid third, give or take, and now we got him in the fourth, late fourth. So this is great. I know Kevin's making faces. I don't know if he likes what the Dolphins potentially doing or who got picked, but at the end of the day, what it comes down to is this: the Bills are a contending team. So Bean had to look at it from this lens. Okay, how do I maintain this, and how do I boost this? Where were the issues, and where can I plug holes and fix these issues? And he feels that this draft presents it where I need to get myself a young linebacker. I need to get myself now an interior lineman. I don't know where that's going to come, or maybe it doesn't come, because that might be the next route we go. So we got 2 picks. What, 2 picks in the in the fifth, back to back in the fifth. I got to go double check that. So maybe he parlays that to move up and get this DT that he's looking for potentially, or he moves to another direction. What I'd like to know is, what direction does he move into now? You got the receiver where you needed him. You got your linebacker that you met with, so you like him a lot, clearly. You got your third corner. You got your edge rusher. You got your tackle. What now? Now where does he go? Does he go safety?
Well, interior D line at some point, and yes, safety it would be the other one.
Safety would be the other one that he has to lean into. So, I mean, listen, it's looking like, I mean, I'm gonna keep that theme up. I mean, I think we're all gonna keep that theme up of this is good depth. He's just trying to fill the liability role. But the next big pick you would think would be this right here, the DT, defensive tackle. And I need to go and double check to see what defensive tackles are still remaining and the best available ones. Let me take a look. See, share my screen real quick. I had my Twitter page. No, I did not. So right now, as of right now, this is on the ESPN app right now. Miami's on the clock, so I know that. Oh, pick is in for Miami. We're gonna find out if what these boys are doing here. So Xavier Harris still golly 6'8", 330. Sheesh. DeMarte Capehart still there. Rayshon Benny still there. So some talent still left in that middle of the defense. Dante Corleone. So there's some mobility here. So let's find out what the Dolphins are going to do. Let's see what my man Kevin's going to be reacting to. Maybe he likes it, maybe he doesn't. We'll soon find out. Dolphins are in. Kev, just quick grade before they pick. What are you grading your draft thus far? Oh, I'll wait. We'll wait.
It's Trey Moore, the edge from Texas. Short, weak.
Trey Moore.
Short, weak, not very explosive, not very fast. He's got a good bag of tricks, though, which means he's already maxed out his potential.
6'1", 240. Okay.
Short arms.
So he's an attacking linebacker or edge, I guess.
No, he's yeah. He's competitive. It's just another shit pick. I would give this draft a D-. I must
really that bad, huh?
It's not just who they've taken, it's where it's who they've taken over him. You know what I mean? Like who they could have had. I must have done. Fern was talking to me about it today. Even he does. He's a Bills fan. He's like, I've done probably 50 mock drafts for Miami, and I would take any of them over what's happening. Now, I'm not a GM, right? So let's hope this guy knows what he's doing. But I can't stand the draft other than Chris Bell because we got him late third. It's just, I like Chris Johnson. He's a good player, but I don't know why we had to give up a third to go up and get him. I think he would have been there. I know there was some rumbling the Bills were going to take him. I don't think you were. Now, who knows now, though? You did grab Big Benosin, so maybe you were. I don't know. But even then, we gave up a third to go up 3 spots. We took a bum with our first pick. Well, he's a 50-50. He's either going to be a superstar or he'll be out of the league in 5 years. Like, remember the bum that who was the guy that Wilson that remember the tackle the Texans or sorry Tennessee took with their first round pick, and then he was like got arrested for like falling off the back of his truck. Like,
Oh my gosh, I can't. It's not coming to me.
it's just so bad. Anyways, like the whole draft is so disappointing. I know a lot of these, like the Bills fans, liked Rodriguez. I had him as like my fourth linebacker. Okay, I don't think he's that great. I think he's like one of those super productive players in college. We'll see if it translates to the NFL. But like even then, it's like, what are you thinking? We don't have a single safety right now on the team that is an NFL caliber player. Like the room is empty. It's not like I'm hunting for, like depth or something. Like there's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And you should have taken an edge then. You should have taken a Gabe Akis or something like that instead of Rodriguez. You didn't need the linebacker right away. Got Buffalo legend Tyrell Dotson besides all-pro Jordan Brooks. You only play two linebackers half the time. Like, what are you thinking? Like, the whole thing is just an absolute mess. You took a guy with weight control issues. You traded up for a corner. You drafted a linebacker when you didn't need one. You waited till you get edge, till you got a small, slow, like what are you thinking? It's just another wasted pick. You took a wide receiver I forgot even existed. The first one. It's like the 200th player on the board.
Well, here's the thing, though. Sometimes, and this is how I have to look at it as well from a Bills perspective, what we currently have and then how to intertwine these new players in it. It might just be a great fit. So, I was about to say Kiko. One of the comments said that.
A third round pick on Timu Jackson Haas.
Timu. But I'm saying that could mesh well with this new regime that you guys have. So it might not be as bad as you may portray it to be. And that's what I'm thinking for the Bills. Maybe like TJ Parker is going to be perfect for what this team needs. Right? Maybe we're not going to be a high volume, get after the quarterback and get sacked. Maybe we'll leave that for, the elaborate scheme that Jimmy Leonard's going to bring. It's just going to generate themselves. I mean, listen, you saw what the Broncos look like. He got an idea. Nick Bonito and them boys were getting after it and consistently one of the top sacking teams in the league. So we just have to trust that this brother knows what he's doing. So you gotta have to trust your team that they know what they're doing. Because you can't blame it on your old black GM that you've been just wanting to get out for Chris Greer. You can't blame Chris Greer whatsoever on this, right? So now you're gonna have to trust this new regime, and they haven't given you any reason not to trust it because they knew what they're doing. This is a rebuild year, man. It's a rebuild year, so you're gonna have to massage it and take some time. And knowing the Miami Dolphins, they're going to be mid, but your quarterback is going to show that he's got some promise, and they can build around him. Malik Willis is a good player, man.
That makes sense. The quarterback will show that he's mid with just enough life.
No, your team will be mid, but your quarterback is going to show. Your team will be mid, but your quarterback's going to show some promise. We're like, yo, we can build around this guy and make him better. I'm trying to show you some love.
Don't lie to him. They're already on the clock for next year. That is number 1 overall, Miami written all over it, and you should be happy about it, Kevin. To be honest with you, it'll probably be the best thing that could possibly happen to you. You really couldn't have been positioned better to have the worst year you're probably going to have in the last 20 years. Next year is supposed to be this generational draft. I mean, I don't see how. Correct me if I'm wrong, but does Miami not have a legitimate chance to be picking number 1 overall next year? Especially with that schedule.
I know they won't because they'll manage to win
right
game. You know what I mean? They'll win an week 18 game against maybe the Bills when you're sitting your rush starters because you're 12-4 and it doesn't mean anything, And then we'll eke out a win to make sure that we draft third. But yeah, like we should be a top 3 for sure.
You're right. And I feel like everybody I ever talked to who's in that position, like, the Giants are always in this position. They've done this numerous times where they win. Usually it's a game in like mid-December, no business in winning, right? Completely. McLovin. I don't know what.
We're clowns.
Listen, if you think he might have Miami winning the whole thing, I don't know, but I just think that if you do have a year where you want, based on what the hype is surrounding next year, if you ever wanted a year to be bad and needed a year to be bad, it feels like this might be the year to be there.
All right,
Oh,
listen,
my
listen.
luck with the NIL money, they'll just all go
Stay
back.
behind.
Yeah.
I'll end up with some bum or something for sure.
I hear that. By the way, JD Stall says, can we all admit that the draft turns us bipolar? Because I'll admit, for me, Big Baller being treating us like we're Hallmark we're a Christmas movie. Because I mean, listen, man, he's got us up and down. We're up and down on our emotions, man.
You know what? You can just you can make that even more broad. You can just say the word football. I mean, you don't even need to narrow it down to the draft. Think about how you feel from a Sunday to Sunday span, 17 different times a year. Like, we're talking absolute polar opposite emotions on a 7-day scale, 17 different times. I mean, like last year, you win that Baltimore game in the most incredible fashion ever. And then you go on to lose a game like you lost in Atlanta. And you're looking at that, your perspective after those games, or like the Miami loss last year, like your perspective after those games are so unbelievably polar opposite. And you do that each and every week. So it's just football in general. It's conducive to having the most irrational thoughts of all time. This is why it always kills me when people are like mad, when people are really happy about something, really mad about something. It's the nature of the sport. I never understood getting mad about someone else's opinion on it unless it's just unbelievably bad or it makes no sense. But I'm talking emotion based where you're like, I don't love this. I don't hate this. This is what the whole thing's rooted in. It's what it is, especially the draft.
You nailed it, man. Because it's one of those. That's why Pierre's his thing that he likes to say is, yo, fans will be fans and fan how you want to fan. Fan how you want to fan. If you want to be the fan that is extra critical on everything the team does because it's never perfect, all right, do what you do, right? You want to hate it, you want to hate it. If you're one that is super positive of everything, right, where you're like, hey, man, it's not that bad. We'll just let it play out. Let's watch it. But we're in the business of content creation. We're in the business of live reacting to things. And that's what it is. And to be mad at someone, Rico, you're this, and Bot, you're that, and Kevin doesn't know what he... Come on, guys.
Yeah.
We're
you
live
think you know
reacting
more
to
than the
things.
GM?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I love
right.
that one.
Good thing you guys aren't GMs. You guys be fired. Right.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
I probably
You're right.
would.
You got
fired.
it.
That's why I'm doing a live stream for free. You know what I mean? But that's the whole point, right? The whole point of this sports, the whole point of like everyone coming together to watch these things is to have this discourse. If every pick we were just like A+,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, what would be the point? Like, why are we here? You know, like
facts.
And the same token, you don't want the Kevin for like just complaining about like my own draft, like not even a glimmer of hope. Like it's like you don't really want that. That's why I only get invited to Bill's things because then they appreciate my misery, you know. But like I never understood that. It's like you see it on Twitter too. It's like you think you know more. I'm like, well, no, but we're just talking. That's the whole point of these interactions. Is to change ideas. And then who knows, like when you get other people's perspectives and maybe it changes your mind. Like if someone's like, hey, Kevin, you guys wasted a 3rd round pick on a blocking tight end with no athletic upside, but you know, he was a 4-year captain. I'll be like, oh, that's great. You know, like that's what you're open for. Some sort of discourse to change your perspective on things.
Yep.
Scotty, you got your wish, by the way. Scott's saying they need to draft one of these wide receivers when they're up next because they got 2 draft picks back to back. Skylar or Burks from Oklahoma, or Lance from South Dakota State. Scotty, you got your wish. You got your wish with one of those 2 picks. Skylar Bell, Buffalo Bill at pick 125. Mike Check back in the building. I get it. We fired Sean, so draft hand clappers. I guess we're never going to lose the hand clapping mentality. I guess everybody, that's
funny. You say, yo, there's gonna be a lot of guys on the bench saying, all right, guys, let's keep it up.
Yeah. We got J Ham. Shout out J Ham, my main man. These picks prove they didn't try to redo their prospects after McDermott was fired. They just went for the picks they had planned for McD. I wonder if it lets us into how much of a, I think there was always this rumor or this there was always this curiosity as to how much say Bean had in regard to how much say McDermott had. And I wonder if what has happened up until this point in this draft thus far has allowed us to maybe get a glimpse into the fact that maybe Bean had more impact on what was actually taken than maybe people thought. I think a lot of, and this is once again, this goes back to my whole we'll find out thing, Rico.
Yeah.
There was all these accusations or these, these theories as to, well, McDermott handcuffed this guy, or he said we had to do this when so-and-so wanted to do that. There's been a lot of that. I think want to talk about cope. I think a lot of things that happened in Buffalo were people were coping with it by chalking it up to, well, it was on McDermott, to the point where I don't even know if it makes sense half the time. Well, but then again, though, we'll have an opportunity to find out this year. And when we talk about Keon Coleman and what his potential could be, like when you hear Joe Brady say, best thing that's ever happened to Keon Coleman is I'm the head coach. Well, you were also the OC. So then I do understand in those instances where it's like, well, wait a minute, what would change? And was it because McDermott had a say here or a say there? Same with Khalil Shakir. We're going to do different things with him. Well, was it because we were supposed to do something? I don't know. But I think we saw it tonight. And it wasn't like we saw this dramatic. We didn't see this dramatic pivot in the way Brandon Beane operates his draft. So I think for me, at least, I look at it and I don't know if it's more of McDermott impact more than this is what Brandon Beane does. This is how he operates the draft. Because I think a lot of people accused Beane of going defense so frequently because McDermott had his hand on the button. And I don't think that was always the case.
I don't think so either. And don't forget, they both came from the Carolina Panthers. So they kind of found maybe they're molded somewhat by Ron Rivera. And maybe Ron Rivera built his team that way to have, we build the trenches. I mean, they had Julius Peppers, I was gonna say Haloti Nada. Who's Starlo Tulele. They built Thomas Jones. What's that?
Thomas Davis.
Thomas Davis said Thomas Jones. Thomas Davis. Was that Luke Kuechly? Like they had some guys, right? So part of him still goes back to try to build. I mean, I can't speak for him, but it feels as though trying to recreate what brought them to a Super Bowl way back when. So they're like, yo, that was the formula. That's how we did it, and that's how we're gonna do it. But the game has changed, my G. The game has changed a little bit. So you gotta move with the punches a little bit. But part of me thinks he feels that he needs to kind of recreate. So hopefully Leonard coming in says, nah, we're doing things a little different. Joe Brady says, I have a different mind. But at the end of the day, he's still the one pulling strings and pulling the shots. So I can totally see it that way.
I don't see as much, obviously, as you guys about like Bean's pressers and stuff. But when I do see him, he often mentions over and over how many points per game you guys score. So I think and it's a relevant point. I think in his mind, he's thinking, why you guys keep screaming for offense, but it's like, but we're like one of the highest scoring teams in the NFL. So I think he's in his mind, he's like, offense isn't the problem, even though, there are games where you can see maybe Allen needs more help and stuff like that. Right. But I think he's looking at a macro view and he's looking at it for the whole season. And over the whole season, he's like, we're a top 5 scoring offense. So I therefore, and most of my money is going into like a lot of it now. It was transitioning right from your defense to your offense because Allen's going to make a lot of money. Dawkins makes some pretty good money. Eventually, you signed Brown it was a fairly team friendly deal. Cook had to get re-signed. You know what I mean? Yeah. Dalton Kincaid's going to have to get re-signed. So the resources, the allocation of your cap is going to slowly start creeping over to the offensive side. So he's got to get the cheaper, younger guys in there on defense as reinforcements. So I think part of him just looks at it that way. I think he thinks the offense is good enough. And if you make it so that Allen doesn't have to score 35 points every game in the playoffs, you will win.
Yes, that's facts. Side note, Skylar Bell, obviously drafted in the 4th round, our 4th round pick. He ranks 71st out of 4,196 receivers in the RAS score. He's 71st with a score of 983. So we got ourselves a weapon that I hope Joe Brady utilizes. I know he's going to be receiver 5, maybe 4, depending on how things break out. But you find your ways to get these guys the ball in their hands and do what needs to be done. So big shout out to the Bills for getting their receiver. And most folks are quite happy. I'm scrolling through Twitter right now and realizing, bro, there's a lot more love going out for the Bills now that we grabbed Skylar Bell, and I see some people are very excited about Elam's Orr as well coming out of TCU. So, listen,
my
man, this is
question to
where
Bean would be on the wide receiver position, Rico, would be, was it always, did you always view this part of the draft to be where you found the most value at wide receiver?
that's a great question for him,
right?
for real.
Like, because if to say, like, were any of these guys within reach, obviously, not talking about the Cardinal Tates and the Jordan Tysons of the world, but the guys within reach at 26 or, when they traded back, did you find that this area of the draft was equal or slightly lesser value to what you would have gotten all the way up there? That would be what I would wonder.
Yep.
Because obviously you knew they were going to go wide receiver at some point. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be earlier than later. But with Skylar Bell being linked to them for some time, I wonder if this was always kind of how they envisioned it. This was the guy.
Was this your original plan? Did you circle him and saying, if we're grabbing a receiver, that's going to be that guy, and we can get him later? So let's just chill. We'll get our guy. And he fell right to them. They didn't have to move up. They sat where they needed to sit, and boom, Bob's your uncle, and away we go. So I see that. So with a score of 9.83, he ran a 4.3, a 4.440. So I mean, listen, he can get down. He can get busy. He can get downfield. So love seeing that, and I'm looking forward to see what else these guys have up their sleeve. And his cone, his 3 cone was a 6.65, which ranked him a 9.79 out of 10. So he's agile.
Yeah,
so he's going to be getting in and out of breaks, and he's explosive as well. He had a broad jump of 11 feet. So we might have some in the 4th rounder. So it's going to be fun to look out. I got a question for you guys. Bot, I got a question for you, bro. And this goes for you, Bot. The Dolphins don't have a pick in the 6th round. Did you notice that, Kev?
Yeah, we pick we're on the clock right now.
Yeah, you guys are on the clock. But the Bills don't pick in the 6th round. Do you see where I'm going with this? Maybe, potentially?
Maybe.
Gonna be a lot of filler.
You're right about that. You're right about that. And I don't know how you guys feel about the 7th round draft pick.
Bryce
likely going to be Mr. Stonehouse, but we'll see. I mean, knowing the way that Bean has been rocking, he may not even do that. He may just say, "Hey, undrafted free agent. I'm going to just bring him as a undrafted." But I'm just going to put it out there for you.
We got Fitz coming in. Super chat. What's Mike Check saying?
Go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead. You had Mike Check there.
Yeah. Mike Check says, Eureka, just watch Steve Smith breakdown of Bell. I'll pull it up on the screen as you read that super chat.
Steve Smith, often very vocal on Buffalo Bills wide receivers. Apparently, we'll see what he has to say about Skylar Bell. Jay Ham once again, boys. Might have to ask this question early. Wow, putting us on the spot. Will Josh ever win a Super Bowl with us? And do you think if or when this fails, he will ask for a trade to win elsewhere? We talked about it a little bit last night. Jay Ham talked about the core 4: Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar. Who would be most likely to play elsewhere, much less win a Super Bowl elsewhere? Maybe it's my bias or just my unwillingness to think about the idea of Allen playing anywhere else. I just don't know how they would ever allow him to go anywhere else. That's where I see. I just, from a business standpoint, not even from the player standpoint, which that speaks for itself, but the business standpoint, I don't know how it would ever get to the point where they would be willing to ever do that, even if it got to the point where it felt like maybe Allen wanted to do that. I would think it's a no for me. I could never see them letting him go anywhere ever.
No, and I think he legitimately loves where he's at. I give you, you're looking at all the top quarterbacks, bro. He's like, Pat won in KC. I got to win one in Buffalo. Right? They've been comparing me to Pat. Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl. Me and Lamar have been knocking on the door. Sam Darnold in the same draft class as me just won himself a Super Bowl. Yes, he's had to move around, but he's not in the stature and the status that I'm sitting at. Bro, I'm winning in Buffalo. How can I not? I'm staying. I'm never effing leaving. That's what he's got to say. He's got to be Leonardo DiCaprio and say, I'm not going nowhere. Y'all got to try to push me up. No way. I'm winning one here. And he's got to. How can he not? He's got to. That'll be a big tragedy, man. I mean, Marino has been one of those guys, one of the best to ever do it. Never was able to get one. But he's been if I remember it correctly, he's been to a Super Bowl. Josh at least he has to get one. and get there. I can tell you right now, you get Josh into the dance, ain't no way you're gonna have to pry that opportunity from the win from cold dead hands. Ain't no way. He just has to get to the dance. Get him to the dance, and we'll be all right. I don't know if you want to do. Go ahead.
The only way he leaves is like a Peyton Manning type scenario.
Exactly, where it's just
had like some sort of really bad injury, but he wanted to continue playing the team. You know what I mean? Like if Allen gets hurt tomorrow, then you guys are going to pick high. You know what I mean? So a situation like that, when he gets a little older, something like that, if there's a bad injury and the team, wants to move on, but he wants to keep going, that's the only way I can see it happening.
I was gonna play that clip from Steve Smith, but I don't want to do. I wanted to. Did you want to read from our friends over at?
Yeah, we'll get Steve Smith's thoughts on Skylar Bell, the latest addition to the Buffalo Bills wide receiver room. Speaking of additions, make some additions to your closet. Bills gear, as I mentioned last night. I can never get enough of it. I know many of you are just like me. That's why you got to go check out our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. Link in the description below, buffalogiftemporium.com. Running a promo code through the weekend to celebrate the draft. It's BF15. That gets you 15% off anything you buy on buffalogiftemporium.com over on their website. If you love Buffalo, you got to check these guys out. Not only online, but if you're in the Buffalo area, Tonawanda and Williamsville, two shops in both of those towns. It's the go-to place for Buffalo-themed gifts, apparel, locally made products, and just a tremendous selection of sports gear. Everything you need to represent your hometown pride, whether that is Sabres or Buffalo Bills merch. Once again, buffalogiftemporium.com. BF15 is the promo code for 15% off. And also, while you're scrolling the socials, checking out what the word on the street is about all the Bills have done up until this point. On Instagram, our Instagram, Buffalo Fanatics account, we're doing a giveaway with Buffalo Gift Emporium, $100 gift card. Find that post. All you got to do is like it, tag a friend, follow Buffalo Gift Emporium, automatically entered to win a $100 gift card with our friends at Buffalo Gift Emporium. What is Steve Smith saying, Rico, about our new friend, Skylar Bell?
I'll let you know what Steve Smith's saying. But by the way, whoever wins that gift card, do me a favor. I just want a little trinket, just a small trinket.
Something.
Send it our way. I mean, we'd love to, represent Buffalo Gift Emporium out here in Canada. My man, I know he's a Dolphins fan, but he'd have to put a little keychain on there, show some love, right? To my man, Kevin. But let's get right into Steve Smith, former Panther, former Raven receiver, Steve Smith. He's been pretty vocal on some of the receivers in this draft. He says the best receiver in this draft, Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst was the best receiver in this draft, according to him. But he says my favorite is this guy right here, Skylar Bell. Let's listen up on what Mr. Steve Smith had to say about Mr. Skylar Bell and his analysis.
I'm really intrigued by this one. Skylar Bell from UConn. Number one, really interested in how teams see this kid and what they see, because he has such a great skill set, in my opinion. Really good, makes plays down the field, big plays down the field. Doesn't make it easy for open field tackles, one-on-one. He's gonna route you up. He's gonna out physical you. He's gonna run around you. He's gonna run through you. He jump over the top, breakaway speed. Does a lot of great things.
He was classed at the combine. Who are your favorite players to watch? Who do you see?
One of my all-time favorites is Steve Smith Sr., man. What he was able to do, man, is undeniable at his size.
Steve Smith Sr. was an absolute dog. What he was able to do, create space, get physical, win downfield. I mean, you know all about Steve Smith when he was at the combine.
I think one of the things there, one of the big takeaways is the yards after the catch with him. I mean, that's what the Bills love to do, obviously. Yeah. I mean, there's no reason, there's no secret why Khalil Shakir is their leading receiver. And I think what their offense, especially with their run game, they love getting the ball out quick, setting up the run game with these intermediate passes. And I think that's probably one of, if not the strongest element of Skylar Bell's game. And if you can do that with another guy beyond Khalil Shakir, then have DJ Moore take it off the top, it's exciting to think about.
It's funny. Somebody mentioned that he has 10-inch hands. And the when I think of receivers and the size of their hands, I always think of Larry Fitzgerald, huge hands, and buddy that's why is eluding me, played for the DeAndre Hopkins, huge hands. So and guys with big hands, man, you see how they catch footballs with ease. Smaller hands, obviously, you have issues with it, drops and so on. So big hands, you come down with it no problem. So 10-inch hands, listen, that's something that that will definitely help in these cold Buffalo games, right? You got big hands enough that you can kind of corral those balls and pause. That sounded kind of funny when I said that, but you guys catch what I'm saying in that regard. So let's keep it let's keep it rolling, and we'll go from there. So, big pick for you guys, man. Dude, show some excitement at least. Show some excitement, Kevin. Kyle Lewis? Yo, you can move that brother around all over the place. Talk to me. Your thoughts.
I like it.
I don't like this pick for you guys. I hate it because we have to face him. Go ahead.
I like it. Bit of a tweener. I would have rathered more of a pure safety, but I did like this guy. I had him more as a linebacker than a safety, but it's not bad. At least he's like an actual dude. So hey, we've got someone that might make a team.
I mean, if you look at what you guys have done thus far, you got Proctor starting left tackle for you guys. So you guys have a starter right there.
Starting left tackle. Patrick Paul's one of the best left tackles in the league now.
You guys drafted Johnson, and then you came back not too long after with Jacob Rodriguez, and then you guys came back with Douglas, and then you guys came up with Kamrick and then Bell with the 94th pick, Moore, and then Kyle Lewis. Bro, when you look at listen, there's some guys that stand out on this team, man. Lewis, Bell, Rodriguez, and Proctor. It might not be as bad as you think it is.
Why are you doing this to him? Why are you doing this?
Because he's I feel for him. Look at him.
You
know what the thing is? Kevin does this, but he truly is like, it's not as bad as I think, but
it's once again, it's another, like, he would make more sense for you guys. You know what I mean? If when you guys picked Elam Moore, I would have rather this guy than Elam Moore for you guys. Because Elam Moore, he reminds me of Dorian Williams. He's super fast, but there's nothing up here yet. But he didn't start playing football till like high school. He missed his freshman year. I believe he tore or something. He missed his whole freshman year. So Elam Moore is very young. So he's like to the game, I should say. So he'll have to like catch up mentally. So it's good that you have some other linebackers. He won't be forced to start right away. He'll be a good special teamer at first.
Right.
And then he has really good physical traits. He's really good at blitzing. He's not completely lost in coverage. So like, I like him, but I would have rather this guy for you. But for my scheme, I need a safety. Now I know he's a bit of a tweener, but I think he's like 230.
You'd be your big nickel. Your big nickel. Why not?
I know, but does that ever work? Remember every year fans always fantasize about the big nickels. Remember like Nadir, Hamas.
Yeah.
Like it was like, this is the big nickel. Is there one that's worked?
I mean, maybe Kyle Lewis is the guy that really sets it up. Terrence, you remember that, right? My boy Rico boy Ephesians. Ephesians Price Sock, the preacher's kid.
I like
drafted him. I gotta look into it. Yeah. You wanted him? Well, he got picked right after your guy.
Of course he did.
Of course he did, right?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I Warren Sharp put out a really nice write-up of all of Skylar Bell's stats coming into this draft that I think, man, I mean, tough to read this and not love it. Warren Sharp on Twitter led the entire wide receiver class in volume and usage. This is where I think, guys get dinged for not playing at Ohio State, in Georgia, in Bama, right? So you're at UConn and you don't think about it, but we're talking about, are you NFL ready? Well, you lead the class in volume and usage, right? I mean, you've gotten more reps than anybody. And with that, 7.8 catches per game. That's crazy. We're talking nearly 8 catches per game on average.
He was their go-to.
Number one, 34.5% target rate. That's crazy. Talking nearly 35% of all passes on that team going to that guy. That was number one in the class. And 2.82 yards per pass attempt. Were dedicated to him, right? 3.46 yards versus man, 3.09 yards versus zone. Kind of shows you the ability to have a similar impact on the game against whatever coverage he's seeing. One of only 2 wide receivers to clear 3+ yards in both. The other, Mekhi Lemon, obviously, first-round draft pick.
Nice.
8.2 yards after the catch on average.
Nasty.
That's crazy.
That's
65% contested catch rate. So you're looking at this. What doesn't he do well? Zone does well. Man does well. Go up and get it, does well.
Mm-hmm.
Gets open, 8 catches.
Gets it.
I mean, some of these numbers are crazy. And wow, I mean that breakdown of what he brings to the table. Shout out Warren Sharp. That's crazy because you kind of really get an idea of what his game is. And I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough unless you are from one of these, massive big name schools.
Let me double up on that because his some of the most success he's had, 67% of his success rate comes versus man coverage, 77% success rate versus zone. So he's successful however you decide to cover that, brother, right? Second best contested catch rate among receivers. That who did this one here? This is receptionperceptions.com. So not only is he successful against man, successful against the zone, so he's an overall damn good receiver. Second best contested catch rate amongst receivers that they've charted, behind only Carnell Tate. And you know where Carnell Tate ranked and where he got drafted. So Bell projects well as a movement Z receiver who can also kick into the slot. Pretty much Stephon Diggs, man. That's all I'm thinking right now is Stephon Diggs, right? Was excellent on the deep outbreakers and top routes. Would like to see Buffalo lean into that usage. This is where Joe Brady comes in and believes he can be that efficient option for them. I'm looking at his I might as well just show you guys so you guys can see it because I'm being selfish here. So if you're looking at what you're going to see from Skylar Bell, his success by route, look at it. There's not many places that he doesn't succeed. Corner route, 60%. You want me to go deep? I can work on that, about 56. But everywhere else, I'm solid, bro. I'm solid. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from our guy Skylar Bell. So
he posted a reaction, Rico, him getting drafted. Obviously, I don't care if you're going to the, I don't care where you're going. You just got drafted. I mean, that's
Winnipeg Blue Bombers.
Exactly. But I got to tell you, as a wideout, you got to be going nuts. Knowing come on.
Heck yeah.
That feeling's got to be nuts.
Mm-hmm.
You're not only drafted, but the second you land is the second you got a guy that is immediately going to be able to extract whatever you are bringing to the table. Like, with all these other positions, it's kind of, most of these positions are reliant on what you personally are able to do. With wide receiver, yes, of course, you got to get open. You got to catch the ball when it comes to you. But your success is predicated on who's throwing you the football.
You damn right.
And
damn right.
To be able, that's why you have to almost look at this through a completely different lens in the 4th round. Because it is 4th round, but if you go, even if you get a 1st round talent, let's talk about the Browns for instance. They double up, right? They go Concepcion, Denzel, Boston. Based on the history of the Cleveland Browns, their work's cut out for them. I mean, let's just put it that way. Their work's cut out for them. Here you got Skylar Bell in the 4th, and he's immediately in a situation where you have an offensive head coach for the first time in a long time in Buffalo, and you got one of, if not the best quarterback in the game. I mean, that is a completely different realm to be a part of, and man, oh man, I can't imagine the emotions, not only being drafted, but of course then it hitting you, oh my God, I'm now catching balls from Josh Allen.
Dude, that's why I'm sure that's how people felt when they got drafted and Tom Brady's going to be their quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? They got drafted. And I'm like, shoot, I'm going to play with Lamar Jackson. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Josh Allen? Dude, this guy's an he's a superstar. And you're about to play with Josh Allen. And right now, you know how important it is to have success for Josh Allen. Look, this is huge, man. So I hope the phone calls go like this. We're drafting you because we need you to be a damn difference maker. Get us over the freaking hump. And I'm sure every team talks about that, right? But for this particular window that these Bills are in and run out to win it, too often we've gone to the playoffs and we just come out empty-handed. It's enough. enough is enough. I hope these pieces are what puts things together. Here's my question to you, Bot. Are these the two best picks that the Bills have made?
Yeah, I mean, look at
125 and 126 over all of them.
Murdoch's saying, it's crazy. We might have gotten a couple of backups in the first 2 rounds, potentially 2 starters in the 4th round.
Does that make sense?
And it does. It does make sense. And I think I'm looking at. We talked about this. I don't know, 20 minutes ago or so. Like, was this
intentional?
Did they view the value at the starting positions to be equal, if not greater, in this area of the draft than they viewed it where they were picking earlier? And as a result, the value of the depth pieces just made more sense for what they wanted to do later on in the positions that were going to have starting roles open up. This is where, I kind of said last night, I got to see what the mindset is. I got to see what the approach is, because I think as you're starting to see this unfold, maybe that is what makes more sense. They didn't want to overbite on a linebacker or a wide receiver when they felt, I think, maybe if I'm being here, he's saying, look, could we go Omar Cooper Jr. here? Could we go Denzel Boston here?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
But I know Skylar Bell's sitting in the 4th, and I know depth isn't what you traditionally do in the 2nd round, but I feel good about getting an Elam Zor in the 4th round. I feel good about a Skylar Bell in the 4th round. So maybe this is where that makes sense. But I think if we're talking about, to Murdoch's point, is it crazy we got backups potentially in these first 2 rounds? The thing is
backwards, though.
It's not crazy because there's openings at linebacker and wide receiver. There isn't an opening right now. If with injuries aside, there isn't an opening at corner. There isn't an opening at left tackle. And there's always opening at edge because it's a rotational position, but you're not going to be getting more snaps, I'd imagine, unless we see TJ Parker come out and have the greatest camp of all time. I don't think that the snap count is going to outweigh Bradley Chubb and Greg Rousseau.
I'll just say this: if fans were looking at this draft, because it's wild to me. I can't grasp that. Like, you draft in your early rounds for starters, your later rounds for depth. We've gone ahead and swapped it. So the way I'm looking at it is like this, right? The way that we have, this is for the chat. How did you have it graded with the first 3 picks? And now, how do you have it graded now? It feels like how Bills may have been grading this as probably like the way they've been pretty volatile. Maybe it was an F, right? We didn't like it. This probably got him up to like a C+ because of these 2 picks in the late rounds. It's crazy to me. But I mean, listen, that's why you got to draft these guys. And I said this earlier, and it's tough sometimes because somebody said it. Sometimes we're bipolar. We're like, we're here, we're there. We don't know what we want sometimes. That's what sports is. But when it comes at the end of the day, where you get drafted, nobody cares, right? And it's what you do when you get to OTAs, camp, and all that stuff. Beat somebody out. Show me how you can come in and do it. If you came in as a 7th rounder, show me how you can outplay this guy here and go from there. So other than that, man, listen, I'm starting to warm up to the Skylar Bell and this Elam Orr. And I'm going to have to warm up to TJ Parker. I need to see a little bit more and watch more film and in Pierre's words, sell myself on TJ Parker. I got to do it. I got to sell myself on him. You're
on mute. While he figures that out, Fitz is saying we have one of the worst run defenses, which got even worse in the offseason. And instead of taking starters at interior linebacker and D tackle with 35 and 69, we went back up at other positions. I don't get it. And look, I think a lot of people are in the same boat as you, Fitz. I think a lot of people don't get why that wasn't addressed, but linebacker was just addressed. And I think we just kind of came to this conclusion. D tackle feels like the inevitable next step here in the 5th round. Right, Rico? I mean, that.
Oh, no question.
That was the one position
sense,
I was. Right? Yeah. And that was the one position I was kind of shocked they didn't go with earlier. Like when McDonald was available at 35, I really did think that was the pick.
Yep.
For that reason.
Let's just say we swapped. We said McDonald in, Parker out. Would that outlook of the draft look like everybody else stays the same? Would we be okay with how this draft went, knowing what we got? I think all Bills fans would say, hell yeah. And we had that.
If you swap those out, is that what you're saying?
Just those two. I think most folks would say, yo, that's it. That's the one. This draft was great. But listen, we are where we are, and we'll go from there. Kevin, I hope you remember what you were going to say.
I was just going to say So what he did is he forget about start or backup. Obviously what he did is he addressed premium positions first. So if you think about it, we're talking left tackle, edge, corner, right? Other than
okay.
quarterback, those are your three premium positions. So I think he wanted to get the best guys that he could at the premium positions, knowing that some of the secondary positions like off-ball linebacker, there was probably some options later in the day. Wide receivers typically kind of known as a premium, but there was such depth in, it was one of the deepest position groups in the draft this year was wide out. So I think that's kind of what he did. I think he was like, let's nail the guys that we like at the positions that are most important and then come back and fill in the rest.
Well,
I'm sure Jalen Kilgore, that's who I want. So he'll be gone the next two picks.
You think so, huh?
100%. Or you'll
I was just about to mention that Xavier, somebody was asking if Xavier Harris still there. He's still there. He's still there, ready for the picking. 6'8", 330. That's a big boy. I mean, listen, Spencer Brown, 6'8", 310. That's a big boy. So imagine this guy on the other side. That'd be pretty damn good. And I mean, he's appeared in 52 games. So flex. Listen, that's a big fella, man. These humans are getting bigger and bigger as we go. Golly, craziness. But yeah, man, pick is in for the Panthers.
It's what you guys do, though.
We are interested to see what Miami does in the next round. Where do you guys pick next month? You guys are picking in like 7 picks, right?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 7 picks. Okay, we'll see how you guys go. Bot, did you consider 7th round? What do you feel about that?
It's got to be my man Stonehouse. It's got to. Bills are not. There's no pick in the 6th round, right?
No pick in the 6th round.
Yeah,
so 7th round, and we pick at 220.
220. Let's get to some super chats here. Walt, I understand depth is important, but when that's your entire draft, let's be real about that. Let's be real about what that is. It's a group of players you hope to not see play. That was basically our mentality on it. That's why I think the confusion was noticeable, because you're in that win now window. Their first 3 picks, they're successful if they're not on the field, and that's not necessarily what you're signing up for early on in the draft. That's why we're talking here about the intrigue level of the 4th round guys being your potential day one starters, or at least impact players right away. The first 3 not. But as we talk through it, as we see what's happening, Kevin alluded to it too, which I thought was a great point. Premium positions early, down the line, impact players now found the value in the 4th. We'll see how it all pans out. Grok saying next pick, Bean is drafted a punter. Not next pick, but we're hoping 7th round. Grok, Stonehouse is our guy. We want him in Buffalo. Dude's got a golden leg. He comes from a family of golden legs. I mean, this is pedigree over here. Absolute pedigree of kickers. I'm hoping we see Stonehouse at some point. 7th round would be ideal. We got Cody Benz, our guy, Cody Benz. Rico got a haircut. Bot lost his hat. I think this is the first time I've ever been on here hatless. I saw a few comments about it. I host the NFC East Roundtable. Simone is the Eagles rep. I ran into her at the draft. So get this. I've done probably 50 shows with her. And we're at the draft. I go up to her. I go, hey, what's up? She goes, I'm sorry, have we met? I go, it's Z-Bot.
You met? She pulled that on you?
Yeah. I go, it's Z-Bot. She goes, oh my God. She goes, I've never seen you with a hat, without a hat on, ever. She didn't, to the point where she didn't even know who I was. I've hosted like 50 shows with her. So I figured, you know what? Maybe I gotta go hatless once every now and then, so that people that I do stuff with on a routine basis actually know who the hell I am. Detwin, do you think trade downs are strategically tied to lower contracts and having more money to spend elsewhere instead of picking higher and paying more? Well, Kevin talked about this a little bit earlier with the contract of Allen, which I know gets brought up a lot. Some of the premium guys making premium money. It could be part of it. I don't think it's everything. I think in the round 1, if there was a guy that they could not afford to let go, they would take him. But I think, once again, in this draft in particular, the value at the end of round 1 didn't seem to be significantly higher than moving back. And I think that's why everybody you talk to that had any intel on any team worth their salt, they all wanted to trade back. At least we're willing to listen to it. And that's why I think we all knew that was what the Bills wanted to do and were probably going to do should they be able to do it. Took a couple of trades, 3 trades to be exact, what they wound up doing. I think he could play part in it, Detwin. Certainly. Jeff King, the Kinger. Hold the phone here, folks. Wow. Let this one sink in. Our main man, the Kinger, dropping off a red apple, a crimson red apple for the boys. Unbelievable. Jay King, great to see you as always, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. No. The pleasure is always ours, Jeff King.
Always.
He's saying much love and respect to you all. So far, these draft picks aren't adding any lead to the pencil, if you know what I mean. My best to all of you, gentlemen. Preach to me and calm my nerves. But we don't have Pierre on today. That's our guy for that.
He's that guy.
You're going to need to call him up, Jay
Yeah.
King. I'm sure if you watched last night, you got some preach. Kev, what do you got for Jay King?
I was going to say with Jeff, when did it come? Did it come before the Skylar Bell pick?
He definitely did. This was from a bit ago, I think.
Okay.
What
We
time was this?
probably-
Yeah, 1:45. Yeah, this was like 2 hours ago.
Because if there's one thing that's synonymous with Jeff King, it's calmness. You know what I mean? So I'm
Oh,
yeah.
let me tell you. He's like a monk, Jeff King.
And
Yeah.
you know what's crazy? I'll tell you right now. Jeff King is as calm as they come now. When he comes, even when his calls lately have been very, very chill. They haven't been as fired up as before, man. We got a new Jeff King in the building now. But
In fact, to your point, he's the one after the AFC Championship loss to the Chiefs. If you know, you know. That post game stream, that was a classic. And he knew I was a little shaken up after that one. He called me. He's the one who talked me off the ledge. He called me the next day. So you know, as riled up as Jeff King can get. What draft was it, Rico, that Jeff King called in and just absolutely lost it? Was that when we traded with the Chiefs? I think.
Yeah,
it
I
was.
think so. I think so.
Yeah. So believe it or not, Jeff King he's really good at being able to play both sides of the fence. So that was epic, though.
Love to see it. By the way, just letting you guys know, I've reached out to a few people to join us for this long day, and so you're gonna see some people come on periodically. And as of right now, we got our boy Cy Whittle's in the back right now. So all he has to do is just give me a flex. Let me know when you're ready to go. Oh, that's it. You about to give me the thumbs up? Who you think you Josh Allen? Yo, Whittle right now don't feel like he happy right now, boy. Whittle, talk to me. Talk to us. You don't feel good about this job. I can feel it. You're shaking your head. Your head is down. You looking like my man Kevin right next to you. Talk to me, bro.
The best day of the draft so far for the Bills was day one when we didn't pick anybody.
You foul.
I'm serious, man. First off, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good to see you, bro.
Man, you know, we started this draft with a couple of needs: run stopping, defensive tackle, linebacker, wide receiver, depth corner, safety. We are now in the fifth round, sixth round, somewhere around there, and we still have the need at linebacker, at defensive tackle. I mean, they took a wide receiver. I know a lot of Bills fans love Skylar Bell, but Skylar Bell struggles from the same thing that all the other receivers on his roster struggle from. Has a hard time beating press man coverage from the boundary. There's some drop issues there. A lot of his production last year came from the slot. A lot of stuff is at the line of scrimmage. Yards after the catch.
Interesting. Okay.
Like, kudos you got a receiver, Brandon Bean, but I mean, there were guys that were available, and this will never sit right with me. He traded back into the second round to take a depth corner. I cannot reconcile that. I can't. Like, there's nothing registering to me that makes any sense with trading back to go get a depth corner that ran a 4.5. When other teams are taking wide receivers like Brennan Thompson, who could go compete for the Olympic track team. Like, that's the level of disadvantage that we're at. I just the Ravens got 2 receivers. The Chiefs fixed their secondary in this weekend. Like, and it's not over yet. They fixed their secondary. They have a starting cornerback one. They picked up, I think, one of the best nickel corners in the or one of the best nickels in the draft in Jaden Kennedy from Oregon.
Yeah, he gone.
Extremely physical, can run. Like, I mean, just go look at the guys that they have in his the little short videos that they show when he gets drafted. He's covering, he's getting past breakups on Makai Lemon, who went in the first round. So, I mean, you know, and Bean went to get a guy who, you know, was pretty invisible when he wasn't getting flagged in 2024. I mean, this past year he was better, but again, like, there's certain positions that I just think matter. Athleticism matters, speed matters. Corner's one of them. The linebackers that we took, the linebacker that we took, I had concerns about his coverage.
Okay.
I had concerns with, you know, his ability to diagnose where the play is actually going before it goes there. He's fast. He's physical. It just, like, I just feel like Leonard is telling Bean, this is what we're going to do. We're just going to blitz from the second level, and we're just going to throw a lot of people at the line of scrimmage, and somebody's going to get free, and we'll force mistakes.
So let me ask you this. So obviously you don't see this draft at all positively. It's okay. I mean, and over time, you know how drafts work. Over time, we start to kind of, you know, see some players where you're like, all right, he's developed. He's better than I anticipated. But as of right now, raw reaction, you're like, nah, bro, I'm not feeling it. Do you feel like the pick, who would have been in your pick, whether we picked in the first or whether we picked wherever we picked in the second, who would have been your very first pick for the Bills that was available?
Very first pick, I would have done exactly what Bean did on day one, which is trade back and get more.
Trade out. All right, bet. So we're good with that.
Yeah.
Who would have been
first
your
pick?
first
I would have taken Caden McDonald.
So there's no question. By far?
Yeah. Like if and obviously, you know, I'm not privy to the conversations that Leonard's having with Bean. If they feel like they don't care as much about run stop and defensive tackles because we're just going to throw bodies at the line of scrimmage and stop the run that way, then you take the linebacker. You take Jacob Rodriguez there. I mean, you take a guy that's going to turn the football over. That's going to take the ball away from the other team.
Let me tell you,
get a guy like that.
Let me tell you what. Jacob Rodriguez went to the Miami Dolphins, and you see that guy next to you?
Yeah,
you don't like him.
I know.
He says, "No, I'm not feeling it."
Then you trade up to get a depth corner when you could have traded up and got Chris Bell, who's drawing comparisons to AJ Brown.
No, I got that guy. I liked him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I got him too.
I liked him.
It's funny. So if you're looking at Brandon Bean and you understand, okay, you got a new DC, right? You got a new head coach. The philosophy. I mean, maybe the where they view things might be more aligned. McDermott's gone. Did he draft in a way where you're like, nah, this is the same Bean that I've been knowing? Or did this draft kind of show you, oh yeah, we are going in a different direction? I can see that. What did this draft tell you about Bean? And does this give you more confidence in Bean? Are you still same with Bean? Or are you like, I'm out on Bean? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
If I could trigger a federal investigation into Bean's private life, I would do it right now. I would have him investigated by some of the alphabet organizations in the United States. 100%. FBI, CIA, ATF.
Get them off.
Knock on his door with paperwork. We're going through everything. Yeah, we're going in a different direction. It's just for me, it's the wrong direction. Now, if the plan is we're just going to kind of blitzkrieg the line of scrimmage with 6 bodies every down, sure. Then this makes a lot of sense. I don't hate I don't hate these picks. I just don't love taking TJ Parker where we could have taken Caden McDonald and kept him away from the Houston Texans, who now have solidified their defensive front. Like, their only hole was defensive tackle, and now they got the best defensive tackle on the board, like the best tackle.
Hold that thought then. Hold that thought. I'm going to bring in my man, the Thigh Doc, and then I got to take a call at the same time. But hear me out on this second here. What if Jimmy's like, this is the guy I need. You got a new defensive coordinator. And if your defensive coordinator tells you, bro, if you want my defense the way you guys brought me in here and you want to get my say, you want me to do, you got to listen to me. This is the guy I need. How as a GM do you say, nah, bro, you taking this guy because that's the best player right now? That's tough.
Well, this is the thing.
Beans get put in a bad position or a tough position, if you will.
So they draft Caleb Orr, the kid from TCU,
right?
Who's a really good athlete. If you're just looking for a really good athlete, Kendall Daniels is there. He's a really good athlete, 6'5", 240. He gives you elite level size. Former safety, can cover if you need to, which gives you the ability to be multiple. I mean, I just think that there have to be more conversations on these draft picks. Take CJ Allen. He ran a 4.47. I mean, take that guy. You know, if you just need an athlete to go chase the ball, like take that guy who could be everything you need and then more. It just didn't make a lot of sense to me, man.
All right. So, Side Doc, we're going to bring you in. We just got to fix the panels a little bit. So what's the next move? We got back-to-back moves. Chances are maybe the Bills trade up and kind of get rid of a pick and get a guy, or they go back-to-back. What are you doing with this back-to-back pick?
At this point, I mean, there's still some safeties that I like that are available. So I would probably look at Zaki Wheatley from Penn State, who I think can play, who can give you, he can give you the deep coverage that you're looking for that you really don't have outside of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I would even maybe think about another linebacker, Red Murdoch, still out there.
Listen,
who can give you, I mean, that's like throwing a bone to the fan base, I guess. I would think about receiver, maybe Malik Benson, who gives you the speed.
You go another
element
receiver?
that
You bring
don't
another
have.
one in?
Yeah, because you still don't have the speed element that you're looking for on this roster. So, I mean, I just feel like we're not multiple enough. I feel it really feels like Bean said we were close last year. Let's just run it back and not have Dane Jackson come into games or, who insert safety that stunk and, those guys come in and give up a touchdown on one play.
What do you think, though, about maybe the idea of transitioning more into like press corners that are more physical on the line? Like when you see a Brennan Thompson, I see a guy that can't get off the press. So it's great that if, you know what I mean? Like, I think maybe that's the idea you're going for instead of your off man zone guy or your off zone, your cover three guys that you had. Because when you talk about athleticism, you guys did pretty well with Trey White. He was not an elite athlete. You guys did pretty well with Benson. Benson's a little bit better, but you know what I mean? Like, if you can get hands and physical, because I think the idea is, can we disrupt them at the line enough to get those guys at the line of scrimmage time to get home? Which, in a way, is kind of the aggressiveness that Bills fans, from what I've seen, have been complaining about for the last 8 years, right? That McBean wasn't aggressive enough. So I'm wondering if the idea is to get new corners with different techniques that can disrupt them at the line of scrimmage to give those blitzers time to get an Elam Orr time to get home on the blitz.
Well, so yeah, I understand that philosophy or that thought process. But
Wheatley just got drafted, by the way.
Perfect.
In the exact spot. So I feel you, brother.
Great.
I've been dying for safety. I'm going to lose my mind because I don't have an NFL caliber safety on the roster. And we just traded with the Panthers so they could take Wheatley. So we gave away the pick. So
gave away the pick that
take the safety that I needed. So anyways,
I'm just so to answer your corner point, I agree. Like I think that feels like the direction it's going, but if you're not always going to win at the line, sometimes the corners are going to get beat, and the guy you just drafted, more often than not, against Kansas City, against the Chargers, against Denver, if he loses at the line of scrimmage, it's probably 7.
I got somebody coming for you. Are you ready are you battle tested enough to come with it?
Come on, man. Don't nobody want this work, man. Nobody.
My man says, hey, You're complaining about the draft picks because they don't fit McDermott's defense, which are no longer running. So he's pretty much saying, so what are you talking about? Like, it's not McDermott's defense. What are you complaining about? This is for this new defense. We got players for this 3-4 scheme that we're going to be running. So what you bitching about is what he's pretty much saying. Well, how you
Who's the
gonna
nose tackle? Who's the nose tackle?
And that's for my guy to answer right now. Because I love when these comments come in, but there's no like reasoning why. You better double back and reason why. So who's a nose tackle? We don't got one yet.
I put a little bit in.
Depending on how they feel also, and this is another thing too. How do you really truly feel about TJ Sanders? How do you feel about Deion Walker? How do you feel about Ed Oliver? Like, how do you really truly feel about Dwayne Carter? How do you feel about those guys? Because like right now, because you haven't taken one early, it's as if you feel good about what you have on the roster right now. To me, not acceptable. Your thoughts, and then answering my man that came for you.
So, I'm gonna pat myself on the back real quick. I was ahead of everybody with Deion Walker. Everybody, like when people were saying, when Bills fans, I mean, listen, there is a track record of tweets when people were saying this guy is out of shape and he has a high pad level. I said no. Go watch the 2023 film. Don't watch 2024. Go watch 2023. He's amazing. And what we got was 2023 Deion Walker. He's a stud. I think Ed Oliver's a stud if you give him one-on-ones and you keep him clean. I think Terrell Bernard is a stud if you keep him clean. We're just not drafting guys to do that. I think when you have a Deion Walker, your best his ability to move and play at different areas of the line. I said when Deion Walker was when he announced that he was going to the draft, my comp for him has been Chris Jones. I think he's that good. I think he can be dominant from the edge. I think he can be dominant inside. I think he can line up over the center and be dominant. You can move him anywhere and he can work. You just can't leave him in the same spot. And I fear the way this roster is shaping up is that we're just going to keep him in or around the one or the zero technique. And that's limiting his ability to use his speed, use his ability to get skinny. And I mean, I know it sounds crazy at 350 pounds, but he can get skinny on double teams and beat offensive linemen to their spot and be disruptive, kind of like how Ed Oliver makes his money. When you have guys like that, I think you got to keep those guys clean. And when you're running a 3-4 defense, when you're running an odd front, your two inside backers need to be good in coverage. They need to be good in coverage because it gives you the ability to send one, drop one, bring the safety down for that robber position, whatever. You just don't have one now on top of that.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm gonna tell you this. Cy is a busy cat, documented. He said, well documented. You better go check my receipts. It's all there. Listen, Cy, I got people in the back that's trying to come through. Let people know where they can find you, where you're the most active. And I know you got your pod rocking right now. Let people know where they can find you. Follow my man, Cy. All your information, give it out right now, bro.
Yeah, you can just follow me at Whittle2K on Twitter and TikTok. I started doing the TikTok thing.
Yo, I'm trying to do it. I don't know if I can do it, man. You're doing it?
Yeah.
You're doing that TikTok?
Ball knowledge is severely lacking over there. I'm needed. We're all needed over there. We're all needed over there. It's bad. It's bad.
Yo, you throwing in a couple dances in there? Are you throwing a couple dances?
No.
That?
No, but my daughter just got picked up. My daughter's a freshman at she's a freshman in college right now, and she just got picked up as a brand ambassador for a hair company. She's going to be doing TikToks and things like that. We're talking about some things to kind of get her footprint up a little bit more with some funny stuff involving some of the family. So
you'll be there. Yeah. You'll be featured.
Yeah, you'll see me out there. I might give you a 2 or 3 steps.
I got you. Listen, appreciate you, my G, for coming through and letting us know, man. You always keep it a buck, and that's how we like it, man. So Whittle2K on Twitter and all of that stuff. You'll find him on TikTok. He'll be doing this thing, and man, I appreciate you, my G. Always a pleasure.
Man. You have a good one. Go Bills.
All right, my man. That's my guy. Let's bring in the Thigh Doc, and then we're gonna bring in my man Carl.
Oh,
Carl, I'm gonna bring you in just a moment. What's up, Thigh Doc?
Thigh Doc's got a brand ambassador deal as well. Who are you working with nowadays? Who was that again?
Wingstop.
That's what it was. What are you doing over there? What are you doing?
They're trying to sell more drumsticks.
There you go.
How's
There
that
you go.
going?
What's up, boys? Hey, Kevin, good to see you.
You too, buddy. Bucket of thighs.
What's up, mate? Yeah, they're here. They're here.
Now, hold on. I'm going to try to bring my man Carl Jones on here because we got Carl in the back
my
now.
God.
But I'm trying to Carl Jones, the one of the, listen, man, one of the most popular guys on Twitter right now.
Bro, are you guys going to organize? Are you going to organize a BF thing this year for the game again?
Yeah, we have to.
You got to get
try. That's the plan, brother. That's the plan.
You got to wait and see when the schedule comes out, I guess. But
hold on,
it's not. Just getting in. We just got to get in there, for the new stadium. We got to do something.
But why didn't you text me back today?
Me?
Yeah, I sent you multiple text messages.
Listen, why are you pretending you didn't get the text? You were talking about him on air, bud.
For real?
I was.
You guys are fools.
Why were you? What do you eat?
Did you take my hat? Are you taking the hat?
Buddy, I saw that for triple on the lots.
You hold that thought. You hold that thought. I'm gonna see if I can try to get.
I'm just seeing this. I'm planning a baptism over here. So you were, oh God, thigh doc.
Listen, before we get into this thigh doc chatter, ladies and gentlemen, Bot, do you think we can kind of adjust that? I don't know how you did it last time where we adjusted where we all lined in.
That won't do it, will it?
Yeah, I won't do it.
Just got rid of all.
How about that? How about that? We got Carl looking good in there now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've added another to the group. We got my guy, the thigh doc, right next to us, the resident doctor. We have him on the medicals. Anything that we need, we got it. And then he gives you an occasional thigh in there. So I hope he's gonna keep that PG today. And then we got
Carl. Give me a high five.
You're on the wrong side, brother. Other side, other head.
Really?
I kind of like that. I kind of like that look.
You gotta go the other side. Yeah, there you go. Flip it. y'all look like you guys are on these. Listen, we got to get right into this with my man Carl, because Carl, you know this, you know these prospects, you know them well, and you've been on with me countless times. You always keep it a bean, and I'm gonna ask you to keep it the same. TJ Parker. Are you in on that pick for the Bills? Is it a good fit for these Bills? Were you puzzled by that pick when there were others that potentially could have fit with this scheme? What were your thoughts on the first pick? And we'll run through them as we go.
Yeah, I'll make it nice and sweet for all of these guys. First off, appreciate y'all boys for having me on today. Really appreciate it. But in terms of TJ Parker, Clemson guy, when Sean McDermott left the door and got fired, there was an assumption that, okay, they were going to change some archetypes, some body types on the defensive side, most notably on the edge. This entire McDermott tenure, they've had big guys off the edge. When we go back to a Shaq Lawson, when you have a Greg Rousseau, a Joey Bosa, Boogie Basham, AJ Epinesa, all these guys play with more power as opposed to bend and edge. So the assumption was, okay, that was McDermott's flavor. This draft, look at a Cassius Howell or maybe a Malachi Lawrence or guys of that ilk, or Mason Simons, who got drafted by the Chiefs. But then they draft TJ Parker, who I still think is a good player. Like, you're super productive. I'm just being me, Lord. That's all I can be. But he's a productive player. I think it's more similar to what they've gone after in the past. I would say that probably a really good darn run defender from day one, and then you hope that he can progress into a much better pass rusher as things go on.
Carl, what do you think the mindset was the first three picks? Because I think it's obvious that it was from a depth perspective, but then you go to the fourth round, and I think it's obvious there's starting potential there for those two. I think it's the complete opposite of what you expect the draft to be. You could justify, I think, the edge with the first pick, but then you see corner, then you see tackle. I did not see tackle at all. I mean, maybe later on, but man, I didn't see that. From what you can tell from what maybe their ideology was going into this one, the first three picks collectively, what does that say about their approach moving forward with Joe Brady here?
Yeah, so last night when we were talking to Brandon Beane, I asked him, like, hey, what do you view Davison Igbinosun as? And he said purely an outside cornerback. Like, he doesn't believe he has any nickels. He said, like, his profile doesn't suggest that he can play on the inside, and he didn't shut the door on safety, but they don't think he's a safety. So that leads me to believe, which he brought up several times, the depth issues at corner that have harmed them in the postseason the last few years. When Kyer Elam had to step in against the Kansas City Chiefs 2 years ago, and then last year, Dane Jackson and obviously Max Harrison got hurt in week 18. So he told us several times that, listen, cornerback is a premium position, and it has harmed them in the past when they haven't had the depth behind them. Whether you agree with that or not, that is what Brandon Beane told us yesterday ad nauseum. And then when you go to the next pick, the tackle guard out of Boston College, I think Brandon Beane, I would say for the better part of like the last 4 or 5 years, has done a good job of developing a pipeline and developing for the future on the O-line. And I think that when you look at the next 12 months, it's going to be critical for the Bills in terms of the trenches up front. You got to consider the fact that Osiris Torrance is going to get paid next offseason. Will they bring him back? They still have a glaring hole at left guard. None of those guys are sharpie in to start. And then Deion Dawkins' contract, I'm not saying they should move on from him, but his contract is much more malleable next offseason if his play takes a dip this year. So might as well, acquire some players who can maybe fight and compete for the next 12 months.
Don't mind Kevin, by the way, Carl. I think the Dolphins have had 36 picks. He's liked one of them, and it would not be the most recent one they just took, who he also hates. I'm pretty sure, Kevin, you're going to have a handprint permanently tattooed on your face by the time this thing's all said and done. What do you hate about this? I mean, I don't even know how you could even know to hate this at this point.
And Michael Taff was one of the better safeties. I mean, was touted as a solid safety. I'm not saying one of the better ones. He wasn't a bum. He wasn't no bum. And you don't like it.
0 upside. 5'11", 190. Small arms, small hands, small wing size, no production. Like, he's a
What
bum.
about his heart?
Like, you have Jalen Kilgore sitting there and you're taking these fucking bums. Like,
listen, hold on. Is it all about measurables for you?
Well, let's put it this way. He's white. Get rid of him.
You love it.
Auntie, you know what I mean?
As Kevin said last night, they would have been better off not picking it all, according to Kevin. That's what he said last night.
What are you doing?
Kevin, this might turn into probably one of your favorite players when it's all said and done. And you'll be like, you know what?
There's no chance. This guy at best, is going to be one of your core special teamers. Has zero chance, zero upside.
Let's get Thydock in on this. For starters.
I think we should give Brandon Beane all the flowers.
Wow.
He's having a great draft.
Thydock's like Carrot Top, man. He's got his own kit. He's got his prop kit. He's got it all. You got the Allen in the back. You got a chain on it, which I like. Love that. Yeah. All right. Yep. Any of these guys drafted thus far? Is there anything history-wise that's notable, injury-wise?
So they're all healthy. I mean, some of them have some nicks. The O lineman's probably got the most nicks on him, but nothing big. Linebacker had an ACL in high school, but he's over 2 years removed from it, so I wouldn't worry. He's been productive and healthy since. But all these guys today, I don't know if you've been checking my timeline, but they have great thighs, a lot of definition and girth. The day one guys did not, so I was a little disappointed. But the guys today, good shape, couple thigh tats, all scoring over 7.5.
Are you a fan of the thigh tat? I know you, because that's like your holy ground, the thigh. So is that like that desecrating the holy, or no? You like the thigh tat?
No, it's done right. It can be a game changer.
Carl Jones he doesn't do the sleeves, arm sleeves. He's more of a knee down sleeve. Are you in on that tattoos on the legs there, Carl?
I don't mind it. I'm more. I got the chest piece, and I'm where you can't see it unless you my lady. So that's
there you go.
I like it. You know what? To your point, though, Rick, I like the leg sleeve. I've always been a fan of the leg sleeve.
I'm with you.
You waiting for me? Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. That could change my whole persona.
With a leg sleeve, you gotta have any sleeve. You have to have a story to tell.
Yes,
because that's a lot of ink. I mean, what in your life have you gone through? Like I'm telling you this story, I'm telling that story, and I got this story. I mean, at least for me, that's how I feel. You probably gonna have a hell of a story to tell if you're gonna have a leg sleeve. That's just me though.
That's why you put it that way. I might as well leave that thing bare. I don't know if I got a full leg story to tell right now.
Well, let me ask Carl Jones a little something, because there's a story that I need to get from him, because when that second pick happened and it was Mr. IGB, were you sitting going, oh damn, so that's what they're doing? Did that logic come to your mind? Oh yeah, they're going for depth because of XYZ. Were you like, I didn't see this one coming? What were your initial thoughts on that second pick?
I was like, damn, for real. Now this is a layered discussion, so just give me a second here. In terms of the player himself, Davison Igmanosin, he improved all 3 years, I think, at OSU, and he spent his first year in the SEC. But he got much better year after year. You guys probably seen the write-ups, seen the videos of him. I think 30 accepted penalties in his career. Right. Listen, it was a frustrating player for the Buckeyes, but I'll tell you, this past year, he was a really darn good player, super physical in the run game. He feared no man out there on the field. But coming into the draft, they needed to address corner. I mean, they did. They only have 2 on the roster at the moment. If you were to say Dorian Strong isn't going to play this upcoming season, so they needed to address it at some point. But I didn't think they were going to use one of their premium assets to do so, considering they traded up to get this guy. Like, this isn't like they just stuck and sit there at 66 or at 91 and just say, hey, let's get a damn good player or next up on our board. This is clearly someone that they prefer and like. And it got me thinking a little bit, because I don't know if you guys know the name Jalen Watson. He was the cornerback for the Chiefs the last 4 years. The Rams picked him up and he got paid, I believe, like 34 guaranteed. So he's a highly paid dude, and good for him. That's who Igman Olsen reminds me of at his peak, like a really long guy, not really fluid. You're not going to expect him to just like run across the field and do things like that. But he's super physical and big as hell out there on the perimeter. So it got me thinking a little bit. That style fits a lot with what we saw last year in Denver. No one is Pastor Surtain. Let me make that clear. That is a gold jacket brother. But what his profile suggests is big, in your face. I can run with the vertical routes. And I wonder if Jim Leonard has some say so in the fact that, like, hey, I want a cornerback like that. I want someone that fits what I want to do defensively. And for all of Max's strengths, that's not Max. Like, Max is a damn good player, I think, and I think he'd be a good player in the league. But that's not what he's best at. Max is best in terms of reading, reacting, and zone coverage and zone eyes, reading the quarterback. So I just got me wondering a little bit, what do they feel about Max? And do they just want to just let the ball roll out there in St. John Fisher and just see who wins that battle between those two?
So,
I mean, it's funny you compared him to Watson, because I thought he seemed a lot like Kyer Elam.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that's far off, though, to be quite frank with you. I think if you were to put their profiles side by side, Kyer coming out of Florida, you would say he's a linear athlete, tight hip, so you wouldn't say that he's good with like getting in and out of breaks, but he's super long, he's fast. Kyer was a little faster, but he had grabby issues in the SEC.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like IGB. But not two players are the same, but yes, I think on the low end, that's what it can end up like for sure.
Is this a makeup call? Is this a makeup call for Bean where he's like, bro, I tried to find that prototype long speed corner. I failed miserably in the first round. I'm gonna get that in the second round. I'm gonna get my guy IGB. So is this like I want that prototypical size corner, and I got him here? Because I mean, we brought in elude me, cornerback from Green Bay, then went to the Bills, then went to Miami.
CJ Gardner-Johnson.
No, not CJ. We previously had him. From Green Bay to now, he played for Miami for a year. He was with us for a couple years. Why is it not coming to my head? Corner, Green Bay, came over here. Rasul Douglas.
Yes.
Rasul Douglas was lengthy corner, and we got some success out of him. So I almost feel like this might be that route. And I don't mind it. Now that I think about it and Beans explained himself, I'm cool with it. So let's not run it back. Then we went tackle with Jude. And initially, were you in the same Kevin Hart? Damn. Were you in that road? Or once you looked at it, you understood it? Because when I looked at the depth and we went and looked through the depth, we're like, we don't have a whole lot of depth. Tylen Grable, Travis Clayton, Chris Lund.
Mm.
Are you shocked by it, or does it make sense?
No, actually, on my platform before I went on vacation, I put it at like a 70% chance that they would take an old lineman within the first 3 picks.
Snap! Okay.
And then this is not just based off how I feel about the roster. I'm just going off of the evidence based off how Brandon Beane has acted over the last few years. He is super proactive on the offensive line. Probably too reactive at receiver, as we all know, but he is proactive at O-line. He does not want to go into any situation not ready for what's coming next. And I think the tea leaves were there, though. They were willing to spend $3.5 million on Ryan Vandermark to be a swing tackle. That says a lot, in my opinion, on what they think about Tylen Grable. That, to me, says we are willing to spend a premium on a backup player, even though we have someone who is much cheaper in the building. So I think that says a lot about who they already had. And listen, strengths can become needs like that. Let's play the scenario out for a second here, y'all. Let's just say that left guard spot never solidifies this year. Alec and I forgot the brother they brought in this year as the guard.
Corbett,
thank you. What if they just never settle that down, right? Where they just keep battling all year and it is what it is. Osiris Torrance walks because do you really want to pay 4 really expensive wide receivers? I mean, offensive linemen. And then Dion takes a step back, or Spencer, who pick your poison with that? Well, now we got some question marks everywhere. So it never hurts, in my opinion, to be proactive on the O-line because that thing can turn into a strength, into a need real quick.
I'll tell you right now, man. First day, Beam was getting flamed online hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Flamed.
I was online with you.
Getting flamed online. Did he make up for? Did he turn the fire extinguisher on himself and douse him out a little bit by picking Skylar Bell and then going Elam Orr back to back?
Yeah, so I'm not going to sit up here and tell you I know everything about the TCU linebacker, but based off of a lot of the draft analysts, they said that they love him. Now, they were not Bond, but I think that's encouraging if you are a fan, and they filled a need on paper, correct? Skylar Bell is the interesting one, though, because it depends on whatever lens you want to look at it through. If you are in his camp of like, yeah, man, we got a home run, listen, that brother is super productive. I believe he was top 3 in the Biletnikoff this year. For those who don't know, that's a top 3 wide receiver in college football. I think like 1,200, 1,300 yards or whatever, over 100 catches. He was super productive. Ball in his hands, down the field, all 3 levels. That boy ate for the UConn Huskies. And productive in terms of the combine, too. I mean, super explosive athlete. Every number, he was exceptional. But then the red flags, he's older than Keon. He was a late breakout wide receiver.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a 5th-year wideout. He's a late breakout, too. Not just an older prospect, but he's a late breakout. And I'm sure you guys know, over the last 20 years or so, now that the game has kind of shifted at the younger levels into more 7-on-7 work with the high school kids, if it takes a receiver by his 3rd year to break out, and in Skylar Bell's case, his 4th year in college, it's a red flag considering his NFL prospects. It isn't saying that this is 100% foolproof. I want to make that clear. There are still prospects who went on to have productive NFL careers with late breakouts, but the trend says the later you break out, the less of a chance you are going to be great. And then also a lot of his production came as and via screen. So you're like, oh, I'm kind of concerned on what that looks like going forward. Having said that, I said the red flags. I do think those are valid, but it's the 4th round, baby. Like, we're not going to find perfect prospects in the 1st round, let alone the 4th. I think you bet on the traits and in the production, and you get him in your building, and you just lean into what he does good from day one, and hopefully he progresses from there.
Doc, what are you making of the whole thing? What's the read as we get? By the way, we're getting close. 2 picks for Buffalo coming up here in a couple of minutes.
The whole thing of what? The draft?
Yeah, like what's the consensus? What's your thoughts?
Draft's good. I'm a little annoyed with the first pick being another edge. I feel like we have 4 now, and you might be expecting Javon Solomon to be another one, so that's 5. I thought we're getting away from this 50% snap count stuff. So besides that, the corner, whatever, we definitely can always use no corner. I mean, we only had 2, let's be honest, so I'm not too upset about that. Day 3 stuff. Now, the question is with the lineman, is this going to be a swing guy? Is this a guy who's supposed to be versatile? Or is he really going to be an heir apparent to the tackle position? Because I'm a little sour on the tackles. I mean, let's be honest. Dawkins, joke this year about the fans and stuff. That was a little odd. I really love him, but I don't know. Seems like there's some movement there. I don't know. I feel like that was a little odd. And then Spencer's got this back issue that can flare up at any time. So I think having a good O tackle in the wing is super important. And also Alec Anderson. I do like his nastiness, but I don't know if he is an every down starter in the NFL, but we will see. Besides that, Skylar Bell, I don't know much about him. I can understand he's a speedy, he's a little smaller. Is this someone who could play special teams? Hopefully. But the one thing that we haven't hit yet that I'm looking for is a nose tackle.
Yeah.
And I don't think anything would be more fitting than the player named Carleone out of Cincinnati, who they call, what's his nickname? The Godfather.
Is that what they call him?
Is that what he's going by?
They do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's got some injury history, and he had 2 years ago, he had blood clots. This year, he had a high ankle that he had to get a high ankle surgery for the non serious one. Sorry, it's falling out of my brain right now, but I think that's a good pickup right now. So we got 2 picks coming up in what I'm trying to keep track here. Maybe like 5 picks we go.
2 more after this, and then the Bills are back to back at
yeah. So that's my
yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel, but that's my gist on the draft so far.
Before we move forward, want to give a shout out to our friends who have been with us all weekend long, as you all have been. We're approaching nearly 4,000 concurrent viewers in the building. Once again, day 3, by the way, folks. This is not day 1. Day 3, you're hanging out with us on a Saturday afternoon, nearly 4,000. Incredible stuff. Thank God it's raining today, at least in my neck of the woods. It makes it a little easier to couch rot and cook the final day of the draft here. While you're watching us, link in the description below. You already know by now, BuffaloGiftEmporium.com. Go check our friends out. Tons of awesome merch. Everything they have, from apparel all the way down to homemade goods, is top-notch stuff, and it's 15% off right now with the promo code BF15 at Buffalo Gift Emporium. When you need a gift or something to wear for yourself to the game or just chilling at home, Buffalo Gift Emporium has you covered. They're also located in Tonawanda and Williamsville, so if you can't find anything online or you don't know what size you are, whatever, go in person, check them out. They got everything you need in store as well. Buffalo-related merch from Bills to Sabres, it's all there. Gifts as well. Perfect place to go find something perfect for any occasion. I saw on there earlier, I got it for when my daughter was born, the ABC Buffalo book. I love that thing. So they just have a little bit of everything. It's an awesome shop, locally owned, and you'll definitely love it when you check them out. BF15 is the promo code, BuffaloGiftEmporium.com. And once again, giveaway over on the Instagram page, over on Buffalo Fanatics Instagram. Go find the giveaway. Really easy to enter. Like it, tag a friend, follow Buffalo Gift Emporium. Boom, automatically entered to win a $100 gift card. Shout out to our friends over at Buffalo Gift Emporium. BF15, go use it up.
I love that. Oh, by the way, Carl, are you familiar with Buffalo? Do you know it well? Do you know the area as well?
I'm solid with it. Like, I don't be out and about everywhere. I be tucked away. But
Williamsville, Tonawanda, are they close? Are they far away from one another? Are they close?
I live in North Tonawanda. I don't think they math. The problem is, like, if you within 20 minutes, you close to me. So I think that's like 20 minutes away.
Yeah, but what about Cheektowaga, though?
Cheektowaga, Cheek to Vegas, baby.
Cheektowaga is different. If you want to talk about Buffalo, I'm from Buffalo. The first 2 you named are North Towns, which I don't really respect. And then Cheektowaga is a little rough around the collar.
I heard that's all where the baddies are.
I got a father from Cheektowaga and a mother from Lackawanna.
This guy sounds Western New York like crazy.
Pretty hardcore. And then I grew up in the South Towns, Hamburg, New York. Great place to live. Got all the snow. We'll get the 7 feet in Hamburg, and you Northtown guys will get 6 inches. I don't respect it.
Listen to this though. Skylar Bell is the crazy stat here. If I were to ask you guys, who's the highest drafted receiver? If I don't name Keon Coleman, who's the highest drafted receiver that has been under Brandon Beane?
I'll wait for y'all to say it.
Yeah. You don't get to be in this one. What would you guys say? Not Keon, but who's the highest drafted receiver not named Keon?
Since Beane took over?
Yep.
Wow.
The kid from East Carolina
was
Zay
Jones. Oh, that's Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers. I don't. That was
no, not Zay. Beane didn't draft Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers. I'm not saying Zay Flowers.
Zay Jones.
Zay Jones, for crying out loud.
Oh God, yeah.
Check this out. So Skylar Bell is the second highest drafted receiver, apparently by Brandon Beane. Keon was 33, 125 for Skylar Bell, 128. Gabe Davis, Kalushka was 148. Justin Shorter, that was a short career over there, 150. Ray-Ray McLeod, 187. Marquez Stevenson. I thought Marquez Stevenson was going to give us something, but that didn't work out. 203. Then Isaiah Hodgins was also 203. Then 240, Caden Prather. That didn't work out. And then Austin Prohl. Remember that name? Austin Prohl. So,
wait, so was Gabe Davis the answer?
What's that, buddy?
Was Gabe Davis the answer? How did I get that? You guys didn't.
We didn't get any answers yet. We don't have answers.
Zay Jones.
Zay Jones
was that the McDermott draft where Bean wasn't
the
really
Whaley draft?
drafting?
A Whaley
You mean the Whaley draft?
It was a Whaley. Okay, so just so you know, if anyone wants to go back and do some research, because I'm not going to do it.
Apparently, it was McDermott's pick, but whatever.
I'm pretty sure when McDermott was there before Bean was there with Whaley, we jumped Carolina multiple times in the draft, like really close to a point where I feel like there might have been a little insider trading, but someone could do the research. I'd love that.
Well, they've been our farm team for a little bit now, anyways.
2 to 3 times.
So, Carl Jones, you're going to be with us for a little bit, at least for these next couple picks for the Bills, and then I'm going to let you enjoy your Saturday. So I want to get you. I want to see.
Wait, hold on. Who was the receiver?
Listen. Skylar Bell was the second highest. It was Keon Coleman, then Skylar Bell, then Gabe Davis.
It was Gabe. Okay.
Yeah, Gabe Davis. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's insane. I didn't know who it was. Yeah.
Looks at the receiver position like, no, I'm not doing it. If I'm going to trade I'll trade for him before I draft one. So he does not respect that receiver at that receiver position, and it's the history's right there in front of us. That boy don't look at receiver at all. And look at what Cleveland did. Cleveland was like, I'm getting Denzel Boston. Oh, that's your team. That's your squad, boy. Talk to us. How you feel about your Cleveland Browns?
I don't feel. I'll see them next year. I'll see them next year when the quarterback position has a little bit more hope. I'll see them.
Oh, okay. All right. You're not there yet. You're not there yet.
Listen, I mean, if you're a Browns fan, you should be ecstatic. But for me, go Buckeyes and Q's. That's how I'm rocking.
That's probably the easy answer right there.
I know, right?
We're on the clock.
Yeah, the Buckeyes had a nice run. Had a nice run last year.
Well, what else is new, Cav?
But they lost there.
Carl, where are you from?
From Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, okay. And then he went to Syracuse, right?
Yeah.
Carl gives me Jordan Reed vibes.
We talking about professionally, or we talking about what I look like?
No, like the way you talk. Like when Jordan Reed talks about his prospects, it sounds very similar. That's a compliment because I like Jordan Reed. He's really good.
Shout out to Jordan Reed. He's a good dude, man. He's a real good dude. I met him a few times. Good dude.
Yeah, he seems like a really nice guy. Came up from the Draft Network.
How old were you when LeBron got drafted?
5.
Wow. Oh, you must have liked that. What was it like to have him leave? And first of all, what was it like to have him leave, do a thing on ESPN where he's like, I'm making the decision, have all the boys and girls clubs of Cleveland come in for a live event, tell them he's going to Miami, but then come back and win a Super Bowl?
It hurt. It hurt. I'll tell you that. I mean, that's my favorite player, but I mean, he made up for it. I mean, shoot. Not City got a championship. I'm good for life. He ain't got to do shit up.
Yeah.
Nothing else, my bad.
I'll never forget when he had all the kids in there from Cleveland. Like, yeah, I'm thinking, if he brings those kids in, he's definitely staying. And then he's like, I'm going to Miami.
And the
pick is in.
Yeah, I'm taking my
jerk
talents to South Beach, and all the kids are crying.
Carl Jones, where the Bills going with this one?
Well, I'll let you know there is a trade.
We traded
at 168. At 168.
Oh, Detroit.
Another trade.
What'd they get for it, Carl? You know offhand?
Yes, they returned 181 and 213, but 167 is being picked right now. So this is just one pick right now, just one.
So we are picking now, correct?
Just one, not back to back, like it initially was.
All right.
So we going DT here?
Yeah, give me Xavier Harris here out of Ole Miss. How about that?
He's not gonna do it. You know that, bot.
What's he gonna do then? What's he gonna do?
You know he's gonna do something obscure.
Do we not need a one technique?
All right, so what are you doing then, Thigh Doc?
I'm going Carleone.
Yeah.
You're going with the Godfather.
Yeah, I mean he might get blood clots again, but besides that, he's pretty good.
He might go safety here. You don't Bean's all over the place, bro. Like you can't pinpoint what he's gonna do, man.
We have 3 safeties. I feel like it's to get one next year, but
you got 2 of them on 1-year deals.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
So like
you could do another 1-year deal next year and draft another guy. You got 3. I don't think you need the safety yet. Get the one technique.
DT does make sense here, so we gonna find out what's up. But Bean be just doing some stuff to piss people off right now. So he might go back to back and go another receiver. He might go tight end. That would dumb as shit.
I don't think that would piss anybody off if he went back to back at wide receiver.
Now that part I wouldn't mind it, but like
tight end, we would laugh. That'd be so.
This is what I mean. If he goes something ridiculous, or he might go, you know what, I need a guard. We're gonna really make this a party. Come on, fam. We're about to find out. And then they traded one back, so we're going from 167. Are we just the one pick in the 5th?
Maybe
The one pick.
we'll trade again.
They have the final pick in the 5th round, 181.
Okay. All right. So I thought it was back to back. So I won't do that to you. One pick is good enough.
Okay,
Scott,
cool.
did you tell everybody about your experience? Was it fun?
Oh my god, yeah, it was a blast. It was a blast. The draft is awesome. I think it would be great for Buffalo. Like the vibe that was there, I think would be perfect because obviously Buffalo can never do a Super Bowl. But like the environment there, you could just tell if it was in Buffalo, it would be incredible. Like when you first show up there, people are in the tailgates, like prepping up for, mind you, an event that doesn't start till 8 and runs 3 hours long. They're in the parking lot at like 8 a.m. So it was just a massive party. It was a massive party, really cool. And all the prospects were great. The media members that were there were really awesome. And it was really cool. They did a great job, Pittsburgh.
Why trade here? Why just take your damn picks back to back?
You hate it. I mean, any trade, you are just out.
I just don't understand unless you're picking. They picked up a 7th for next year. Fine. Unless Beater's stockpiling for next year, is that what it was? Carl, I think you said what he got back.
A 5th and a 7th.
Come on,
Whatever. And they traded. Yeah, I mean, they got 3 7s now.
Take your 2 picks and just call it a day.
Do we have the pick yet, or what?
No, it's still loaded.
This is the longest pick I've seen on a day 3 ever.
Yeah.
Right? Yo, Kevin, is it working or is it messing up?
The pick is in.
No.
It does say then.
Do y'all want to announce it or am I announcing it?
Oh, do it. It hasn't shut up on my end yet.
Oh, Kilgore?
Safety Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina.
All right, so it is safety.
Why did he drop so bad? Does he have issues? I'll go look it up.
There must be some medical stuff going on with that.
Or is he slow?
So safety. Didn't I tell you? I'm telling you, man. He does these things where like the fan base is like, yeah, this is where you should go. He's like, no, I'm going this way.
I think everybody would have thought that a safety was going to be taken at some point, didn't you?
It was just right here.
Yeah.
Because I mean, listen, Geno Stone. It's all right. It's not moving the needle for me. And then C.J. Gardner-Johnson, he's been all over the place, man. Like there's something that's like he's got the talent, but ain't nobody keeping him. Like why? Other than like maybe up here, he's a little your wild card, but like
I'm excited about him though.
What's that, buddy?
I'm excited about him though.
As am I.
Yeah.
But he
couple hamstrings, nothing serious.
Carl Jones, your thoughts on the Bills picking a safety here?
I like Jalen Kilgore as a player in terms of I don't think of him as a traditional like too high safety. That's not really what he's good at. He didn't really do it all that well at South Carolina. But in terms of how do I want to phrase this, the overhang safeties that play like more of like the big nickel stuff. Think of what the Seahawks ask of Nick Imawari at times. Think of what the Ravens ask of like Kyle Hamilton. Not saying like he's a comp to those players, but like the same role, right? We're like, hey, you can roll down and when it's 12 personnel, you're on the tight end, right? Or when we're in big personnels, we do things of that nature. So I think that's where he excels at. The thing is that where does he play this year? I don't know. And maybe the vision is different for him. I don't know. But I see a big nickel more so than like a traditional post safety that you're going to think that's going to play center field.
Correct.
6'2", 210, ran a 4.4.
If you remember at the beginning of the round, who I said I wanted, it was Jalen Kilgore, and it was not the small white safety that we took.
Wow. So just the pain continues to be felt. I mean, we got a couple guys you want.
Carl nailed it. He nailed it. He's like to relate it to you guys, the role you guys envision Hancock playing is probably very similar to what Kilgore's an upgrade on that, because Kilgore's is bigger and a better athlete than Hancock. But he's like he said, he can cover in the slot. I've seen him carry receivers 30 yards downfield, but he's not, like you said, you're not going to put him out. He's not Micah Hyde. You're not going to put him out there back there to play center field. But like I'm furious. Like it's and if all teams had to go to you guys, like
well, we love to hear that you're furious, Kevin. We love that. But I'm gonna get this out the way from my man Carl, because I know you got some things. Any just couple things. Any nuggets that the rumblings you've been hearing around Buffalo that we should, so keep our eyes out, that hasn't really kind of made its way out to us just yet, and your overall thoughts on the best draft thus far in this draft.
Nothing really on the tea leaves, to be quite frank with you. Was able to talk with not really no tea. I'm not gonna mention the exact conversation, but I had a nice conversation with Joe Brady yesterday, and good dude, juiced up, fired up for the team this year.
Is it fake juice, or is he naturally like he juiced up like that? Like, cause that's
no. See, like, one thing I pride myself on is being able to read people. And quick backstory on Joe. Joe's from South Florida.
There we go.
Joe from South Florida. Joe Bennett was in the Bayou for several years, Saints, Louisiana. He's been around young brothers for a very long time. All right,
he's been around.
I think a lot of people in Western New York are going to be not surprised, but how much he reveals of who he truly is will be a complete contrast from who Sean McDermott was. Not saying it's better or worse. Let me make that abundantly clear, y'all. I'm not don't kill me on that. Right. But I got a lot of homies from South Florida, right? A lot of homies from South Florida, a lot of homies from the Bayou, right? It's a different juice, it's a different energy, and I don't know if he's gonna be a good coach or not. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying the energy is much different. But it was a cool conversation with him. I can't release the details, but he a good dude, real good dude.
You're a good dude? All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try to beat that out of you some other time, so we'll talk. But now you're the biggest surprise to you, or the biggest worst draft, best draft, to your knowledge of what you know. Who did it best and who did it worse?
Yeah, because I've been so Bills pilled over the last 2 days. I will say that I think Jeremiah Love is a bad boy, and if you told me that he's Jahmyr Gibbs in 2 years, I'll be like, yeah. However, I just never think you can justify taking a running back that high when you got so many needs, because how much greater can he uplift the ceiling of your team when the rest of your team around you sucks?
Yeah.
So I think two things can be true. Jay Love can be an all-pro in 2 years, and the Cardinals can still be picking in the top 5 in 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In terms of picks that I liked, I know y'all don't want to hear this. I really like Mansell Delane out of LSU. Really liked him, and I really like Peter Woods. So sorry that y'all don't want to hear that.
Yo, you got a KC shirt under that thing, or what?
I like them as prospects. I don't give a damn if they went to damn Bermuda or Brazil to play football. I like them as football players. But my favorite pick from the first round, if you just give me a second here before I peel up on out of here. My favorite pick from day one, because I had it on the tip of my tongue already. Oh, it was Dylan Thieneman to the Bears. I really like him as a prospect, and I think he's going to be able to do freaky things next to Kobe Bryant. It's going to be him and Kobe Bryant next year back there at safety for the Bears. It should be fun.
Well, that is that. Our guy Carl Jones. We're gonna get together once the season starts. I know you're busy.
Where do I find Carl? Where do I find more about you, buddy?
Yeah. Because I gotta actually go on something else in a second. I got an actual job. I got you can find me on X at Jones11_. I'll be tweeting a lot of stuff. I'm actually about to drop my little film breakdown of Jalen Kilgore in a second when I peel up out of here. And then I do a lot of my work on TikTok and YouTube now. Actually, I'll be spam posting on there, meeting the people where they at. Y'all know how it be. Y'all do a hell of a job here on this platform. Shout out to y'all for showing me love so much. So TikTok, YouTube, type in my name, Carl Jones. You can find me there. Same thing with Facebook. I'm over there meeting them. I don't want to say old folks because I'm old now too, but I'm trying to meet everybody where they at.
Don't try me. Don't do me like that. You're not there yet.
Hey, I'm getting close to 30 now. Hold on now. I'm getting there.
Yes,
now.
sir. But do me a favor, everybody. Do me a favor. I'm telling you right now. Go ahead and follow Carl Jones. I'm trying to put Carl Jones on as much as possible everywhere that I can. TikTok. He's on Threads. I'm sure he's on all them things. So go ahead and follow Carl Jones. You have it all the same way. Jones 11.
Shoot, I don't know what the hell it is on the other platforms. Type in Carl Jones. There ain't a lot of us.
Carl Jones, he got you.
Buffalo Bills, yeah.
Yes, sir. Well,
I got something to say. I got something for Carl before he heads out.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So when you guys are on the beat, this is like a little different. Like during the season, I'm like, I kid around a lot, but I'm pretty locked in on a lot of stuff. So when you guys are at like practice and stuff, do you take initiative to? When someone's like a big guy's on the injury report, you get like a little clip of him, so then you can get that out. So then that's the stuff I like to break down. And then I could like slow mo and say, hey, look at hitching a step, stuff like that. Like, is that is there intent on that, or is that just like happenstance? Because some guys do it, some guys don't. Some guys retweet banged up Bills, some guys don't. But I take notes on it. So you're my guy. I like you, and I just if you can go out and look for stuff like that. You know, Josh Allen's got a foot injury. Well, someone should close up picture of his foot. I mean, but it's like some guys do it, some guys don't. So I was just wondering what the backroom conversations are on that.
Hey, you funny. I'll give you a quick little story on that. Not all of us have the same job. So like I work in TV. That's my medium, right? And for example, I'm a nerd, so yes, I want to learn about Cam Lewis if he's on the injury report. But does the grandma from Cheek to Waka care? Or like, you know what I'm trying to say? So like, yes, if Josh Allen is on the injury report, he's going on TV. Same thing with Ed Oliver, all the other starter level players. But then you think about some of the print guys, maybe they don't care as much. You know what I'm trying to say? So like, we all got different jobs and we all don't do the same thing there. I will say personally, let's just take week 3, for example. So they're in full season mode. We are only given on Wednesday about 25 minutes of practice time when they walk in and then they do individual drills. And yes, we are shooting stuff and, you know, we got eyes just like you to see who's hurt. So we're locked in on that. On Thursday, we're also doing it again, but the time gets smaller on what we can record. And then on Friday, I'm sure, as you know, we can't get close to those fellas at all. So we try to shoot because we know that is stuff that the public wants to know. Hell, I want to know. I mean, that Josh Allen stuff at the end of the season was very fascinating, not just for you guys, for us as well. So we all got different jobs, though. So maybe if you see some people retweeting and showing love and not, well, maybe that audience could give two cahoots about injury. So that's a little bit of an inside baseball. You can hit me up on another platform, and I'll give you some more on it for sure.
Yes, sir. And pretty much what he's telling you is like, yo, man, just take a picture of that dude and just zoom it in for me and just send it to me. And I'll do an analysis and you hit me up. We do that thing. I got you, Thigh. I got you. Carl Jones, you're a good man. I appreciate you, man. Go to your day job, man. Look good. Line up, look fresh. I see you, bro.
Y'all be blessed. Have a good one.
Thanks, Carl.
Take care.
That's our guy,
now
Carl.
Now I get it. I was like, the whole time, I was like, man, this dude sounds so professional. Like he's really good. Because I didn't know who he was, right? I was like, where do I find this guy? Like, this guy's really good.
That was great.
Man,
that was
he sounds like his, you know, saying like Jordan Reed, right? You know, like a real sports guy, you know. And then afterwards, he's like, "Yeah, I'm on TV," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Now,
yeah, Carl's a good dude, man. I mean, we connected, and we've been doing this. I think he comes on the show like the last 3 years. I think we've been rocking this, and like, yo, everybody loves Carl. And I was like, I've been trying to pump this dude up like crazy. So Carl's a good dude, man. Solid cat. 405. God,
how about that? Tie-dye. What do you got to say about Brian Bowers putting up over 4 today?
BB.
Good job, buddy.
That's it?
I don't know. I squatted 500 in college. Let me tell you.
Shameless plug. I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
He's such a clown.
I just rollerblade.
Call me Saquon.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Good stuff from our guy, Carl. So listen. Based on what the Bills are doing right now, building for depth. I mean, at safety, it makes sense to get that safety. Jalen Kilgore. I'm going to look him up a little bit more. We're going to have a lot of homework to do, folks. We're going to have some homework to do, looking at these players, seeing how they roll, seeing how they do, and going on from there. And it's gonna be fun, man. So the Bills, let me tell you what's going to happen right now, folks, okay? We got no picks in the 6th. We are picking at 181, and we're going to call it a day because that 7th round draft pick is at 220. I love y'all, but to go a whole full round of chopping it up, we gonna call that a day. I know Kev wants to see what his boys are doing, but I have a feeling I'm going to be doing seeing a whole lot of this from my guy Kev.
Man, I'm arguing with some guys on Twitter right now. They're like, "Oh no, Toff's good." I was like, yeah, "Come on, bro, come on."
Hey, speaking of which, real quick, I got to dip out personally. My dad's in town, and I got to go pick him up, and I'm sure he needs to get filled in on all the Bills' doings today. I got to tell him, listen. Day 3 was the day for Brandon Beane and company. So I got to dip out, got to go pick up my dad. I want to give a massive shout out, though. First of all, everybody who joined us today, that was awesome. That was great. But all of you guys who tuned in, unbelievable. Been hovering around 4K the entire day. Just an incredible showing. You guys are the absolute best. We really genuinely appreciate each and every one of you. So thanks so much for hanging out. And this week, Rico and I will be recapping everything that we saw. Kind of take a minute, look into it, like Rico said, do the homework, come back and talk about in totality what the Bills did over the weekend. But I'm dipping out. Just wanted to give some love. Thanks so much as always, everyone, for tuning in. But really, more importantly, this weekend, it's always great, and this might have been the best one yet with all you guys hanging out. So appreciate it, guys.
You're dipping out right now?
Yeah, I have to go. I gotta go pick up Pops.
Well, why? I'm still a little. Why didn't you text me back? I'm trying to stop by.
Well, you know what? Why don't you go help him pick up his dad? Go for a
why don't I stop by with Dad on the way back? I can do that.
There you have it.
Do it.
Y'all can go to lunch at
my address.
All right, excellent. Look at that. Look at that.
I've been drinking and laying mulch all day. I can't drive over now.
Listen, you're laying mulch. What kind of weather you have over there? Laying mulch.
It's not good. It's wet. But
all right. Listen, you got dedication, bro. Laying mulch and nonsense. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Peace, everybody.
All right, man. Peace out, bro. And there goes that. And then there were 3. And then I don't know when you're leaving out, my man Thadoc. Are you sticking out with us? But
my family's like, when can we talk again in this house? Man. So
no, man. Listen, this was open. This was open for all of you. I'm actually going to.
Did Kevin just leave?
No, so his computer goes in and out sometimes. So he signs back in.
Is he in Canada?
Unless he's doing one of those Irish goodbyes that my man was talking about the other day. My man said, bots, the old I gotta take off by 3. Oh, I know. I'm all over him. I just talked to his dad. His dad's like, I'm in Rochester. What is he talking about? He's not picking me up.
His dad's awesome. His dad's
a good man.
He's a good one.
But
so when do we pick again here?
So yeah, man. So it's open right now, so you can pretty much jump in and jump out, folks. I made a mistake. I thought we did not have a pick in the 6th. Now we do. So I just got to figure out.
Same as Miami. Miami did the same thing.
What, did Miami do the same thing? Son of a bitch.
Didn't have.
You know what? Did it last year? Remember we did that? We're like, I thought it's gonna be over, and then Bean kept on trading out and extending that, and it was pissing me off. I was like, it was like the Seinfeld episode. I don't know if you guys are big Seinfeld guys. I am. When George dips into the dip and he bites and goes to double dip, and one guy was like, bro, dip it and end it. Well, that's how I feel about these Bills. Pick it and end it. Stop trading back and going back and forth. Pick it and end it. You guys were back to back in the 6th, in the 5th. You guys had nothing in the 6th, and then in the 8th, in the 8th, you got me saying 8th. In the 7th, now I got to stick around for this one, and then that. Bro, we're gonna talk about this. We're gonna figure it out. By the way, W Seinfeld, L Friends, absolutely. And I'll stand on this. Friends is just a knockoff of a few shows in my time. You know what I'm saying? So if you know, you know. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway, Thadoc.
Yeah.
What mulch did you go with, by the way? Because we got some time before we pick. What mulch did you go with? Dark mulch,
brown.
Red mulch? Oh, okay. You went with
Brown.
dark?
I went with black last year, and then I found out that the black is only black because the chemicals. So I went with the El Natural this year.
Ooh, how long did it take for it to turn?
Turn what?
Meaning it went from dark to it lightened up and it wasn't the same color anymore.
No. Like last year, I used black mulch. This
so
year,
it still looks good. It still looks legit.
Yeah, it is. But
Okay.
I talked to some people and they said it's just full of chemicals and dyes. So I just went with the brown this year.
My man BB says, yo, how many Bills draft picks actually make the roster? I mean, if we look at last year, if Bean doesn't trade one, because he's good for trading one at least. But if he doesn't trade one, I mean, Caden Prather was out. Let's just go back. Let's go back to the draft from last year and see who was left behind and who was drafted. Do you recall who we had for who got cut last year out of our draft picks?
I think just Prather, unless there was a 6th round guy that I can't.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember
because Hancock's like one of the later guys that still made the roster that I can think of.
Yeah, I'll take a look right now, and to say it, I mean, usually Bean tries to keep as many as he can. To be real, Bills draft. I'm gonna go the last 2 years and see how it looks. So last year, once this loads up on my page here, we'll give you an idea. So I think Prather was the last. So Prather was the one that got cut because Chase London's still on the roster. Dorian Strong obviously got hurt, and then with Jackson Hawes, Hancock, Dion. So we good on that. And let me see if we can get the previous season. So then the year that we drafted Keon Coleman, Travis Clayton still on the squad. DeQuan Hardy, he's not on the squad anymore, but he remained on the squad. Tylen Grable, Solomon, Ulufushio, Cedric Van Pran-Granger. We kept every one of those guys, man.
Yeah, Ulufushio ended up not make. He's gone now, though, right?
Yeah, he's gone now. But we kept every freaking draft pick. Let me just go one more year after that. Before that, Alec Austin. I think he probably end up getting cut.
We cut him, and now he's been in the league for a while.
Yeah, and Nick Broker and Justin Shorter. I think Justin Shorter did he end up getting cut?
Came back.
Kept him a year.
Broker came back. Shorter, I don't think I was.
No, we kept him. We kept him for a year because he's our fifth round draft pick.
We IR stashed him.
Yeah,
because of his hamstring.
Yeah,
he missed the year for a hamstring.
Brandon Beane does a great deal of keeping his draft picks. I mean, we go back. Bale Inspector, Luke Tanada. We ended up trading him to the Colts at one point. Christian Benford, Matt Ariza. What a shame that Matt Ariza situation.
Yeah.
Every time I see that name, what a shame. What a shame. I mean,
I think we should draft a punter this year. That Stonehouse guy, I like him.
This is the thing. When we go into this next series of picks that we got to go through, I mean, we got to pick in what? We're picking in 5 picks, 6 picks. There comes a time where you just know what's coming. This last pick we're gonna make is gonna be Stonehouse. It has to be. If we're taking flyers on moving
Could
up
be the
for
Buffalo
third
linebacker,
corner.
You know,
what's that, buddy?
Could be the Buffalo. What is it, Murdoch, the Daredevil?
Or Murdoch. Murdoch might be the one at 181. That'd be legit.
Cool.
I'd be happy with that. I'd be legit happy with that. But at the end of the day, what it comes down to, the last pick, make it a punter. We need a punter. Draft a punter. Call it a day. Stonehouse should button this whole draft up together. But Beane has been doing things that you're like, what? So you just never know with this guy. You really don't.
What do we have left here? Just to recap. So we have in about 10 picks, we take the bottom of the 5th. And then
let me tell you, I'm gonna go do it right now. Give me a second.
The bottom of the 6th.
Yeah.
So we have 2 more. And then we have the top of the 7th. So we have 3 more picks. Obviously Stonehouse would be a good idea. Now every year, I mean, even when we were a 4-3, we say, oh, we need a 1 technique. And here we are with a 3-4, and we're still not picking a 1 technique. I don't know if it'll ever change. I don't know if it's like a philosophical thing that Beane can't pull the trigger on one, but I do like that Corleone guy. And I think his stock has dropped because of his injury history, but as long as he doesn't get blood clots again, the ankle surgery, the tightrope's not a big deal. I think that'd be a real good one right here. I'm just making sure he didn't get picked yet, and he hasn't.
Sorry, who'd you mention?
And they call him, his name's Dante Corleone.
Oh,
His
Corleone.
nickname is the Godfather in, Bill's Mafia. I just feel like that'd be perfect.
That would make sense. You get a Corleone, then you get a Stonehouse. Button that thing up, you'd be good to go. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna hit some super chats because we don't want to neglect the folks that have been holding it down and showing us some love. So I don't know where BZBot left off. So if I'm doubling up, so be it. Can you guys say it right now? We killing this draft? No, I don't know if we're killing this draft. I wouldn't even call it that. We're not killing this draft. We're certainly not. This is a safe draft for the Bills, in my opinion. I don't think we're killing it. Hey, Bot, I was gonna say Bot. Thigh, are we killing this draft? Would you say we're killing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flowers.
There you go. There's the flowers.
No,
we're killing the draft.
I'm okay with the cornerback. Honestly, the first pick, like, I did want that D tackle from Ohio State. I just feel like that would have been a difference maker up front.
For sure.
Adding a 4th edge, I mean, it might work out long term, but it just seemed like, what are we doing here? It's like Bradley Chubb light. You already paid Bradley Chubb. If you didn't have Chubb, it would make sense. But now that you have Chubb, why are we doing it again?
Yeah, we were drafting for depth. We're drafting for depth. That's what it looks like. BJ Bill says, round 1 to 3, Beane is trash. Drafting 4 depth, dumb. I mean, I'm not calling him Beane trash, but he's got his ways, and he's got coaches that say, I want this, and he's got to get the groceries for what the coaches want. So these are the groceries they want. That's how you got to deal with it. My man, Dog. What up, Dog? Says, first round starter impact. That's what you need. Second round, possible starter. Third round, rotational, right? You want a guy that can go in and out, okay? He's saying he effed up, fellas. You don't draft 1 to 3 rounds for depth. Bean needed to go with McDermott, and we couldn't stop the run last year. So scheme changes it. Stop. I'm not buying it. She's pretty much saying I'm not buying it. This is he should have left. This is trash. He's not feeling this. He's giving this a terrible grade. The one thing that we can't do is, I mean, initially we can react how we want to react right now. But everyone knows you don't judge a draft class until year 3. That's when you know, because that year 3 is usually where, okay, are you leaping or are you staying stagnant because you're just a depth player and that's what it is. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. So I get Dog's frustration, man, because I think a lot of us are there. DJ Moore was the answer to safeties in the box. Yeah, he should. That should be. You're gonna have to respect that guy's name, right? Most people would say, "Oh, he's not a number 1 receiver. He's not an elite receiver." He may not be in the Jamar Chase conversation, but he's still a guy that you still need to know where he at. And I think that's what the Bills got, especially with a quarterback like Josh Allen. You can't go wrong with that. Let me go here. DJ Stahl. Can we admit? Oh, we are. Damn, I read that a long time ago. All right, let me catch up. Oh, there's one for you. Hoping Wheatley, the Godfather, TBT at 167, 168. So they know
Wheatley's
the Godfather.
gone. Wheatley's gone.
Oh yeah, no,
Right
this was a long ago tweet.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So let me jump into here. Jam says, "Yo, BF, I messaged you on Twitter about the Bean and the draft. It gives an in-depth look on the inside. Yo, I don't know if you saw my message to you, Jam. Retweet it to me or tag me in it again because my notifications, the draft notifications are through the roof right now. So I'm gonna definitely peep that when I get a chance. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, go ahead afterwards. Remind me.
Okay. What draft pick among the ones we've selected do you think sees the field first? That's a great question. Love the channel. Hey, Palumbo, appreciate you, my G. Much love to you. Which draft pick do I feel sees the field?
TJ Parker.
Right away. Right away. Does he see the field right away?
He's going to be in the rotation. And when you have a guy that's really good against the run, or at least that's what he's built to be, then it's easier to get him in the game because when you have the light guys like a Cassius Howell or something like that, those guys take a little bit because they have to figure out how to deal with the size of the NFL. But I think TJ Parker is going to be able to play right away.
What about Elam Orr? Do you think Elam Orr sees the field?
Who?
Elam Orr.
No.
No, so?
Unless
it makes sense for TJ Parker to make
unless you're talking special teams. I don't think Elam Moore is ready to start. I think it's going to take a little while.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense if you put that you say that TJ Parker was your guy, you'd see him on the field a lot more. So I totally agree with that.
Skylar Bell would be Skylar Bell, but then Skylar Bell's got to beat out a few guys, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas I think Parker, you don't have to beat anyone out. You're just going to be part of the rotation.
What about IGB? What if IGB comes in and says, "Yo, they like IGB's length"? Well, beats out Hairston.
If anyone comes in and is lights out, then obviously I'll bet.
Yeah, for sure.
Based on what we know, I don't think he's going to replace
Hairston
or Hairston.
Yeah.
And one of them is injured. I don't think that's going to happen, and he's not suited to play the nickel. So I think he would be less likely to. I think your top 2 options are probably Bell or Parker, but I'm sure Parker's going to have 15 to 20 snaps week 1.
Okay, I see that. Midnight. What up, man? Midnight Hood says, "Yo, anything the Bills pick from here on out, are project players. The Bean needs to hit on. Can't be wasting time on resources if you don't make the roster or practice squad." I mean, I think that's what he drafts for. He doesn't draft to cut you. He's drafting to, like, maybe there's a gem in here. I mean, listen, I'm sure he saw the talent in Deion Walker when Deion Walker was the pick, and he was like, "Yo, I'm picking Deion Walker because I know he's a talent." But I don't know if he thought that he's gonna blow up the way he did. So he's got some moments where he looks great, and he's got some moments where he looks like, okay, he looked like the rookie last year. But I think Deion Walker was fantastic, and we got him in a what, the 4th or the 5th. So it's legit. So I don't think he's drafting to just be there to cut him. No, he's drafting to say, "Hey, one of you guys can be a Stevie Johnson. Which one of you guys is going to be the Stevie Johnson in this situation?" So that's what I'm looking forward to. We'll see. Let me get Greg. What up, Gregory Westlake? Taylor Green in the 7th if he's there. Ooh, Would the Bills do that?
Why not? It's a 7th round pick.
I know it's a 7th round pick, and I mean, why? It doesn't hurt.
Because
And then go ahead and he's 6'6", athletic as ever. And I'll tell you right now, I don't believe in Kyle Allen as a backup. Like, at least if Josh went down, at least I can say Mitch Trubisky's he's got it. He can be a guy that can get us. What's that, buddy?
Yeah, he can win a game.
He can win a game.
I agree.
He can win a game. Kyle Allen is not going to win you a game. You might as well just call it a day. Yeah, but he's Josh's friend. I don't give a rat's a if he's Josh's friend, right? I need someone that can kind of give me similar traits as Josh Allen. So Taylor Gregory, I wouldn't be mad at it if the Bills went and took Taylor Green. So be it. I wonder if it make people feel some type of way, but it's Josh Allen. So you got to take a quarterback that's similar. You know how people are, man. I'm so jaded by some of the people that have comments to make at all things. It's just like, oh my God, we drafted a quarterback. Why? Are they telling us something? Is Josh Allen near the end? Like, you know how Bills fans be. They be making some narratives where you're like, what? Where'd that come from?
I see one here. There's one comment that I like. One of the guys.
I'll try to find it. Let me try to find it.
Gomez, that 341. I take Haynes King.
341. Okay, let me go back.
It's new.
What's the name? Kings?
Spacey something. All right. His Spacey Gomez, 3:41 p.m. His comment is, "I take Haynes King, who's the Georgia Tech quarterback. I assume he wants to take him. If it is but I assume that he wants to take him because this is a guy that he might end up being the Tyrell Pryor. Remember him?
Tyrell Pryor. Oh yeah.
He might because he's a QB, but I think he could be a good receiver. He's like he's a running quarterback because it's Georgia Tech, right? It's the triple option there.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, your pick is in, buddy.
And this guy will like run through you. Like he's a QB and he's lowering and he's tough, man. I like that. I like him too.
I'm gonna have to take a look. Who you grabbing this one? Who do you think?
Oh, Kevin Coleman Jr., wide receiver, Missouri.
Garrett Nussmeier still around? I would have thought you would have been gone by now. Taylor Green, and who was the quarterback? What do you say? Haynes King out of Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Haynes King, 6'2", 212.
Yeah.
Okay. Haynes King. All right, I got to pay attention to that. And he can run. He's versatile.
Or remember the you guys wouldn't remember him because there was a Navy quarterback like a few years ago, and Miami took him and we put him at wideout.
What was his name?
I can't think of it. And then he ended up with the Patriots. He had like a decent career, but it was the same type thing. He was like this running QB, and he just no fear.
Kyle Allen had DJ Moore, and Moore had 1,000 yards plus, and Moore had 5 TDs. I think Kyle Allen is I mean, sure, but I mean, like whoever backs up Josh Allen is not going to be Josh Allen. Kevin Coleman.
Hey
Jr.
guys,
All right. What's up, fella?
All right, we're picking in a little bit. You guys excited?
Oh, watch out! Put those things away, brother. Put those things away. Golly. Hey, real question.
I just wanted to entertain you guys.
Yo, listen, real question. You like dudes, you have a hard time finding jeans?
Yeah. I have to get stuff with the last stain in them. They got to be spandexy.
Yeah, you gotta have a little bit of give.
Because I'm old, Doc. I've been doing is it the hack squats? Is it that squat machine?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Yeah, so I started doing those because it's easier on my old back. But
how's your bicep?
It's where I got cleared on the 22nd to like go.
Can you flex so we can we can compare your atrophy? Yeah, go back by the bookshelf and
like
see it.
Back it up. Oh shit!
Oh, you can tell that one's messed up. Let's see the other one.
And then it's not. This is the messed up one.
That's the best one for sure. You can just tell how he held it. Like,
yeah,
that's
rough, man.
I'm so sorry.
Why
can you just do them at the same time?
So last week
he says, "Go, Kevin, go back." He says, "Go back all the way so we can see." He wants to see the.
We're not judging, but we're judging.
We're not.
Okay.
Back up a little bit more. Back up a little bit more. There we go.
Yeah. Oh, you guys,
You see the
everyone in the
difference?
chat can see how it's flattened out. Yeah.
You can see the difference big time, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I guess to let it explain. So I tore my bicep. Same injury as what's his name? Oliver had. So
And he wasn't doing anything crazy. You weren't doing anything crazy, right?
No, I was working out.
Yeah, but like the exercise you were doing, you weren't doing anything like too nutty. You weren't lifting heavy weights.
Well, I was using flat. I was using a straight bar with 45s.
Yeah.
So I was doing curls with 45s on a straight bar, and it just popped. And
it was a distal bicep, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was Ed Oliver.
Yeah, exactly. And then so I was doing that, and I could feel it. And the funny thing is it doesn't hurt right away. Like I remember feeling it like pop, and I was like, oh, that's weird. And I finished the set. But in my head, I was like, I don't know, that didn't feel right. And it didn't hurt till about like a minute and a half later. Then all of a sudden it started. And then the next morning, my like whole forearm was black and it was rough.
He tried to tough it out.
Yeah.
Well, yes,
Would it feel like crampy? Feels like crampy afterwards?
Yeah.
Like a lot of pressure?
It feels like as if it was like a little sore in where your elbow bends. You know what I mean? Like in the hollow. So I'm a little bit still being a bit puss in the gym, like because I know it was 6 months last week. So I thought
you are like you could do whatever you want now. It's been 6 months.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just so and then I get to a point where you're working out and you're kind of like, is it sore because I'm weak or is it sore because I'm going to hurt myself again?
Oh, so you got a little fear and avoidance there.
Yeah. So I got to so I started doing more legs. So I got. So I've got I'm up to 5 plates on each side for the hack squats now.
Oh,
for
good.
like three sets of 10.
Tear your quad tendon next.
Yeah, even it out, Doc.
Yeah. I'm just joking. Good luck.
Thanks,
Let me tell you something about our new safety, Jalen Kilgore, from Dane Brugler. I think Dane Brugler is I think he works for the Athletic. On Jalen Kilgore, who he graded as the number 8 safety in this draft class. He says Kilgore is tough. He's a tough evaluation when projecting him at a position other than nickel. So, but his size, athletic talent, and ball hawking skills should give teams confidence to make that bet. So there it is right there. So there is a high risk, high reward scenario waiting for the team that chases his upside. So this is all going to be developmental at this point. So there you go.
So what does this do to Hancock though? This probably kicks him out of the safety room. And then what does he become? A nickel corner?
Yeah, him and D Alfred, I suppose, will just take on that nickel role. It's weird because you don't know exactly where he sits and where because like you thought maybe he's gonna go safety and he'll be safety, and he did partly become in that safety room, but it didn't look good. I could probably see them make him stay there, but now that you drafted an actual safety in Kilgore, it pushes him back down to him and D Alfred being at nickel. I would assume
Hancock, because
he'll be like that Cam Lewis role.
You know, all I do is just like rate guys' bodies. So he had the shoulder surgery, but he's at the training and he looks like he's getting yoked up. So I was, until this pick, I'm thinking, oh, Hancock's like he's building up to be a safety, but that doesn't really fit the mold for a nickel corner. And now they picked a safety. So now we're thinking, oh, he'll just more stay shift to nickel corner. But I don't know. Will be interesting. I feel like there's a lot of odd parts that aren't going to really fit. And by the end of camp and then by next year, you'll see a huge wave of guys get moved off this roster that you thought were stalwart.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna find out how competitive they allow this team to be and if they really are about that life. By the way, the Bills are picking very shortly. Miami's picking up next. So we're picking back to back, Kev. So the way the theme has been going, you'll pick someone. What's that, buddy?
I don't even know how I got that pick. We weren't supposed to.
You got it somehow. You must have did something. So the way things have been going, you pick someone, and then we end up picking a guy that you guys wanted. So we'll see how that all shakes out at the end.
Can I ask you guys something?
What's that, buddy?
Can I ask you guys something?
What up?
How did you two meet? I mean, I know you're both from Canada, but were you guys did you live close? Did you guys meet online?
Mutual friend.
What's that?
He was through Bert. We met at our friend's wedding. So our friend had
we kind of knew of each other because I knew Kev in passing because I mean we're from the same city, so like I mean it's not like
you guys are local together.
Yeah, so we're local. So like once you know a couple people in that, so you know of the person, and then we ended up when we connected, we ended up finding out that we knew there was more people surrounded that we knew more of. But the way we ended up really becoming friends is we were on the shuttle bus to our buddy's wedding, and I could hear some people talking football in the background. I was like, man, who's talking football? And they actually know what they're talking about. And I jump in and he's talking to one of my buddies that's a Bears fan. And he starts telling me I'm a Miami fan. He starts naming, he goes, and he got me by saying, let me name you the 90s Bills of, I don't know what year he named. He named every goddamn roster spot of everybody on the squad. I was like, who is this guy, man? And the whole week we ended up bonding real quick. And then here we are today. And he's my homie till the end, man. That's my guy.
Yeah. Anytime I get a chance to go to Buffalo, are you guys still close?
I saw him when I was down in February.
Yeah. You came through.
But didn't you move, Rico?
Yeah. I'm in Halifax.
So now you guys don't live in the same town anymore.
Oh no, he's far away. But I, for work, I was actually in his town a couple of months ago, so I went and saw him.
You guys met up.
Yeah.
Rico must get good lobster now where he's at.
Yo, let me tell you something about lobster. They love lobster out here. I think lobster is the most overrated dish ever.
Well,
lobster. It stinks. It doesn't taste good. Get out of here. Get out of here. I ain't buying it. And it's expensive. Listen, what people don't realize, lobster was known to be a poor man's meal. All of a sudden, over time, it's become this dish that everyone loves. Get out of here. I ain't buying that. That's cockroach of the sea. I ain't playing that game.
A crustacean.
Yeah, cockroach of the sea. That's what I call it. That's why I see it. By the way, my man Brian says, yo, we absolutely love the Rico Report together with the Smirk Report. The Smirk Report. That's facts. And then we got the Thigh Doc Report, the Thigh Report. Bro, Thigh Doc, I can't wait till we get our Wednesdays going again, man.
Yeah, no, I appreciated that. And I had a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah, man, it's going to be fun, man. And the more the people start to know you, the better these shows become. And I learned a lot.
I don't want to annoy AJ too much in the chat. So I don't know what it is. Was the thigh pump or
where's AJ? Let me find AJ.
Someone AJ, up there.
AJ, what time? What time did he?
Am I the only one? Am I the only one that's annoyed by the thigh doc? What is it? What is it about me? The energy? Is it the legs?
What time did he send it?
I don't know. Before I started asking you guys when you were hooked up first.
Laura is right though. They are the cockroach. Lobster's the cockroach of the sea.
Yes, they are the cockroach of the sea. You guys got to do your homework on that. So you're not going to try to dupe me into, hey, would you like some lobster? We'll season up with some garlic butter. Respectfully, F off. Okay, that's what I say. Flub off with some garlic butter. And here's the thing: I've had the lobster and the garlic butter don't taste like nothing. So you got to almost bring your own seasoning. Maybe bring some Lowry's in there, trying to mix up in the butter, throw it on there. Just overrated. But I will do me some calamari though. I'm a big fan of that. Big fan of some calamari. But yeah, man, that's how we met Kevin. Because this is the time that you guys get to know us. Every draft year, this is the opportunity that people get to know myself. And this is an opportunity for you to get to know Thigh Doc. So Thigh Doc, some folks don't know this. Have you played football in your lifetime, and what position did you play?
Yes, I played through college at defensive end. DE, baby.
Were you a stand-up? Were you on the edge, or were you like hand in the ground, get after it?
So I went to college in the mid 2000s. So there was still a lot of teams running option and pro style. The spread wasn't really there. So you didn't have to be that athletic. I'm husky. So I'm like a 3 technique that slimmed down just enough to be like a chubby defensive end. So I would always play the tight end side, eat up the blocks, but big guys can have glory too, because when one time we were playing down in Salisbury, I picked off an option pitch and took it to the house 40 yards for a touchdown. So that was my claim to fame. I didn't get a ton of sacks, but I did 2-time all conference. Like I'm no slouch. But SUNY Brockport, if anyone wants to check the receipts.
Check the receipts. You got some footage? You got some highlight tapes?
Yeah, at my mom's house on DVD. I'd have to look those up.
Yeah, what you're gonna have to do
Giant.
is
Can you
is
just
hook us
answer
up.
this?
By the way, the pick is in for the Miami Dolphins on the clock. Looking forward to it. We'll see what takes place.
Yeah, you're
what
on
do
the
you guys
clock.
do?
I
Man,
still don't
every
know
time I
how
see that Kenny McDonald pick, I get pissed off that he goes to Houston. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm tight. I feel tight when I see that. By the way, it's in the replies on the Twitter live. What's in the replies?
Wait, hang on 1 second. I got something special for the pick.
All right. Well, while he goes to get something special for the pick, Kevin's smiling, so I don't know if it's a good thing or if
No,
he's.
I'm just laughing.
He's just laughing. There you go.
I haven't seen it. I'm just trying to find out, like, why is Miami even picking? I don't understand how they even got that pick.
Yeah. So whoever's with me on this lobster business, we out on lobster, but we in on calamari. That's for sure. I'll do. I'm in Nova Scotia, right? So if you guys aren't familiar, seafood is like crazy out here. Like my mom came through to visit the other day. And one thing I have not done was cook my own fish, meaning like scale it, gut it, all that stuff. Like, ask me to go fish, I'll fish with you, but I have not been able to kind of do my gut of fish myself. So mom came through, we went to a market, and we got ourselves some fish. And this girl was chefing it up. I was watching.
What is this? Who is the pig?
Oh, look at
Who's that guy? Who's this guy? Yo, you guys live mad close to each other.
Yeah, just rollerbladed over.
Yo, he didn't roll a bit over. I would love to see Martin roll.
Yeah, riding from behind. Should we make the pick or what?
Throw that thigh up on that chair and find out what's up.
Yeah, we can do this. I got pants on.
There it is.
Walking into this house.
Yo, Bobby's dying right now. Bobby's like, yo, what's going on over there, bro? Yo, you made it just in time for the Bills pick, though. You nice like that. You're a good man. Bills are up new. Hey, Sadu tight end? You went with another tight end, Bob. Kevin.
Well, I don't know.
Oh, you can't hear him. Here.
You can't hear me?
Okay. Zakiah, right now.
I don't know much about this guy.
Hang out. No crying. You're gonna be here. You don't cry. Hang out with me. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see the next Potter that's gonna be taking over for me after when I wrap it all up.
There he is. Look at him. Look at you're with your son, and so am I.
Yeah. This is my little man. You want to talk and say what's up to people, or you just want to hang out with me? You just want to hang out? Okay. Is your sister bugging you? Yeah. I'll tell you right now. This guy right here. Oh, you got an international player, so you're gonna develop this guy. I got you.
On the clock.
The pick is in. You're gonna help me pick. You're gonna help me call the pick. Yeah, you're gonna help me call the pick. The Bills are picking soon, so you can tell me who the player is. When I tell you to say the name, you'll say it in here. Understand? You got it? Did you know you're on camera right now? Oh, you shy? Don't be shy. Yo, don't judge my son. This guy's got no haircut. I could give him a haircut, but I don't want to butcher him.
My own guy.
No, you can't press that because Daddy's working right now.
That's available.
It's all good.
Why is it? Why did
What's up?
get picked? See that injury history?
What's that?
This one?
No? Marco's in it?
I don't know.
Is Anaya bugging him? I knew it.
Do we pick?
I knew it.
We got Harold Perkins Jr.
Who?
Someone said we
still on the clock.
Yeah. Who's YDKJ behind?
Yeah.
He could be the person out there reading the pick.
Could be.
Yeah.
So this is the guy I want currently on. See how fat he is? 6'1", 340. It's a plugger.
Yeah. Is he straight nose tackle?
Yeah.
Who you guys looking at?
That Ox guy, Godfather.
Yeah. That and I got these fake nude pics of Rossini.
I was like, yo, bro, Bob, what the F are you doing? All right, the pick is in. Are we going for your boy, the Godfather, or what?
I hope so. If they do, I'm gonna do it.
Well, let me see what is still available right now. The best available as of right now.
I feel like they're gonna do something silly like go corner.
We went safety.
They need 2 more cornerbacks, so don't be surprised.
Maybe Stonehouse is the pick right here, just to piss us off.
Oh, and then your boy, the punter.
That's our guy.
I doubt he'd do that. He wouldn't do that. That's crazy talk.
We got 1 in the 6. We got picking the 6 in the early 7.
So they could go. They wouldn't go guard. They wouldn't go center. defensive tackle is the only thing that makes sense right now. And you got Rayshon Benny that's still around out of Michigan. That would be a good solid pick. 6'3", 298.
Oh, fullback. Oh yeah, it's a new brand they got.
Zane Durant out of Penn State.
We went to Savannah Bananas.
Where was that at?
Dante Corleone. I mean, you can get Dante as an undrafted. You may not even have to draft that brother. He's 6'1", 340 though. That's a bowling ball of a man. Golly.
Yeah.
Okay then. All right, pick is in for the Bills. Let's find out what's up. See what's shaking on here.
What's his name? The main guy there?
Yeah. Renee Conga.
Hey, all right, where'd you put your dad?
What
Is
are
he in the
these
car
names
just
that
waiting?
you put in the chat?
No, he's waiting on me. Well, he's waiting on the Bills. Who he's waiting on? I'm just
He's
waiting to
on the
see
Bills.
it.
There we have it.
Who is Harris?
Yo, Fly Dog, are you gonna be a guest and not even offer him any food, water, nothing? You're just gonna have him just stand
They
there?
made him offer me
They made
some
him
nachos, which I've been eyeing since I walked in the
Have a
building.
nacho.
There you
I'm
go.
gonna have one. I mean, look at this. Look at this.
He says, since I've been on it, since I walked in.
Look at that.
There you go. Attaboy.
He's been sitting on
Bills
those for
picking?
like an hour.
Are the Bills picking a nose tackle or what? What's it gonna be?
Zane
Is
Durant.
Bean gonna give us what we want, or is he gonna choose what he's like?
We
You know
got a
what?
D
This is what we're going.
tackle. We got a D tackle.
All right.
I've never heard of the guy.
Zane Durant.
I want to see how big he is. I want to look at his
290.
legs.
I'll tell you how big. He's the Penn State DT, 6'1", 290.
He's
Womp,
not even big.
womp.
I'm
He's the
done
same
with
size
this.
as Ed Oliver.
Yeah, he's,
All right.
he-
All
he's
right.
a-
I gotta go.
I gotta go too. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you guys.
See you later.
That's
I love you
crazy.
guys.
All right, you see him, man. Peace.
Bye.
So here we are. Let me get him out of here because he doesn't know how to leave the screen. So Zane Durant, for those that are wondering who the F is Zane Durant, well, I'll tell you right now, he's agile as ever. So Durant is an undersized defensive tackle with an average length and not much room to add more mass to his frame. So he's tapped out is what they're telling you. So, but he performed well at the combine, posting the fastest 40 at his position at a 4.75 clip. So that boy can move. Durant struggles to hold his ground against double teams and can be driven out of gaps. Wowzers. He does a better job attacking on slants where he can shoot gaps rather than vertically pressing upfield. So you got yourself a 3-tech is what you got. Durant struggled to make the major impact versus both run and pass. What? Overall, his ability to play the gap integrity will be greatly tested when facing NFL veterans. What in the... And see, that's just one pre-draft analysis. Let me read another one because this can't be. Because this doesn't tell me diddly squat. All that tells me is the brother's fast and he can get off the ball. Right? 3-tech, but you double team him, he's cooked. He can't add any more muscle, more to his frame because he's going to be tapped out. And he struggles against run and pass. He struggles to run, defend, and pass rush. So, what? Hold on. That don't make no damn sense to me.
He's supposed to be like your third down defensive tackle type because he's quick. He's got good size speed. Like his speed for his size is pretty good. He's supposed to be real twitchy, real whatever. He's supposed to be a pass rusher, but he's got short arms and he's sub 300, which means
all right,
the run they'll clear him out. But
so
he's your third down package guy.
Here's another analysis for Zane Durant. You guys chime in on what I just read, and does that intrigue you? Obviously, we got to look at the film and see what's going on, but basically from what this brother just told me, that's where we're standing at here. So the overview started out as a linebacker. Okay, so that's where we here we go. Started off as a linebacker, which explains the speed and fluidity he brings to the gridiron. After choosing Penn State over Miami, Durant immediately found a role in the rotation in his freshman season before becoming a consistent starter in 2023. He racked up more than 20 tackles for loss and 10 sacks as a Nittany Lion. Here are his strengths. One of the most athletic defensive tackles in the class and has potential to be for instant wins thanks to his top-tier speed and lateral agility. So he's quick off the ball. We understand that with the 4.75. Former linebacker. His movement skills absolutely terrorized teams in the back half of the 2025 season, getting quick wins over and over against Indiana's stout offensive line. Good strength profile when considering his size, in particular, his powerful hands that can shove an offensive lineman. See what else is being said. Shove an offensive lineman into the ball carrier, holds his own against the double team, which is contrary to what this guy said early in this one, holds his own against the double team and can rush and can crash through on occasion. Super fluid lower body, helps bring the better recovery skills than most defensive tackles. Those were the strengths of my man Zane Durant. Here come the weaknesses. This is what they're saying. If he comes in under 290 pounds, teams might not even give him the time of day due to the lack of mass. Here come the Bills. Tweener type who could use some additional weight to play defensive tackle position. Too ready to jump out of his stance without a plan and can get caught up off balance just as quickly as he explodes. Run stopping looked like it took a step back from 2024 to 2025 as he just could not find ways through the interior of the line through his moves. Technical polish is limited, and he positions himself too far away at times, misses on valuable angles, and could end the play. Tends to over pursue, something we don't need. So the pro comp that they have is Karan Reed out of Detroit, and he's a retired player. A true journeyman. Reed has had pass rush, and this is about this current Karan Reed guy, what they said about him. He was a journeyman. He had a pass rush prowess and the wazoo. So he had moves all over the place, right? Thanks to his incredible athleticism and explosiveness, but had stance issues and played undersized through much of the college. Durant will need to bulk up over 300 pounds like Reed if he ever wants to start seeing reps. Could end up being a journeyman for his career if he can't find a role. Bro, we talked about if Bills keep their players. This is an interesting one. So if you draft him, he essentially what is going to do is replace Dwayne Carter. If Dwayne Carter doesn't come in and show that he needs to be here, then this is where this guy comes in. So this guy is pretty much another version of Ed Oliver. And on pass rush downs, you'll probably see him if he makes the team, number one, and can make himself in the rotation. He beats out Dwayne Carter, and away we go. So then it makes me wonder, and that's what I see here. Again, he'll be a 5-tech in this defense we're running. So he's just going to be a penetrator. That's what it's going to be. So this is just more guys for us to look up their film and see if we think it's going to be legit or not. Most folks might feel this way. My least favorite pick. Here's the thing. We need size, and we didn't go size. So, which is so funny to me because if Jim Leonard says, I want this defense to be able to stop the run, you didn't find the run stuffer that can at least help by stuffing the line, allowing these guys to stifle, and then allowing our linebackers to play fast and get into holes. How are you stopping the run when you don't have the guys to do it in the middle? And that's what everybody's problem has been this draft. What did you do in the middle? You are the same size as Ed Oliver. And I don't have a problem with Ed Oliver, but he was a top 10 pick. This guy's a 6th rounder, 5th rounder, whatever you want to call it. End of the 5th, early 6th. This is absolutely crazy to me. So here we are. The Bills go ahead and get themselves this player. Now, I'm not hating on it. I stopped doing that when I questioned the second pick, which was IGB. After that, it's just been whatever the Bills decide to do, go ahead. What do you got there, Kev?
See, the Browns took Taylon Green.
Oh, what are they doing? What are they doing?
So what is it? So they have Watson, they have Shure, they have what's the kid's name from Oregon? Remember
from where?
The Oregon kid that started the first.
Oh, Dylan Gabriel. I forgot about him.
And now
I forgot about him.
And now Taylon Green.
So obviously they're moving on from Deshaun Watson, or they're moving on from Dylan Gabriel.
Well, Watson's got one. He's just there because they have to keep him. The guaranteed money's so high that it's actually costs them more to have him on the team. Yeah, but more to get rid of him than to keep him. And it's not a small number.
But he'll compete. No, you don't think?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I don't think they view him as a long-term prospect.
I mean, if he turns everything around and they love it, and he beats out my man Shedeur Sanders. I mean, shoot, this could be a steal I say steal. They're paying for it, so ain't no steal. This could be great for the Browns if Watson becomes the Watson of old. He had time off. He's refreshed. He's renewed. I mean, all that nonsense is behind him. So who knows what the Browns are doing? But you're right, man. Taylor
It's
Green.
not good, but I noticed that I was looking. I don't know. He's bad for the economy, though. I saw personal massage guys were down 68%.
Bad for the economy. That's good. Folks, let me break it down to you what we're doing right now. So we're 4 hours in. I don't know what Kev's trying to do, but I am absolutely tapped out. I know you guys would love for us to keep going, but I'll tell you right now, I got my daughter that came to visit from out of town, and she's here hanging out with me. Vanessa just came through, and I gotta be a father, actually. You know what I mean? And most folks might like, what? You got kids? Yeah, I do. I do got kids. Rico and Kev, man, promised to stay through the 6th round pick. here I am saying, hey man, I'm ready to tap out. I got something to
do. Yeah.
Hold on, let me see where we're picking at. Let me see where we're picking at real quick.
I got work calling.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Okay, so we are in the 6th round. Let's see where we at. The Bills don't pick until the bottom of the 6th. Fellas, love y'all to death. Y'all know I do. Ain't no way I can do another hour and a bit while I'm sitting here hanging out with you guys. I think it's been great. I think sure, I could probably come back in an hour. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Give it a break and then come back while we pick. So that might be an option. I could pause this and say be right back, and then come back later on. But I don't know if I have the discipline to do that. But I'm just giving it a buck. Let me get some super chats before we get out of here, and maybe potentially I do come back. I haven't quite decided just yet. Let me see what we got here. Hey Rico, if you watch the Broncos, Jim Leonard did not have a big space eater at DT. Well, this is why I don't want to hate on this big. Maybe he doesn't need it. So that's why I want to go back and have a look, because they probably, you know what? I'm right here with y'all. Let's go take a look. I'm going to bring you guys with me. Let me bring you guys with me. Let me share the screen. First of all, let me do this. Let me take Kevin off the screen real quick for now. And let me share my screen. Oh, as I take him off screen, he comes back. All right. So let's go take a look at the Denver Broncos. Where is he at? Where the Denver Broncos at? All right, Denver. Curious to see what Denver brings to the table. Why do I got to do that? Why are they doing that to me? So I got to go back out here. So what would you guys rate the day thus far? Now that we have more, we've seen some things, we have some things that we can be excited about. Does anything stand out to you guys where you're like, yo, you know what? Maybe I was tripping. Maybe I was overreacting. This is not as bad a draft as I thought. And we'll recap at the end. I may come back later tonight and recap it with you guys. Plus, I got to go do some stuff for Bleacher Report. I see that's another thing too. I have to record for Bleacher. And on these live picks, I got to go talk on that. And then I got to do a post. So there's a whole lot going on. So I appreciate you guys nonetheless, because you guys have been rocking with us. Right now, we got 3,600 people watching with us. This is dope. You guys have no idea. This is amazing. So let me go and take a look at these Broncos here. So let me share my screen. You guys see it. So let's go to this defense. Let me zoom in for you guys so you guys can get a good look. See what we're working with. So right now you've got Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones. There's your nose tackle. I'm going to see the size of him. I'm going to click his profile. Then you got Zach Allen, which is this. Okay, let's kind of look this through real quick. So who would be our left? This would be Greg Rousseau. Over here would be obviously whoever you guys want to put there.
This is more Zach Allen would be more like Ed Oliver.
Ed Oliver, right? So Ed Oliver here. So excuse me, this is not who I want to say, because they're making my man a linebacker. So here would be who would you put here?
You'd be close. Like that would be your that would probably be like Rousseau or Chubb, because
maybe Rousseau.
You don't really. That's where TJ Parker would go.
See, this is what I'm wondering. This is why. Okay, so let's just say, okay, we'll put TJ Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Then you put let's go Walker.
Yeah, Ed Oliver.
Right. Oh, Ed Oliver will go here.
Yeah, because Allen's a big boy. Allen's probably the same size as
6'5", 285.
Yeah.
So 6'5", 285. So maybe that could be Landon Jackson. Who knows where they want to put him? I mean, there's going to be some things that we're going to talk about. Let me see Roach. Roach's size is what? He's 6'3", 290. So that could be where Rousseau goes, or it could be TJ Parker. And then DJ Jones, 6 foot 300. So that could be Deion Walker. Who knows? Or TJ Sanders. TJ Sanders might go in the middle where he's supposed to be. Who knows, right?
I think Sanders and Oliver are more likely to play your ends in this defense. So I think that would be like as TJ Sanders and Oliver would play there. I think Walker would be kind of miscast as a nose tackle because I think it's not his best position. I think he'd be better at one of the end spots where he's a little bit outside because he's a good mover. So that's why you really needed the nose guy to free that up.
That's what I'm saying, right?
They've got it as weak side and strong side. That's going to be that's Rousseau, TJ Parker, and Chubb.
So this is where. So sorry again. So hold on. Let's run that back. So we'll say TJ Sanders, Walker, Ed Oliver. Would you say that's for now penciled in? Okay, and then weak side.
So that's Groot.
Boom, and then this would be Chubb.
No, Chubb would be where Benito is.
Okay, so Chubb on this side with the strong side.
Yeah,
and then you got your two middles.
Yeah, and that's your two off-ball linebackers. So who's that?
So then where would you put TJ Parker? Rotating in?
No, Parker would play like the same positions as Groot and Chubb.
Which then makes me like, I'm not saying he's depth, but he's just
you'll be rotating. You're always rotating three guys.
Yeah.
So what Pierre's comment, DJ Reader, that would saying, like, see his comment there, DJ Reader, he would go to nose tackle. That's what you need. You need a guy like DJ Reader to absorb the blocks, right? You just want the Vince Wilfork type that can't be moved. He doesn't have to be a penetrator or get any sacks. He's just Pat Williams, those guys. But your two DTs are kind of smaller. Like Oliver is a smaller, quicker guy. I mean, he's 290. Malcolm Roach is 290. Right. DJ Sanders is not a stout, like Sanders is more of a penetration guy. So again, he fits there a little bit more. It's going to take a couple years till you get the guys that'll really fill in the body types, but that's how I would see it translating right now. And then your inside left and right linebacker, that would be Shaq Thompson, Milano if he comes back. I don't know if he will. Or
Shaq Thompson, I have to see him coming back, man. You get Shaq Thompson in here and Shaq Thompson, Bernard. I don't think Milano, because Milano now, he would demand a lot more money, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. So I don't think he comes back because they say, yo, we're not paying you, so you're out of here. So you leave. Yeah. We'll try to figure out
the guy. How do you pronounce the name? How do you pronounce the guy whose name starts with an H?
Hoyt. Michael Hoyt.
Hoyt, yeah.
Yeah. So Michael Hoyt will be in that rotation piece. There's just a lot of rotational pieces that are going to be on this defense. And maybe that's how these guys dealt with. I mean, I don't recall a lot of these guys, jumping in. I think these guys pretty much stayed on the field. But yeah, man. And then I'm like, okay, so Riley Moss and you have Pat Surtain. So there's Benford, there's Hairston, and then Jaquan McMillan. He played a lot. So that's where D. Alford comes in. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be interesting. And like Pierre just said, bro, you bring in a DJ Reader, that changes everybody. That changes everything, right? Yeah. So, or a type of a player like DJ Reader. So, and then you got Michael Hoyt. So there's going to be a lot of rotational, fresh bodies coming in and out. And once I'm sure they boarded it like this. They probably put it on the board. I mean, shoot, let's play the game right now. So we're gonna go to the Bills now, Bills side of things, and find out what's up. So let's go to let me back up. Let me back up and choose the team. Let me go my Bills. There you go. So when we look at these Bills and we go to the defense, there you have it. How we said it. TJ Sanders, Deion Walker, the nose, and Ed Oliver. I mean, is that where he's supposed to be? Do they feel that he's that guy that should be right there? So I mean, when you see 6'7", 331, you think, yup, That's where he should be. But that's not the type of player that he should be.
Agreed. That's not his strength. So it's tough for a guy that tall to be a nose tackle.
Right.
Because he lack the leverage, right? So he'll be great on passing downs, but on run, like stuffing the run, it's tougher for him. So unless he can shoot a gap and blow it up right away, it's tough for him to do that. He'd be better out at the edge, at where like Sanders is, where he can use his length to his advantage, try and keep the guys off of him, and then pursue and shed blocks that way. Usually when you see the nose tackles are always like little squat, you know what I mean, like fire hydrant types. That's kind of funny that they have that the whole. Yeah, because there you go. See, they got TJ Parker behind Bradley Chubb.
I do see that. So they still got to figure this part out clearly at nose tackle. So there's someone that's going to be filled. They probably have someone penciled in. They're going to have somebody filled. I liked Zion Logg's game. Zion Log, when he came in, and Fedarian Mathis, this is good depth here. I like these two. So we'll see how that all shakes out too. And then Dwayne Carter, I think this guy's the odd man out, in my opinion. Unless he comes in and looks the part, he's the odd man out. Obviously, us bringing the new guy in, we'll see how that plays out.
I can see Landon Johnson playing in that role because that's what I thought he would have, or he should resign. Who'd be good there would be your other guy, Epinesa. If you can get Epinesa back, he can play one of those ends. Like
he definitely can. He definitely can.
I remember I used to say that to you when you were drafting him. I used to say I kept saying like you're drafting 3-4 ends to play 4-3 ends.
Yeah, you did. I remember you saying that.
Drafting 5 techniques to play 9 techniques, and it didn't make any sense. So that's kind of like that was what's his name? We never know, but your old coach there. That was his preference for defensive ends. He loves the big guys that are stout against the run. And I'm always like, those guys should be 3-4 ends. I mean, you could even play Russo in that spot because of his length. You wouldn't want to say on short yard.
This is going to be interesting. So it makes me want to now go watch Broncos film and just watch how they roll, what they do, and try to envision what these guys will be doing. So Terrell Bernard, Dorian Williams, and then you bring in Caleb Elamore, so he comes in. And that's another thing, right? We've got this guy. He's going to be depth. So Bernard goes down because he has the moment. He does like to go down. Boom. There goes Caleb Elamore. Bradley Chubb, TJ Parker. Yeah, Christian Benford, Cole Bishop, Geno Stone. They got him as a starter. That's hilarious. And they got Gardner as the nickel. What? That I find hilarious.
And that's where you see they got Jason Kilgore.
Kilgore backing up.
Go down to nickel.
Oh, yeah. I see them both sides. Okay. I see both. And D. Alfred. Now, I mean, this obviously is just they just place these guys, but ain't no way this is interesting. They got CJ Gardner Johnson as the nickel.
I guess, yeah. Well, he plays that. Yeah, he's not a real safety. He's more
very interesting. Have you guys seen this before? Bills fans, have you guys? I mean, I was expecting traditional safety right next to Cole Bishop.
Nah.
They got him as the nickel. I'm not mad at it. Don't get me wrong, but okay, we just paid for D. Alfred.
He's more like the Honey Badger type, right? And that's kind of Kilgore's analog, where you want a guy that can play the slot and he's good against the run. Gardner Johnson's physical.
Well, there you go. There goes Pierre. Pierre goes, hey, just outside with a Benito and Cooper played 60% of the snaps. Backup played 40%. So that's the case. TJ Parker, 40% of the snaps. Our first draft pick is going to be paid 40% of the snaps.
Well, you know what? By the end of the year, I think that's going to be higher.
It better be.
Because I'm telling you, remember you guys warned me about when Jordan Poyer came over? You were like, I don't know if he's got it anymore.
Right.
That's Bradley Chubb. Now, he'll start off well. I think Chubb's going to have
he will.
He'll start off and everyone's going to be like, Kevin, you're great. By the end of the year, man, if he doesn't get hurt, because he always gets hurt, but if he doesn't.
This is a fair point. Fair point. And I can understand what Bean is doing. But Bean doing that, I guess you have to do it that way. And here's where I'm trying to get to. Bean's got he went after Bradley Chubb knowing, holy crap, he can get hurt at any point. I didn't learn my lesson last time with Von Miller, so I got to learn my lesson this time. So he brought in guys to be the difference makers, but just in case they go down, I got you in that regard. And instead of going firepower and get myself a dog, he went and took free agents just to replace them if they break. Yeah. Stop going after players that are hurt. Stop going after players that have these issues. Those are the things you got to do with B, man. He lives in that realm. But I did not know, or unless I'm seeing things differently, I did not see CJ Gardner-Johnson coming as the big nickel, or the nickel corner period. So that'll be fun to observe in OTAs. By the way, Jose, we appreciate you, man. Listen, folks, this is where we're gonna call it a day. There's several picks that have to be made, and it is 5:30 my time. I'm an hour ahead of a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys at different times of the day, but I'm 5:30, almost supper time. I got to start going to be. They're gonna see me come upstairs and be like, "Oh, you're part of this family?" Yes, I am, and I'm gonna be joining you guys. So let me know how you guys. What's up? What are you gonna say?
Oh, I'm just saying there's 20 picks to go before you.
Yeah, 20 picks. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. It's not like these guys take a minute to do these picks, but we will be paying attention to when these picks are made, and just look for our Instagram, look for our Twitter page. Obviously, that's going to be bumping. If you guys enjoyed this stream, do me a favor. Give this one last smash of the like. If you're watching on Twitter, go ahead and retweet that sucker and get that thing going. And give a big shout out to my guy, Kev. Kev has been my road dog these last several years, man. Just coming through. Everybody's like, I got to go pick up my dad. I got to go and show my thighs off. I got to go and get in the chat when I'm supposed to be here. My name is Pierre. Should be in the chat. But, yo, they're not here. Yeah. But my road dog.
He didn't even say goodbye over here. Remember? He just did the old, the meme where it's the piece and the guy disappears.
I'm out of here. Yeah. I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? But luckily for me, I built relationships with a lot of good people. So we had our guy Silas Whittle come through. Shout out to my guy Cy Whittle. Came through and said some good things. Thigh Dog came through, and my man Carl Jones Jones came through and said what's up, loved it, gave us some analysis on what we should look at, and gave us some inside nuggets of what's really like in media. So we had a good time, and so if you guys enjoyed it, go ahead and give my man Kevin a follow at the same time. He's over here. Give that brother a follow, Kev Gerard 13. And go ahead and follow my man Pierre, the whole Buffalo Fanatics. If you guys haven't followed me on Twitter myself, go ahead and do that. What else I want to try to get in there? I'm going to try. You're going to see me a lot more trying to get into the Twitter space, TikTok. I'm trying to avoid it, but I'm going to have to do it because that's a whole new demographic of people that we got to, get Buffalo content, Buffalo Fanatics content out there. And lastly, y'all know I rock with Bleacher Report, so I do a lot of work for Bleacher Report. So follow me and find my tag on Bleacher Report, Rico_BF, easy stuff. And right before we get out of here, we got to give a big shout out to our sponsors of the weekend, Buffalo Gift Emporium. Guys, we're lucky to deal with some good folks that are local. We appreciate you guys for reaching out to us and saying, hey, man, let's give this a try. And I hope this was a success. Do us a favor. Go to that website. Go and look. You might find a trinket. You might find a shirt. You might find some gear, whether it's Sabres, Bisons, Bills, whatever the case is, they got it. If you're into art, they got it. If you're into local foods and so on and so forth, they got it. It's your one-stop shop. Tonawanda and Williamsville, 2 locations. Go ahead and hit that up in Buffalo, New York. And use our code. You can't go wrong. Get 15% off. BF15, 15% off. Go ahead and do that. Buffalo Gift Emporium, our friends, and we're hoping to work with them again. What a weekend. Let me tell you something. I got to tell you something right now. So far this weekend, in terms of how many people have viewed and looked at and streamed with us, first night on day 1, we did 12,000 views on our stream, a 4 or 5 hour stream. Guess what? We increased that on day 2, 13,000 views, and it's only going to go up even further. So right now, I'm very curious if day 3 can surpass day 1 and 2. So hopefully you guys can get us there. So over 10,000 views on each day. That's dope. We want to try. I think we were on that range last year. So this is awesome. This is great. You guys have been amazing. So big shout out to everybody that tuned in.
Which one had the least?
What's that, buddy?
Which one had the least?
Day 1.
Oh, which day was I not here?
Oh, there you go. See, Kevin doesn't show up, the numbers are down. You know what I mean? Kevin shows up, numbers go up. We love it. We love it. We love it. So smash that like right now before you guys get out of here. And do me a favor. What do you grade this draft so far? All right. Let me give you guys what we have drafted thus far so you guys have a better idea of where we stand. I'm going to give the side-by-side of what the Bills have done this draft, and then I'm going to go to the Dolphins to show what the Dolphins have done this round. I don't think the Dolphins have had a horrible draft. Kevin will let you think that it's a bad draft. I don't think they had a bad draft. So let me show you guys the screen here and show you what we've done thus far. Let me open up my page here. So here we are, the Bills so far today. We've drafted TJ Parker out of Clemson. The edge player, we've got Davison, Igbinosun. We're going to call him IDGB or IGB, whatever he goes by. And then we've got Jude Bowery, the tackle. We needed some depth at tackle, so we went ahead and got that. And then we kind of sparked things up a little bit. Skylar Bell came through, and he's going to give us a bit of a spark on the offensive side of the ball and give Josh a little someone that can go inside, outside. He'll be used as a Z receiver. Our X receiver obviously is going to be the likes of DJ Moore, and we got our slot Kincaid if he stays healthy, and he's the guy that we needed him to be. We could be a very potent offense with an addition of Skylar Bell. Caleb Elam-Orms. We got Caleb Elam. Excuse me, I got to get that right. Caleb Elarms. Yeah, Elarms, or our backup linebacker for now. Maybe he comes in and steals the show. We'll see. Jalen Kilgore. Some folks are excited about that prospect coming to Buffalo. And last but not least, we've got Zane Durant. That will be in the trenches. Now, he's going to be absolutely competing with Dwayne Carter. And Dwayne Carter better be on notice because, you know what I mean? We see what's going on. So we're going to see how that shakes out. And now we've got pick 6 in the sixth round, 32nd pick. And then we've got the first round, the 4th pick in the 7th round. We aren't going to be there. We're not going to be there. I'm sorry, folks. We're not going to be there. We'll be out doing our thing. And let's go to the Dolphins. What have the Dolphins done that Kevin's crying like they've had a terrible draft, which I don't believe they have. So let's go to the Dolphins. The Dolphins, they kicked off the draft by drafting Caden Proctor out of Alabama. I mean, you can't go wrong with a Bama player, right? Roll Tide. Chris Johnson out of San Diego State.
You know, we drafted Tua, right?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you did. I mean, listen, that if not for that hip, Tua was on his way, man. He was going to be that dude for you guys. That hip really got him.
My problem is we passed up Caleb Downs and we passed up Reuben Bain.
Yeah, you did.
That's what really bothered me.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That and when they're right there for the picking and you don't, you're like, really? Is that what we're doing here? So Caden Proctor gone, Chris Johnson gone to the Miami Dolphins. Jacob Rodriguez, I think you guys got a great one in Jacob Rodriguez. He'll be a baller. He'll fit right into Miami with that mustache. Caleb Douglas, Will Kamarick, the tight end. Chris Bell, that's going to be a big one for you guys when he gets back to being real healthy. Malik Willis and Chris Bell will have some great things to deal with. Trey Moore out of Texas. Kyle Lewis, that's a big pick right there. You guys got to figure out what you're going to do with him. Safety Michael Taff. Kevin Cole. How many picks did you guys have? Fuck's sake.
We have 13.
Jeez. The laundry list of players. Golly.
You know,
Kevin Coleman Jr., receiver. Sadu Traore. And you got 2 more picks to go. My lordy.
Bro, you know that we have 3 white secondary players now? So
milk check.
Yeah.
Milk check. It's going to be good.
There's going to be a lot of gym rats in that practice, man.
I'm sure.
So coaches on the field that are into their playbook.
It's going to be fun. So yeah, go ahead.
I was going to give you the whole one. Give you the whole slew. Fast, deceptive, sneaky speed. Yeah.
Coach's son, always ready. Anytime that I hear a description of a he's headstrong and he's
gym rat
in the books, gym rat, all that. I think of you. I think of you every time.
Plays through the whistle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, plays through the whistle. You can never tell him to stop. I mean, D-. Oof, we got a C, C+, B, C+. It's funny because day one, when we asked folks how they felt about it, they were saying, "Hey man, that is day 2. Once we picked those 2 picks, it was an F or an A or an F." Now we're getting to the real grades, right? Some people see C+, C, C's and D's, C+. I mean, you see it. You see what's going on. So, all right, folks, we appreciate you guys very much. I think I've spoken enough for the day, and I'm gonna allow my man Kev. Kev, anything you want to tell the folks before you get out of here?
No, man, I'm good.
No, you're good. You're good.
I
You're all right.
It was good to see some of the old guys like Brian Bowers and some of those guys. Whittle was good. There was a couple other, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I saw them, and I was like, oh, I remember those guys. They've been around for a real long time. So it's funny. It's cool to see that, like, man, we started. When was Bird's wedding? How many years ago was that, man?
5 years ago? 6 years ago? Holy shit! It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, and that's
longer.
I think. Well, how old's
longer? You're right, man. Because Zakai is 4 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, longer.
Yeah, so that's when I first started coming on when we got back from that.
And I don't think I was living here yet.
No,
I wasn't living here. Golly, it's been a while.
I used to do shows at your place. Remember?
Yeah. What am I saying, bro? It's been a while.
We did a draft when Endgame came out. Remember? And you went to Japan, and someone in the chat spoiled that Iron Man dies, and I had to yell and tell everyone not to repeat it or say anything again, so that when you came back, and then I had to go to the movie and pretend I didn't know that Iron Man was going to.
How do you do that, man? That blows. Having to pretend you didn't see it. Oh shit. Yeah. Oh man. Well, that's listen, man. We go ways back, and we appreciate you. So hopefully we'll be doing this again. Let me double check for any last super chat. Oh, my man Dog says it wasn't Jim Leonard's defense. It was Vance Joseph's, but that's a descendant of Vance Joseph. But he's got his own system too. So I'm gonna at least look at what worked, because obviously things worked in Denver defensively. So he's gonna have a little bit of that. It's probably gonna make me go back and watch Wisconsin and see what they did when he was the DC out there. So there's a lot to look into. So that's our time. Oh, we got another super chat coming in. My man Cardero Linder, appreciate you, Cardero. He said, "What's up, my bro? B+ for him." He's saying it's a B+ for him because we haven't drafted anyone from Georgia. That's it. That's why he didn't give it any more. If there was a Georgia guy, if we took CJ Allen, bro, that would have been A+ for my guy Cardero. Cardero, we appreciate you always showing love. You've been supporting us from day one, so it's big love, man. So that's it for us. We will catch up on Twitter, see what's going on. We have 2 more picks left to go. And we'll catch you guys on the 5th. So until next time, or until next stream, until you see me again, and until next year when we're doing this all over again, we'll see you guys on the flip. It's your boy Rico. It's your boy Kev. And we are gone. We'll see you guys on another time. Peace.